probabilmente saranno prodotte questa mattina. Eccoli lì che è stato sostituendo ovviamente allo
Good morning and welcome to Rome for the finals of this year's European Athletics DNA Under 20 Clubs competition, which is going to play out across 2 sessions here at the Centro Sportivo Olimpico Esercito, or in English terms, the Army Sports Centre. It is an absolutely stunning, serene, beautiful morning here in Rome, in the Italian capital, and we have 5 hours of action-packed, dynamic new athletics coming your way. We have 2 finals. The first one's going to be the B finals, and that is comprised of the clubs which finished in 4th, 5th, and 6th in the respective semi-finals yesterday. And then a little bit later on today at 12:30 local time, or CET, we're going to have the A finals, deciding which club is going to be the kings and queens of Europe. As you can see, the athletes are already out there busy on the track, getting their marks ready. The first event we're going to have on track is going to be the mixed 4x400 meters, and in the field it's going to be the men's shot put. DNA athletics, it may be a new concept to some of you. I'm sure other fans of the sport have been following this. It's been operational now for about 4 years, and it's something that was come up with by European Athletics, the work of several years' work before that, to try and create an innovative format to change up the way things are done in athletics, where it's not so much about the individual, it's all about the collective. And to explain a little of what's coming up, we've got 12 events across this particular match, this B final, and we will have 11 events that will be points builders. And then at the end of those 11 events, we'll look at the points, how it's looking, and we're going to convert that using a method based on the Gunderson method, similar to what is occasionally used in multi-events. And then that's going to be converted to a time advantage for the final event, the Hunt Relay, a 5-lap mixed distance, mixed gender relay. 4 athletes that are going to decide everything. However much of an advantage you can build for your team over these first 11 events, it'll give your relay team that will decide it all a big plus as they finish up. Athletes are all getting ready here. It's already quite a warm morning in Rome. It is certainly uncomfortable for an Irishman, but I'm sure a lot of these athletes around Europe who've been racing across the long hot summer will be ready for it. So as that shot suggests, first event up is the mixed 4x400 meter relay. And perhaps the favourites for these B finals is Blackheath and Bromley, the British club that finished 2nd overall last year in Castellón in Spain. They're going to be competing for 7th place overall here, but victory in the B final. That is Club Sportif Bourgogne Jalot. And as you can see, the genders are mixed here. It's not like at senior level you can set up any way you want. This is Ratoath AC from County Meath in Ireland. Parish, or a town of about 12,500 people. They are a powerhouse club. In lane 3 from Estonia, it's SK Elite Sport. There is their quartet. Eon Vellerman will be leading them off. In lane 2 from Finland, it is Jyväskylän Kentor Hayalat. And that is an excellent introduction he's doing a bit of DJing, mixing on the decks. Confidence personified there from Jenny Kimminkinen. And from Germany, it's the Team Young Germans Eagles. They're an amalgamation of 2 clubs from Cologne and Munich. And they're teamed up, putting their rivalry aside. Noah Meyer will be leading them off. We saw him in action yesterday. So, 4 laps of the track. And just looking down at the teams, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th runners, there's quite a lot of mixed up genders in there in terms of like the order, because 1st and 2nd legs we've seen quite some differences with boys against girls, and it looks like the 3rd leg will be all girls and the 4th leg will be all boys, as it was yesterday. So we'll see how this battle of the sexes and battle of the clubs plays out here at the first event of the B finals of the Dynamic New Athletics Under 20 Clubs competition. There they go. They will run in lanes for the first 3 bends. I'm now surprised to see the men coming to the fore there, but that'll come back later on for Club Sportif Bourgogne-Jalot, and going very well there on the inside is Noah Meyer of Team Young Germans Eagles. He is absolutely flying through the first 200 meters, but also going very well is Samuel Moa on the outside of Blackheath and Bromley. Looks to be in third place perhaps right now. That's Darren Masterson of Ratoath AC, the Irishman, holding fourth there in the top 3 positions. Ratoath were 9th overall in last year's competition, so that would equate to 3rd in the B finals here. I'm sure they'll be trying to surpass that. But as we said, Noah Meyer has run an absolutely storming leg from that inside lane. Going to be very close between him and Samuel Moore on the outside of Blackheath and Bromley. But now the battles have been changed to the ladies, and they're setting off around that bend. And it is Blackheath and Bromley's Alicia Ferla who has shot to the front here. She holds about an 8, maybe 10 meter advantage over Team Young Germans Eagles. That is Anna Elizabeth Cook, but she is swiftly being overtaken by, it looks like, the Ratoath athlete. That is Lachlan Harris, I think, or they've actually changed up their order, so I think that's Ashley Stratford. And the beauty of DNA is that the teams have the ability, they may enter a certain team, but they have the ability to change it up whenever, however they like in this mixed relay. They don't like the look of a certain lineup, but we see the Ratoath athlete is having an absolutely flying leg here. So it is Blackheath and Bromley holding what is a narrowing advantage with every metre ahead of Ratoath AC. There's a long gap back to Team Young Germans Eagles, and then it is JKU of Finland, followed by Elite Sport of Estonia. We're past the halfway mark. And it's a friendly rivalry. Sometimes it's not so friendly between the Irish and the British out front. Blackheath and Bromley lead the way. Ratoath AC in second. And this is very close. Remember, 12 points on offer to the winner of this race. And it will be great to get off to a strong start. And it looks like Ratoath AC are doing that at the moment. They sweep to the front. Blackheath and Bromley in second. Gabriella Martin in second to Blackheath and Bromley, but 2 brilliant legs by the women from Ratoath AC. Aisling Stratford and Laura Kelly have put them in great standing. And remember, it's all men here on the last leg. What a leg there by Ratoath AC. They're pulling clear with every stride. And now it's going to be over to Lachlan Harris on the last leg. Takes the bat and sets off. They've got a 15-meter advantage over Blackheath and Bromley. There is a yawning gap back to third. That is Team Young Germans Eagles. It is very close then between the Finns and the Estonians. And the French club Bourgogne-Jalot are back in 6th. But we'll concentrate on the race up front because this ain't over yet. Ratoath AC have the lead, but can they hold it? Looks to me like that athlete from Blackheath and Bromley is starting to close in. That is James Lawson. We saw him run an amazing race yesterday. Can he reel in Ratoath AC? I don't think he's going to have enough room to get there unless Ratoath fall in a hole. But it's narrowing with every metre that's run, but it's going to be an Irish victory to kick off today here in the finals. Ratoath AC on top, 12 points to Ireland. What a run from them. Blackheath and Bromley take second place, and then it is Elite Sport from Estonia come through for third. Back and forth, that's the Team Young Germans Eagles. And in fifth, it's Jyväskylän Kentor Hajalat of Finland. Sixth place then goes to Club Sportif Bourgogne-Jalot of France. Group hug time for the Irish. Celebration time all around. 12 points, and they're straight to the top of the standings. On day 2, Blackheath and Bromley look very pleased as well about their run, and so they should be. Excellent start for them, 10 points. Blackheath and Bromley would have been many people's ideas as possible champions, even in the A final here at the clubs, but things unfortunately went wrong for them in the hunt relay yesterday. The beauty and the chaos and the carnage of the hunt is that you never know what to expect. And things didn't go great for Blackheath and Bromley. They went from 1st to 4th, but they have started this day off very well, and many will be expecting them to take victory today, but we've seen many shocks occur at Dynamic New Athletics over the years. and we could be seeing more of those today. So that was the first track event. 12 points go to Ireland and Ratote AC. Next up on the track is going to be the men's 400 meter hurdles. But crucially, on the field is where we're headed next as we get a look back at those second and third legs. Really, that was where it was won for Ratote AC. Aisling Stratford, Laura Kelly, two absolutely storming legs. Not just bring them back to the lead, but put them into a lead. And from there, it was all about holding fort and holding off that surge from James Lawson of Blackheath and Bromley. You could see the look on his face there, laying it all on the track. But it was Ratoath AC off the perfect start here on day two, finals day at the Dynamic New Athletics under competition. So we'll keep you updated across the day as those point standings are building with who's out in front. And then at the end of it all, after 11 events, we'll be converting those points to time and setting off in the order in which they're placed. As you can see, confirmation there of Ratoath AC Championes for now. But I'm sure Blackheath and Bromley will be looking at it and going, this is our final to win.
Eccoli qua signori, presentiamo i protagonisti del lancio del 100 del peso, partendo dal gruppo A.
And the first matchup in the men's shot put is going to be between Liam Shaw of Ratoath AC and Bryden Duncan.
Liam Shaw and Bryden Duncan.
This is Liam Shaw. He's paired up against Bryden Duncan of Blackheath and Bromley. And remember, this is all about head-to-head matchups. Liam Shaw is a 1677-meter thrower. And in his matchup against Bryden Duncan, he's going to be looking for the 3 spikes. But again, you have to put a mark down. If you foul, that's close to the edge of that line. It's just about inside. But that is a strong start for the Irishman over the 14-meter mark. And Bryden Duncan's PB is 13:23, so he'll be quite confident in this first matchup in Group A of taking the 3 spikes and taking victory. So that is the Ratoath AC's Liam Shaw, 14 meters. It's a big mark he's put out there so far. Yeah, and he loves it. 14-14. High fives or handshakes with his team leader. Absolutely delighted. Ratoath AC to the world. This is Bryden Duncan. 13:23 his best. And again, if he beats 14-14, he gets the 3 spikes. If he doesn't, he gets 1 spike. If he fouls, he gets 0 spikes. He's close to going out of that circle, and it's a foul. It's a foul for Bryden Duncan, so it's not a good start for him, but he'll have chances to redeem himself. And I'm delighted to say I'm joined right now by one of the stars of the Blackheath and Bromley team. That is Faith Akin-Beleji. Faith, you're a few meters away from me over there. We had to put you, but you can hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm all good, thank you.
You had a storming run yesterday in the 100 meters. Were you expecting a time like that?
I mean, yeah, I felt ready at training this week. I was just coming here to execute. So, main focus of the race was getting out of the blocks hard and maintaining that all the way through the line, which I feel like I did. And I'm ready to go again today.
And I know you set your PB last year at the DNA Clubs competition, and it looks like you're kind of on track to set another PB. You were very close to it yesterday. Do you think there's more coming today? What are you saying?
Yeah, I think if I can really get myself out and get my legs turning over fast, I'm in good shape to get a PB today. Hoping for one, fingers crossed. So we'll see how it goes.
And how has the season been so far?
It's been an interesting one, obviously, because I started my season quite late due to injury, and it was very touch and go. Very, will I be able to compete a lot this season? Will I not? But thankfully, with the help of my coach and physios and everything, I've been able to get myself back into shape and really start performing to the best of my abilities right now. And although I probably didn't get the results that I wanted this season, it is better than nothing. And I'm so glad that I've been able to compete at so many championships anyway. And this is just such a great way to end the season. The vibes are good, the energy is good, and I'm just really excited for the rest of the day.
And how does this differ? How is this different? I know you've been in plenty of teams over the years, you know, at European level, and I'm sure at schools, international, all that sort of thing. But like, how are things at DNA? How does this feel different when you come to a competition like this?
I'm not quite sure. I feel like the organization of this competition makes it a lot more engaging because obviously you have the whole one event at a time. So you're really, oh, crowd's quite loud. You get the engagement for each event individually. Because me personally, I don't think I would usually sit and watch the field events, but the way that things are, I want to sit and I want to cheer for everyone because it's the only thing going on. So I'm watching, I'm like, oh, this is actually really interesting. So it's good. And the music as well. Every competition should have music. I think we should make that a new rule.
And we love it. And not many athletes do interviews before their races, but you're obviously very relaxed this morning. No
Yeah.
problem, no sweat.
Pardon?
You're obviously very relaxed this morning, I was
Oh,
saying,
yeah.
because not many athletes are willing to do interviews just before their race.
Yeah, I mean, I think the weather's put me in a good mood. Yesterday it was quite cloudy, but today the sun is out, the music is good. I'm feeling relaxed. I'm feeling happy, and I'm just ready to race and support all the teams, and most importantly, Blackheath and Bromley, because I'm hoping that we win, and I think we can win, and I'm here to support them and cheer for everyone.
And so say all of us. Faith, thank you so much for joining us up in here. I know you have to go get warmed up and all that, so we'll let you go. Thanks a million, and best of luck to you and all the Blackheath and Bromley crew today.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Great to have Faith coming up and join us there. She'll be running down to the warm-up track. Look out for her in the women's 100 coming up soon, as her clubmate puts a great one out there. Bryden Duncan. 13:23 his best. What has he managed there? He's had some ups and downs. He is punching the air because that is 13:54 for Bryden Duncan. Maybe it was a sign when we brought Faith Akinbeleje up here. The tide started to turn for the Blackheath and Bromley Harrier. He's put a huge one out there, and now he has a chance to take 3 spikes if Roby Meek of SKLE Sport can't surpass him.
If you could just write your name on that piece of paper so you can introduce me.
As we see, Robbie Mickey has fouled, so it's going to be 3 spikes to Bryden Duncan. A brilliant win for the Blackheath and Bromley Harrier, starting.
Sorry.
So we see the standings there, Ratoath AC, and just to confirm, a foul for Robbie Meek, and it is 3 spikes to Bryden Duncan in that second matchup. And delighted to say, can you hear me okay there? We're joined by the team that is currently atop the standings. Well, one of the team members. It's from Ratoath AC. It's Lachlan Harris. Lachlan,
yeah, it's great.
You must still be out of breath after that mixed relay. How's it feeling?
Yeah, the legs are very sore. I died pretty bad at the end, but it was great just to get a run out at such a big competition. We're all just so glad to be here and happy with all the coaching we've got, all the staff who helped us get here. And yeah, it's just been so much fun and a great privilege.
And 9th place, I think it was, for Ratoath last year, but you started off today brilliantly here. What's going to be the goal today here in these finals?
The goal is to win. We were hoping yesterday to get into the A final, but you know we made a few too many errors, just little mistakes, and you know we could have easily been in the A final. I think we all felt that. So we're coming out here to win. We got good competitors, obviously, with our UK counterparts, and it'll be hard, but we want to get it done. We feel like we're up there with the clubs. You know, a small club from Ireland. We'd love to come out here and say we won something.
And is your work done for the day, or do you have to come back for the hunt?
I'm done for the day, thank God. I'm not sure I'll be able to walk in a few hours, but yeah, it was great to be here. I think Dara, our last leg, will be running again in the hunt, so God help him. But yeah, it's just brilliant, and the atmosphere is great.
Brilliant. As we see the shot put there, and just because we're during the shot put here, we'll have your clubmate Liam Shaw be coming up, one of the standout guys in your team. What can you tell us about Liam?
Yeah, Liam actually, he's just a great guy. He's put so much work in, and he was a bit disappointed with his throws yesterday. He had a great practice throw, and he was just upset with how he threw. He felt like he could have got more out of it. So he's coming out here today, just to show what he's capable of, and I'm sure he will. He's been throwing good so far, as I've heard. But yeah, I'm happy to see him out there competing at such a high level, and just hopefully he does the best he can do.
Yeah, and just to confirm there that Garis Bourbon has taken the win in his second matchup. He'll be going through to the first placed battle. And finally, Lachlan, like just to ask, dynamic new athletics, it's very unusual for many people. It's very unique. What's it like to compete in? What's the buzz been like relative to all the other, say, competitions you go to throughout the year?
Oh, it's just been like it's incomparable, to be honest. All the teams coming so friendly. You meet people that are going to EOIF, European under 20s, and it's just great to be out here with that sort of level of athletes. And yeah, I've just through being through a few injuries this season, and just not doing as well would have hoped. To come out here and then be alongside such great athletes, it's just it's brilliant. Um, and just we're all situated in the same sort of living camp, so everyone's talking to each other. Card games. It's just a bit of ping pong. It's just been great fun altogether, and yeah, it's DNA has been a great experience. I can't
Brilliant. And
wait to get
here,
back here next.
there is your clubmate Liam Shaw, and after a foul by Robbie Mickett, Liam Shaw has put a very safe put out there. It's probably around 10 metres, but I think he wasn't that bothered because he knew he just had to register any throw. And with that, Liam Shaw has taken 2 wins and 6 spikes, and he is going to be going through into the first place matchup against Garis Bourbon of Bourgogne Jalot. So it's going to be the Irish versus the French in the men's shot put for all the points. So it looks to be a great start, Lachlan, for the Irish.
Yeah, static. Just hopefully we can keep this up. We've got amazing athletes out here. Um, hopefully we just put our heads down. Um, Jesse Osas nearly fell over the line yesterday, putting his hand up 10 meters out. So our aim today is no showboat. We're just getting the heads down and getting the work done. And so hopefully we can do that.
And I noticed some water slides at the team hotel. Have you been able to dabble in any of that yet, or is that
I've been at
postponed
them every
until
day,
today?
every day. After being out here in the heat, I'm in the water for at least 2 hours. Coming back, it's brilliant. It's a lovely resort, and it's great. Even the coaches, the coaches come in for a little swim, so it's fun to see them in a different sort of light, I guess, compared to the more serious approach we're used to.
Well, it'll be well-earned dip in the water park today after with the heat out here. It's about 32 degrees in Rome. Lachlan, thanks so much for joining us. We'll let
Thank
you
you
get
so
on your
much.
way and join your
Appreciate it
supporters
so
role.
much.
Best of luck.
Thanks so much. Bye.
And back at the shot put, this is Lassi Nalki of Jyväskylän Kentor Hayalat. And he's up against Tim Veller of Germany. Out that goes 12 meters or so. Let's see. He's going to need more than that against Tim Veller, I suspect. But Lassi Nalki, he's got 1 spike so far, losing his previous matchup to Garis Bourbon. What can he produce there? Looks like around 11 to 12 meters, and it is. Split the difference, 11:51. Great stuff from Lassi Nalki. But Tim Veller of Germany, 13:07 in the opening round. He just got denied there by Garis Bourbon. Can he secure the 3 spikes here and go through to the third place matchup? Static technique, but it comes down just before the 14-meter mark. It's the high 13s or mid 13s, I would suspect. Maybe low 13s. I'm never too great at judging distance, but that's certainly 13 something, and that's going to be good enough for Tim Veller to take victory, to take 3 spikes, and go through to battle for third. The finals. This is the group stages. And at DNA, it's not about the overall distance you throw, it's how well you do in your particular matchup. So in this little head-to-head in the group stages, Tim Veller has taken success. 3 spikes for the win, remember? 1 spike for defeat, 0 spikes for no mark. And Tim Veller is through to battle for third and battle for either 8 points or 6 points for his club, Team Young Germans Eagles. Great to be joined by Faith Akindeleje and Lachlan Harris there. One pre-competition, one post-competition. You can probably hear the difference in terms of how out of breath poor Lachlan Harris was, but he ran a brilliant opening leg for Retold AC. Put them into great position. And then the two ladies did the real damage on legs 2 and 3, I suppose, and then Dara Masterson brought it home with glory. Dara Masterson going to be back in action, as he said, in the hunt later on. And as much as these events count, they don't count quite as much as the hunt. But it really does matter what position you put your team into, as we saw in yesterday's semi-finals. So this is the group stages. Liam Shaw is going to be up against Yaris Bourbon for the win. Then it is going to be Tim Veller up against Bryden Duncan for third place. And then it's going to be Lassi Nalki up against Robi Miku of Estonia in the battle for fifth. But we're shooting our attention back to the track because our first individual track event is about to get underway. That is Pirkko Järvikala, who had a stunning day yesterday. She was in action all over the multi-eventer. Look out for her in this. This is Marlene Rattari of SK Elite Sport in Estonia, the club founded by Erkki Nil. This is Quiva Fitzsimons of Retold AC, 1469 at her best. But she may need more than that to take victory today. She almost certainly will. But right beside her is Marianne Bossel of Club Sportif Bourgogne Jalot. 1394 is her best. She will take some stopping. This is Jodie Self, though. This could be the young woman to do it. The 17-year-old from Blackheath and Bromley, 1424, and she was very impressive in winning yesterday in her matchup from the inside lane. She's got a more central lane here. And this is Mia Schmitz of the Team Young German Eagles. 1436 is her best. So look out for Mia Schmitz. Jodie Self, she won at last year's DNA competition in the A finals on both days. Set a PB of 1424 on day one. Can she set another PB here? Jodie Self is in the black strip of Blackheath and Bromley in lane 5, but perhaps the favourite beside her, Marianne Bossel of Club Sportif Bourgogne Jalot, who's got a best of 1394 in that maroon strip of the French club. The women's 100-meter hurdles. From the inside, Järvikala, Rattari, Fitzsimons, Bossel, Self, and Schmitz. Away they go, and then Marianne Bossel of the French club has got a brilliant start, but going well beside her is Jodie Self, and now Jodie Self starts to assert, pulling clear with every barrier. Mia Schmitz going well for second on the outside, but Jodie Self powers clear, 14:10 on the clock. Blackheath and Bromley are back on top on the track. A brilliant win by the 17-year-old Briton. High fives her competitors, all smiles, peace signs raining down. Jodie Self does exactly what she did last year at the DNA under clubs competition. Run, win, French hurdle section by the young Briton. It was Mia Schmitz coming through on the outside for second place, and it was Marianne Bossel in third. As we look back at that, 6-lane track here in Rieti, but that's all we need with 2 matchups, 6 clubs. You see there, Bossel certainly got off that start, but Jodie really through hurdles 3 and 4. She was just putting clear. Great run too from Mia Schmitz on the outside, 14:36 her best. She's going to be very close to that. But Jodie Self, you can see the aggressive look on her face there as she's taking each barrier. You often see that with the sprint hurdles. Immediate confidence, immediate aggression to go at those hurdles, to run without fear. If you hit them, they usually do fall, but sometimes you're the one who falls. A small mistake can be lethal. Jodie Self was foot perfect there. Takes the win, and 12 points go to Blackheath and Bromley. 14:10 the winning time. 14:58 for Mia Schmitz in second. Marion Bossel in third. 8 points go to Club Sportif Bourgogne Jalot. And we're going to be looking back quickly towards the men's shot put. There's the standings though. 22 for Blackheath and Bromley. We expected them to be to the fore here, and indeed they are, and their track dominance starting to happen already. We're through two track events, second in the first in the second. They're atop the standings, 22 points. And their man of the shot put is also going very well. Bryden Duncan continues to be on a bit with 18 points standing as the first matchup in the men's shot put final. It's going to be between Robbie Mika of the Estonian club SK Elite Sport and Lassi Nauki of the Finnish club Jyväskylän Kentor Highland. Let's see who's into the circle first. This is going to be the matchup for 5th and 6th place in the men's shot put. One for all, everything on the line. Beat your competitor, that's all that matters. Most people would say going first is a disadvantage here. However, if you put a big one out there, it keeps the pressure on your opponent and it can't be an advantage. So this is Robbie Mika of SK Elite Sports. Looks to be an 11 or so meter throw he has put out there. Let's see what the judges make of it. People who are actually qualified to make such assessments on throwing distances. Robbie Mika, what has he produced? He is a 12.55 putter at his best. $11.29 for Mika. So $11.29 is the distance to beat for Lassi Nauki. But he has thrown 11.51 today, Nasi. And he has the support of his teammates, JKU, and he has that rather unusual face-painted beard on him in the colours of Jyväskylän Kentor Highland. Up he steps, and remember, crucial to register a mark as well. Score those points for your team, but the mark he wants to beat is 11.29 by his opponent, Robbie Mika. It looks very close. Very, very close to the naked eye from my position up at the stands. It's going to be touch and go whether he's got this. 11.51 he threw earlier on today. Has he surpassed 11.29 of Robbie Mika? If he has, it's going to be 5th place and 4 points to JKU. And he's done it. 11.54 for Lassi Nauki, who continues to be a key member of the JKU cause. And he has earned an extra 2 points for his team there. Up to 4 points, and those are the 5th and 6th place positions in the men's shot put. The next matchup is going to be for third. And it's going to be the Briton, Bryden Duncan, going up against the German, Tim Weller. Tim Weller is the better putter at his best, 15.69. Weller threw 13.07 in the group stages. But he's first up here. Got to register a mark, and he does. Like a foul there, and that's a big one. That is a big one by Tim Weller, and he is justifiably delighted as he steps out the back of that circle. It's well over 14 meters, and Bryden Duncan has a best of 13.54. Set his personal best in the group stages. So it's 14 for Tim Duncan, and one hand almost closed clasp around third place in this men's shot put. But Bryden Duncan has set a PB once today. That brilliant 13:54 in the group stages. Can he beat 14:30? Is there another 80 centimeters in there for the Britain man? British man, I should say. It's just below 14 meters. It's probably mid 13s, but it could be a personal best. Bryden Duncan will not get third place here today, but he's got a personal best. He's got fourth, and a justified big smile on his face because that's going to be 6 points towards Blackheath and Bromley, and that I'm sure will keep them at the top of the standings given their advantage. 13:36 it is for Duncan. So a personal best, and not that is also beyond his previous personal best. So he has surpassed that twice here today. And I'm sure he had a poor day for him at the office yesterday, but he's made the necessary adjustments, and he's come out here this morning firing on all cylinders. Bryden Duncan takes fourth, Tim Veller takes third. And then there were two, and they are Yaris Bourbon of Bourgogne Jalot and Liam Shaw of Ratoath in Ireland. First up in the first place matchup is Garis Bourbon. What can he produce? It's a low trajectory, but a fast one. And it's just under 14 meters. Garis Bourbon through 13:54 in the opening round. What can Bourbon produce here? Looks like it's 13 something once again. See there, he's very low trajectory on that shot, but it comes out with great speed. It's 13:48 for the Frenchman. Gauntlet laid down for Liam Shaw. The Irishman through 14:14 in the group stages. He steps into that circle, visibly psyched. But can he surpass 13:48? If he does, 12 points to Ratoath AC, and they'll be shooting up the standings. Left-handed putter, use that rotational technique. Let's fly, it's high. Oh, this is going to be very close. I think he thinks he's done it. I think he may just have done it. 13:48 to beat. If that 14-meter line is accurate, and it seems to be, I think he's just about surpassed the mark of Garis Bourbon. Liam Shaw waits anxiously. He's got two arms in the air already. Doesn't want to celebrate too early. And it's good enough. 13:77 for Liam Shaw. He loves it. His Ratoath AC teammates love it. His team leader loves it. And Irish eyes are smiling here at the DNA Under 20 Clubs competition. Punches the air with delight. 12 points to Ireland. Here are the B finals. And Ratoath AC are flying high. See, got a great release there. Good height on that. Came down very close, and he knew. The athletes always know. They know pretty much as soon as they leave their hands, they could probably tell you what distance it is. Usually, the shot putters, the throwers. Very often, a javelin thrower, a discus thrower, when they have a little bit more time, they'll be celebrating long before that implement has started to descend towards the ground, because they know if they hit their little phases of the technique right, everything is going to happen, and that shot is going to go exactly where it needs to go. And that was the case there for Liam Shaw. He knew that was big when he saw it land out there towards the 14-meter line. And the standings, yes indeed, Ratoath AC shooting right up to join Blackheath and Bromley up top, with Team Young Germis Evens in third. And that 10 points by Garis Bourbon has helped them up to fourth place. So, back on track with that men's shot put reaching its conclusion. It's time for another track event, and it's going to be the men's 110-meter hurdles. From the inside, this is from Estonia and SK Elite Sport, Johan Martin Torin. Beside him, from Ratoath, AC in Ireland, they're joint leaders at the moment. Can Emmanuel Osas, he's better known as Manny, can he put them into the lead ahead of Blackheath and Bromley? 15:31 is Osas's best, but this man could be tough for Osas to beat. This is Matteau Mathieu Rosat Mignon of Orgoncello, 15:17 is his best. So on paper, he has a slight edge over Manny Osas. This from Blackheath and Bromley is Daniel Goriola. He will be the favourite for this. 13:61 is his best. Finished second at the English Schools Championships, and he will be very confident of a 12-point haul here for Blackheath and Bromley to put them back in front all alone rather than joined up with Ratoath AC. This is Timon Deathloff of Team Young Germans Eagles. And that smile is confidence personified and relaxation personified. He had a great performance yesterday. 14:05 is his best. And on the outside, this is Ketunen Vilho of Jyväskylän Kentor Hayalat. 16:92 is his best. He also ran in the 400-meter hurdles yesterday. Will there be some tired legs, but he'll be earning as many points as he possibly can for JKU, the Finnish club, going in lane 6. But we think the 2 lanes to watch are to be lanes 4 and 5. Daniel Goriola of Blackheath and Bromley and Timon Deathloff of Team Young Germans Eagles. But this is the high hurdles for the under 20 men. And anyone who's watched any bit of high hurdles knows to expect carnage at times. It can happen. It's all about running a clean race. The lineup from the inside. Lane 1, Johan Martin Tarum. Lane 2, Manny Osas. Lane 3, Mathieu Rosat Mignon. Lane 4, Daniel Gariola. Lane 5, Timon Deathloff. And lane 6, Ketunen Vilho. Away they go, and it looks like a very even at the moment between Gariola and Deathloff. Who's going to get it between these two? It is Britain against Germany. Coming down to over the 8th hurdle. It's very close, but it is Daniel Goriola, the favourite, obliges. Blackheath and Bromley back on top. 2 hands in the sky, 2 fingers to the heavens. Daniel Goriola has bagged 12 points for Blackheath and Bromley. Brilliant performance. Well below 14 seconds and into a minus 0.8 headwind early in the morning. Excellent running from the Blackheath and Bromley Harrier. It was very close. He came under a lot of pressure from Timon Deathloff. Right beside him in lane 5. The young Brit, the teenager, was calmness personified under that pressure, and he held his technique brilliantly over those final barriers. Just from barriers 6, 7, 8, he was starting to ascend, starting to assert his class, as we'll have a look back at that. 12 points go to Britain, 10 to Germany. You see there, very low as he goes to that first hurdle, but you have to come up a lot sooner in the high hurdles than you do in the sprints. You kind of rush that drive phase, in essence, so you can get a good look at that barrier, but it's dead level there at that point. That might have been the difference there. Deathloff, I think it was that 7th hurdle, he just hit it, cost him a fraction, maybe just set his balance slightly off, but I think Goriola might have been starting to assert himself anyway at that point. And good to see that friendly rivalry. There is rivalry amongst these teams, but anyone who's hangs out with them or is around them at the dining halls and all that afterwards later on will know that they're all friends, and that is one of the beauties of DNA Athletics, is that they'll all come, they'll all know their club mates and be friends with a lot of their club mates, but they'll leave with friends from many different countries all around Europe who they'll be meeting on the circuit, no doubt, in the years ahead, as many of these brilliant, talented young teenage athletes ascend to senior level. Confirmation of that result in the men's 110-meter hurdles, and it is a DNA record for Daniel Goriola, 13:87. A brilliant run by Timon Deathloff. That's a PB for him in second at 14:03. 14:05, his previous best. And it is poised brilliantly at the head of the standings. Blackheath and Bromley with 28 points. Joined with Ratoath AC and the Team Young German Eagles. I'm pretty sure that hasn't included the hurdle scores, but I think that's after perhaps the shot put. But anyway, we'll get confirmation of that soon enough. We'll keep an eye on these standings as they're updated, but it is pretty. There are a group of teenagers doing a brilliant job in updating the scores here in the stadium as well on environmentally friendly placards, which you can see in your shot there beside that big screen. And I don't know if my eyesight's good enough to read them, but I know Ratote's here on 36, Orgon Jello are on 26, JKU are 18, the Germans are on 34, and I think I need better binoculars to see what the Britons are currently on. But they're going to be in front, Blackheath and Bromley, that is certain, as we look back towards the long jump. Because speaking of the Germans, Team Young Germans Eagles, Lily Szymanski is on the runway for the first matchup in Group A. Good elevation off that board, comes down in the 4 something region, gets the white flag. And this is a tough matchup for Lily Szymanski because she's up against the standout athlete in this match, in this final, Daisy Snell of Britain. So what has she done? Let's see. Lily Szymanski. But again, the white flag is really, really crucial in this grade because if you foul, it is 0 spikes. And she's put 445 on the board. Now, Daisy Snell will be looking at that. That's a 608 jumper, 17-year-old Britain. Or a 16-year-old Britain, I should say. And she will be thinking, I've got that. I can do this. No bother. But can she? The question here for Daisy Snell is, do you attempt to go for a big one? Or do you try to do a very safe 5-meter jump and take the 3 spikes? Let's see what she chooses. 445 is the mark she has to beat. Take 3 spikes here and put her well on her way to a first place matchup later on in the finals round. This is still the group stages. Here we are. Wonderful elevation off the board again, and that is much bigger than the jump by Lily Szymanski. She gets the white flag. So Daisy Snell, the very gifted 16-year-old Blackheath and Bromley Harrier, is well on her way again to victory. She won yesterday. Can she repeat the trick here today? Just looking over, trying to see what flashes up on that board. 5:31 it is. Confirmation that Daisy Snell has taken 3 spikes. So, a good time to keep on rolling for Blackheath and Bromley Harriers. They are firmly in the ascendancy here. And that was Group A, first matchup in Group A of the women's long jump. And we're heading over to Group B because it's Marianne Bosel against Anika Poluas. Bosel coming straight from the sprint hurdles over to the long jump. But a lot of hurdlers are also very good jumpers and vice versa. The French woman rips down the runway, good off the board, and that looks over 5 meters. 5:37 is her best, so that would be a great start if indeed she has surpassed 5 meters. Let's see what the board says as she has a quick chat with her coach. Great to have one of the unique features of DNA is that the coaches are allowed to sit there right beside it, all the field events. And indeed, when it comes to relays, athletes are encouraged to get out there on the track. It's just below 5 meters, 496 for Marianne Bosel. But that is a good start, and she's up against Anika Poluas, but she needed a good start because Poluas is a 5:58 jumper of SK Elite Sport. She knows what she has to do. The question is, can she do it? Anika Poluas, the Estonian teenager, good speed on the runway, hits the board well, extends. Is it enough? Don't think so. But it's going to be very, very close. Let's wait and see. She gets the white flag. Nervous times for Anika Poluas and indeed Marianne Bosel in this first group stage matchup. And their clubmates will all be watching on. There's Only one event happens in DNA at any given moment. Perhaps as it should be, and it's so close, but it's not quite enough. It's 491 for Paluas. So it will be 1 spike to Anika Paluas, 3 spikes to Marion Bosel.
Just write your name down next so we can tell them what about it, right?
As we see a replay. So Marion Bosel off to a brilliant start with 3 spikes, as indeed is Daisy Snell in Group A, and will be heading on to round 2.
And then you put that up just live immediately, yeah? You'll hear it.
The next matchup, Daisy Snell will be back on track, or on the runway, I suppose, as it is. There she is, the Black Ethan Bromley Harrier, 16 years young, one of the youngest athletes at this competition.
I can hear the audio here.
And
Yeah.
one of the brightest talents. So I'm delighted to say as well, given Daisy Snell is on the runway, we are joined by one of her clubmates, Daniel Garriola. Daniel, a brilliant run in that sprint hurdles. Was that race everything you wanted?
Yeah, no, it was a good race. I had a good start in my opinion. I was able to get out fairly well. The guy on the lane on my right was also pushing out hard. So I knew in between the hurdles I had to speed up, bring my trail leg around and try to push all the way to the finish line as I could. Unfortunately though, I hit a hurdle towards the end, so I didn't really get PB that I wanted, but at the end of the day, a win is the most important thing, so I'm happy with that and good to move on to next season.
How hard is it? I've never run the sprint hurdles, but how hard is it to stay composed, to stay focused when you have an athlete right there beside you at like hurdles 5, 6, 7?
Oh, honestly, no, it's actually really tough, especially in this heat as well. Like you feel really dehydrated. Focus is one of the hardest things going, and as long as you have focus, you'll be able to make it really far. As I realized, having focus helps me to be able to get a good start as well. Because being nervous, it's too much distraction. Like you want to just be focused on your own lane and not think about any other athlete, and that goes for any race you go into.
And we're seeing one of your clubmates here on screen, Daisy Snell, who's well on her way to taking more points for Black Ethan Bromley. We've obviously, people who are following underage jumping in British athletics know how big a talent she is. What is your impression of her and what she's gone on to do at such a young age?
Oh no, Daisy's an excellent athlete. She works really hard. When I was doing my hurdles, even inside the warm-up area, I saw her warming up too, and like she seems driven. So hopefully she does the best she can to get us points, because it's really, really nice. Right? We need it right now.
Yeah, she's got 5:57 there, her last jump. She's up against Quiva Fitzsimons of Retoth AC. But for you, Daniel, how's the season been overall?
Oh, I think the season's been a successful one. It all started indoors when I was able to win my nationals and obviously my country, and obviously I competed at DNA as well. But it was in Madrid in Spain last time out, indoors, running a good personal best. And then outdoors, it's been all right. But I had a hamstring injury right before Europeans, obviously Jerusalem, and so that's sort of like put my season to a bit of a halt. But obviously, I'm doing everything I can in my physio to strengthen my hamstrings, come back stronger. I'm going to be hungrier and stronger forever next season. And I'm happy to finish off the season with a decent race.
Brilliant. And you're obviously very familiar with competing at DNA, both for Black Ethan Bromley and for Britain at the indoor meet. But like, what's different about DNA? How does it feel different to when you typically go to a track event?
Honestly, DNA just seems more like just vibes. Like you can have fun. There's not really like, obviously there's no medals on the line, so it's about you. Focus on yourself. Don't have to worry about other athletes. Do what you can do. Unlike obviously Europeans where there's medals at stake, so much pressure. But DNA, obviously there's still pressure in any race you do against like top athletes. But at the same time, since there's no medals, it's more of a team thing. So it's about working for yourself and for your team. So it's the balance between both really. And I've really enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed my time here so far.
Brilliant. Well, Daniel Garriola, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here, and it was an absolute pleasure to watch you destroy your competitors there and take 12 points for Black Ethan Bromley with a brilliant performance in the hurdles. Enjoy the rest of the day. I'm sure you're going into supporters mode now, and best of luck to you and all your Black Ethan Bromley teammates.
Thank you very much. Nice to speak to you. Thank you.
So as we see, 5:04 there from Anika Paluas. I'm sure you've been following matchup 2 there in Group B on your screens as we caught up with our hurdles champion. This is Noura Salmi. Can she surpass the 5:04 by Anika Paluas? Paluas just denied in that previous matchup. She produced better in the second matchup, went from 491 up to 504. But can she surpass, or has she been surpassed, I should say, by Nura Salmi of Yavaskalan Kentor Hayalat? Nervous times for the Finnish jumper. We'll wait to see what she has produced. 570 is Salmi's best, but all she needs here is 504. That's no easy feat. As she looks and everyone waits, she seems content. Is it good enough for 3 spikes? No, it is a foul. So it is going to be 3 spikes for Anika Puloas. That will give her a tally of 4 spikes, so she will be going through to light jump, the battle for third. And Nura Salmi just assessing there with her team leader, Otto. Just what she did wrong there, and they'll be assessing and making the necessary adjustments. But round 3 of Group it is Cleva Fitzsimon of Ratote C against Lily Samanski of Team Young Germans Eagles. This is Cleva Fitzsimon's. Certainly looks to be over 5 meters again. Gets the white flag crucially. She fouled her last jump, and she will be delighted to have laid down a good jump there, and not just any jump. That looks like a big one too. 547 is Cleva Fitzsimon's best. She's up against Lily Samansky, who has jumped 542. Has Fitzsimons put something big out there? She has 513. So the ball is over to her German rival, the Team Young Germans Eagles, the club that is comprised of 2 clubs. Well, the team that is comprised of 2 clubs from Munich and Cologne. Lily Samansky has jumped 445 already today. She says she doesn't generate too much speed on the runway, but she really does spring off that board. Great plyometric ability once she hits it from Lily Samansky. And is that the foul, I think? No, it is 452 for Lily Samansky, so it's not enough. Not quite enough. Cleva Fitzsimons takes the 3 spike, which means that Cleva Fitzsimons has a tally of 3. Lily Samansky with that 1 spike and her 1 spike from her matchup against Daisy Snell has 2. And then Daisy Snell, of course, has 6. So it's going to be Daisy Snell going through the battle for first, Cleva Fitzsimons going through the battle for third, and Lily Samansky going through to battle for 5th against their respective positions in Group B. This is the finale of Group B. This is Nora Salmi of JKU in Finland. She is up against Marion Bothel of Bourgoin Jalot. Let's see what she has produced. Nora Salmi. Next up on track, by the way, is going to be the women's 800 meters. We'll be shifting our focus over there very swiftly after Marion Bossel completes her matchup here against Nora Salmi, who is waiting all the time for confirmation of what she has jumped. Going over, having a chat with the judges, which would suggest, indeed, it is a foul by the tiniest of margin. It says she motions to her coach there with those 2 fingers held up. I'm sure it was a matter of centimeters. The team leader Otto says, shucks. What can we do? So she's put a foul out there. which has handed a huge advantage. This is where in DNA athletics it can be an advantage to go first if you put one out there and put the pressure on your rival, making them take the risk. But now Marion Bossel doesn't have to take any risk. And if you were her team leader, or indeed if you're Marion Bossel herself, you'd be saying, let's just jog up the runway, jump a few meters, take no risks, and take the 3 points, 3 spikes. She doesn't really do that. She goes for it anyway in the spirit of full-on competition. Marion Bossel says, I am going for it. I'm not wasting any jumps. I want to jump big. What has she jumped? Any distance that's valid will give her the 3 spikes, given that foul from Noura Salmi. What has she jumped? 5:37 is her best. It's been a busy morning here for Marion Bossel after the hurdle. She's jumped 4:73. So, Marion Bossel is through to battle for first. She has 6 spikes, wins both of her matchups. Marion Bossel will square off against our winner from Group A, Daisy Snell, in the battle for overall victory in the women's long jump, and 12 points for each of their respective clubs to the winner, or whichever one of them wins, 10 points for the runner-up. So we look forward to that women's long jump final, which will be coming up very soon. But before that, we'll have the women's 800 meters. And as you see, the athletes are going to get a quick break. Most of them are in the shade there. That umbrella is doing a lot of work there in terms of blocking the sun for a lot of people. And it is a hot sun here in Rome at the Centro Olimpico Esercito. Get that right. My Italian is coming on leaps and bounds in the 48 hours I've been here. Thanks to all the friendly locals. There are the standings. Blackheath and Bromley, no surprise to see them up top here. 40 points for Toto and Team Young German Eagles, not that far behind. And remember, sometimes you might look at that points tally and think, oh, they're way out in front, but everything changes, as we realized yesterday in the hunt. The women's 800 meter field on the outside there, that was Ria Katarina Lass of SK Elite Sport. This is Ada Arnio of Jyväskylän Kentor Hayalat. In lane 4 from Team Young German Eagles, looking to fly high, and the famous German name, Sarah Schumacher, will be hoping to zip around this track. From Britain, from Blackheath and Bromley, it is Hannah Clark. All smiles, looks very relaxed. She is a 2:18 athlete. The quickest athlete in the field is this athlete. This is Michaela Aguera of Club Sportif Orgon Jalot. She turns around, a big cheer goes up from the stands, smiles at her clubmates. She'll be looking for 12 points here for the French club. And this is Amy Doherty. Her sister will also be in action for Ratov today. 2:20 is her best. And remember, 12 points to the winner. And all the way down, it goes 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2. And if you take a tumble or anything happens like that, you have to finish to get those 2 points, remember. So even if you're hurting, it's worth getting off the ground, or if you're in a relay and you drop the baton, it's worth getting up and getting to the finish. And then that baton over, whatever you have to do to earn the points for your club, because it's all going to be converted to time once we get through all the events. So it looks like a pretty steady start, nothing crazy right now. But it is Hannah Clark of Blackheath and Bromley leads the way. She's a 2:18 athlete, but the quickest athlete in the race, Michaela Aguera, saunters up to her shoulder there on the outside. 2:10 athlete. On personal best, she has a big advantage over everyone in this field. Will that be converted to reality as they take each other on in the bid for points here on the track? But it is Clark still just about leading the way, but Aguera looks very comfortable on her shoulder. It looks like she's chomping at the bit to take the lead. Back in third, that is Ria Katarina Lass of SK Elite Sport, and then it is Amy Doherty of Ratov, just ahead of Sarah Schumacher of Team Young German Eagles. And it was not too quick a pace at the bell for an athlete of the caliber of Michaela Aguera. And I think that is the reason she went to the front and said, right, enough is enough. Let's inject some pace. Only one athlete thus far has been able to go with her, and that is Hannah Clark. Blackheath and Bromley have been rampant on the track. They were yesterday all day until that final hunt relay. And they are starting off today with similar intentions. Blackheath and Bromley racking up 10, 12 points in every track events. They're going to do the same here, but will it be 10 or will it be 12? The favourite, Michaela Aguera, is going to have one hand on 12 points here as she turns for home. The 210 athlete, she is stretching Hannah Clark right now. Can Michaela Aguera power it home and give France 12 points in the bag? But Hannah Clark looks like she's coming, but it's not going to be enough. Aguera is holding on, fighting hard, giving it all she's got. Aguera is going to take 12 points for Club Sportif Bourgogne Jalot. It's 10 for Blackheath and Bromley. A brilliant run by Hannah Clark in second. And then the Team Young German Eagle, Sarah Shoemaker, flies home to third place, just ahead of her Toth AC's Amy Doherty. High fives all round from the champion to the vanquished. Brilliant, brilliant run there by the French teenager, Michaela Aguera. Points to their big numbers. CSBJ, Club Sportif Bourgogne Jalot. A brilliant performance by her. 2:15 on the clock. That was a big negative split as well. I think it was only around 70 seconds at the bell. I wasn't paying super close attention, but it was roughly that. And then with about 3:50 to go, she really injected some pace. You can see there it was quite a steady start, and wisely there. That's an experienced 800-meter runner you're seeing there in Michaela Aguera, because she saw the potential to get trapped and boxed on that inside, and she just said, nope, not happening today. And she stepped out, sat on the shoulder of Hannah Clark, and then injected the pace when she needed to. But Hannah Clark, credit to her, 2:18 was her listed personal best. She has definitely smashed that. She's run about 2:16 here. Brilliant performance by the Briton. Second place, pushing Michaela Aguera right to the line. If Michaela Aguera put 1 foot wrong, Hannah Clark was going to be there to steal her thunder and steal the 12 points. But as it is, it's 12 to Bourgogne Jalot, 10 to Blackheath and Bromley. Blackheath and Bromley will remain atop the standings. Just seeing the youngsters update the point standings here. It looks like 50 points, or 54 points now from Blackheath and Bromley. Retoth are up to 42. And Club Sportif Bourgogne Jalot are going to be on 38 points. So it is still Blackheath and Bromley. Their dominance on the track continues. They're well on their way here to certainly starting the hunt in front. But will they finish it in front? Here we are, 50 points for Blackheath and Bromley. Next best is Retoth on 42, alongside Team Young German Eagles also on 42, with the French club Bourgogne Jalot just behind in fourth. So, the track is on, put on ice for a few moments, and it's about the field. And we're heading back to our first matchup for 5th place. And this is Noura Salmi of JKU, the Finnish jumper. She is battling for, she has fouled though. She was in a battle for 5th place with Lily Samansky of the Team Young German Eagles. So, given Salmi has fouled, Samansky, if you've been watching a bit of DNA by now, you'll know she just has to register some jump, any jump. Once it's green, when she puts a number up there, she will take 5th place in this matchup. It's a head-to-head format, and she runs down the runway very safe on the board, gets the white flag sensibly. This is not about distance, it's just about registering. At this point, that's the plus of getting to go second. And what has she done? At her best, she's a 5:42 jumper. It's not going to be anything like 5:42, but you know what? It didn't need to be, and it would have been unwise in that situation to try to jump something really big and take any risks on that board. She has jumped 4:43, and Lily Szymanski has done exactly what she needed to do up against Noura Salmi. Unfortunate for Noura Salmi, but perhaps just needing to take some risks and put some pressure on. Salmi is an outstanding jumper, 570 at her best. She wanted to try and put some pressure on her competitor. It backfired, and Szymanski takes fifth place. The matchup for third is going to be between Cleva Fitzsimons of Rotova AC and Annika Paluas, who elevates well off the board there. Paluas, it's around 5 meters. Annika Paluas, 5:04. She jumped in the group stages.
Just write your name and hurdles down here. These are all the people we're interviewing.
My information.
Your full name.
Daniel is a good
And
runner.
Yeah, he's quite
5:08.
senior, right?
He won my waist.
Yeah.
He won.
5:08 it was there for Paluas.
At my
He's won Eagles.
Stepping up is Cleva Fitzsimons. Can she beat that? Fitzsimons jumped 5:13 in the group stages. 5:08 to beat. Pressure on
time.
the Irish
When they
jumper.
played with it.
A repeat of her 5:13 would be enough.
I have to put it on.
Yes, put those on.
Put it on. Okay. Oh.
You can see this is.
She gets the white flag crucially. She may well have done enough.
When I say it, yes, sir. But I hear this guy
Has she done
interviewed
enough?
me.
So I'm delighted to say, yes, indeed, we were joined by Timon Deathloff. Because, yes, unfortunately for you, I'm interviewing you, Timon. Thank you for joining us and taking some time out. You just finished second in the 110-meter hurdles. What was the race?
That's right. Right. I give my best to talk in English. My hurdles was my hurdles was a big experiment for me. I gave my best to win this race, but I crashed the third last hurdle, and so it's gone. But it's way cool. But it was very cool.
Yeah, and Daniel Garriola is a very good athlete. Did you think midway through the race, I can have him, I can get him?
When I didn't crash the hurdle, I think very really that I was the first guy who competed line across the line. I mean.
We love it. I'll just confirm there in the long jump, just to keep you up to date, of course, Annika Paluas has taken the third place. She will take 8 points, and this is the effective gold medal matchup in the women's long jump. This is Marion Bosel of Bourgogne Jalot, who has put her mark out there. I think she's got the white flag, and it will be Daisy Snell of Britain will be jumping very soon, trying to surpass whatever mark Bosel has put down. Trying to just check the scoreboard. Not sure what mark she has put down. There it is, 5:14 for Bosel. So Daisy Snell will be going up and trying to surpass that. And you would suspect she'd be able to, having jumped 5:57 in the group stages. We'll just keep you here for a moment, Timo, and we'll watch this jump by Daisy Snell to see if she's taken. And then we want to ask you a little bit. We want to ask you a little bit more about Team Young German Eagles. So this is Daisy Snell on the runway for Blackheath and Bromley, trying to take 12 points for the British club. The mark she has to beat is 5:14 by Marion Bosel. Daisy Snell has been foot perfect on day one, and so far on day two in this B final, she has been absolutely on the money with her jumps. She needs 5:14 to take 12 points. Has she got it? Great elevation off that board. You can see the talent in her. Gets the white flag. Looks happy with it. Let's see how big it is. Has Daisy Snell taking victory for Blackheath and Bromley. 5:14 is what she has to beat. And she smiles looking at her team manager. I think she might have done it. Let's wait for this measurement to pop up. And she has. She gives a big hug there to her. I think that's one of her team leaders. And she's still awaiting the measurement. But Daisy Snell, the 16-year-old Blackheath and Bromley Harrier, it's been a remarkable 2 days for her. 5-5. Best jump of the day. 4 points, Blackheath and Bromley. And we'll switch our focus back. Timon is still with us. Timon, you've got
Yeah.
Michelle Delotta running in this race for you. Can you tell us
I
anything about Michelle?
I
You've got
didn't hear you.
Michelle Okay, yeah, we're with a bit of a gap. There's a lot of noise around here. But we've got the men's 400-meter hurdles coming up next. I was just asking, can you tell us anything about your competitor, Michelle Delotta?
About what? The my 400-meter hurdle. Yes, it's Michel, and I hope you will win the race, but it's not the best in the race. But I hope you win. You earn some points for us because our club is not the best. We have a strong enemy, the Great Britain and France. It's very difficult for us.
Yeah, and so you're in fourth place at the moment in the standings. What's going to be the goal
Yeah.
or the mission for Team Young German Eagles at the end of the hunt? What place are you looking for?
The first place of the B final. We hope that we get the poker trophy. I don't know.
Awesome. Well, we wish you the very best of luck. Timon Deathloff, 10 points in the bag for the Team Young German Eagles in the hurdles. I'm sure you'll be going into supporter mode now, cheering on your teammates for the rest of the day.
I always support my team. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you, Sean, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Have a nice day.
Apologies, we were having to shout at each other there. But that was Timon Deathloff, a lovely guy. And he did his part for his team with 10 points. This is the men's 400-meter hurdles, and on the outside is Ben Hughes of Ratoath AC. 57.96 is his best. Lane 5 is Carl Christian Polak of SK Elite Sport. 56.25 is his best. Back to lane 4, and a familiar face yesterday and today from all the hurdles events. He ran the sprint hurdles earlier. It's the man killer 400-meter hurdles now, Kitonen Vilho. Lane 3, representing TYG Eagles. This is Michel Dolotte. You heard a bit of him from his clubmate Timo there. In lane 2, Luke Dronfield of Blackheath and Bromley Harriers, 53.57 he has run. And one of the showmen, Theo Dayon of Bourgogne Jalot. He's wearing multicolored socks, something Mo Farah used to do back in the day. Let's see if he can rise to the top from that inside lane. 10 hurdles, 400 meters ahead of these 6 men. 12 points on offer to whoever gets home in front. And we saw 2 people in the men's 400-meter hurdles take falls in yesterday's matches. One of them got up and finished. The other, unfortunately, was unable to. But if you are able to, always key if you take a tumble to get up, get to the line. And even if it's 2 points, get them for your team because it'll all count in the hunt later on. We are underway in our men's 400-meter hurdles, and they race towards the first barrier, and it is Carl Christian Polak of SK Elite Sport who looks to be in front at the moment, but going well there is Luke Dronfield of Blackheath and Bromley racing to the lead from lane 2, and he now leads. He's the tallest athlete in the field, and he's doubling up the strides there between hurdles. Always helps to have a long stride. Cover ground effectively between those barriers, and he is doing it very effectively at the moment. Also going well is Ben Hughes of Ratoath on the outside. But no doubt about who leads as they start to turn for home. Luke Dronfield. It's been a day of dominance on the track so far for Blackheath and Bromley. And cool hand Luke is keeping the good times rolling as he approaches the 10th barrier. Just has to get over it. And it's another 12 points on their way to Blackheath and Bromley. Luke Tronfield powers to the line. Easy as you like. 55-19. Coming through for second, it is Carl Christian Polak of SK Elite Sport. And that looked easy. I wonder if it felt easy. I don't think a 400 meter hurdles ever feels easy. But Luke Tronfield did the business, did his damage really up the back straight and on that second bend. When he turned for home, he knew he just had to hold it together, make no mistake, do no harm to those barriers in medical terms. And he brought it home. Another 12 points for Blackheath and Bromley. And their lead continues to grow. They will be setting off very likely with a decent lead in the hunt, our 12th event here. But will they be able to hold it together and come home in front? Let's see. Let's see there. That is Carl Christian Polak, who raced through that opening 150. Really did put himself into contention. But coming up on the inside there, it was around that point there where Luke Tronfield just began to draw clear. And in lane one there, Theo Dayon also going very well. A little awkward over that hurdle was Dayon, but he brought it home. I think he held on to third place. We'll confirm that. Yes, Dayon did get third, 57.34. But look at that, no one else in shot right when Luke Tronfield came across the line with probably 15 meters maybe ahead of his rival Carl Christian Polak of SK Elite Sport with a good second place and a 10 points in the bag for the Estonian club, which will do their cause a whole lot of good ahead of that hunt. Again, there is confirmation of the result. Luke Tronfield, a class apart, wins by more than a second and a half. So probably was about 15 meters he had at the end. Carl Christian Polak in second, Theo Dayon in third, and the points there in red right beside him. 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2. And it all means that Blackheath and Bromley extends their lead 18 points ahead, with Morgan Jello, Ratoath AC, and TYG Eagles all clustered very close in the battle for second. But then again, it's not really a battle for second, it's a battle for first. Because every one of these teams, no matter the deficit, has a chance. We saw major changes in the hunt yesterday. We could be seeing them again today as we continue countdown. That 18 point, by the way, will convert to about 6 seconds when it comes time for the hunt. But we're switching our focus for now from the track to the field. And looking at you there is Emmanuel Osas on the left of Ratoath, and that is Lasso Nalki of Finland on the right. So it's 180 and 165. So, anyone who's been following the field events by now at DNA will know that it's not about the overall distance you clear and how you match up, how that fares against all the competitors. It's one-on-one battle is what this format is all about. That's why it's dynamic new athletics. It's just about the chess match that this is. It's a very tactical game. High jump particularly, I think, because you have to nominate your height in secret from your competitor. And it's all about getting a clearance on the board. If you both clear and your clearance is better than your competitor, you get the free spikes. Even if you nominate a much lower height and your competitor fails and you go clear, you get the free spikes. This is Lasso Nalki at 165. Has he got it? He has. Fails clear, Lasky Nalki. Had a great competition yesterday. He's a 178 jumper at his best. And he has done what he's needed to do here. And Manny Osas now has the ball in his court. Manny Osas is a 193 jumper, so he's dropped down 13 centimeters to a height he'll feel quite confident about clearing, I think. But if he puts a foot wrong, then Lasso Nalki will be sweeping up those free spikes And again, how many spikes you gather in these group stages in your two matchups determine which matchup you will go into for the final, whether it's for first, for third, or for fifth. So Manny Osas getting the claps going. The officials, the rival clubs, the rival team managers, they're all clapping along over there looking around the stadium. And Manny Osas is psyched for this. 180 he needs. Can he get it? Of course he can. The Irishman coasts there to that 180. Takes three spikes. Lasso Nelke will take one spike, and that will do the Irish cause a whole lot of good. The Irish, just looking down at the scores, are in third place at the moment, 54 points. Borgon Jalot just ahead of them on 56, and Blackheath and Bromley out in front on 74. So remember, every point counts. Every point equates to 1/3 of a second in the Hunt relay. 3 points, 1 second. And there was confirmation that Manuel, or Manny, as everyone calls him, Osas, goes clear at 180. This is the first matchup in Group G. This is Garis Bourbon and Andrew Nicoro. So 172 and 171 for Nicoro. And Bourbon will be delighted with that because he has dropped down to the lowest height he possibly could have, but still being ahead of the height his competitor is going to jump. So actually, this is Nicoro is going to be jumping first here because he's got the lower personal best, he's got the lower height. So up he will step to take on 171. And Garis Bourbon will be sitting back knowing exactly what he needs to do to take full points. Just off camera here, the mascots are having a race to the line. But we'll focus on the athletes. We're looking at it. Andrew Nicoro sails clear at 171. Well over that. Saw him go over higher heights than that yesterday. He's a 185 man at his best. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing typically is the athletes dropping somewhere between 10 and 15 centimeters typically down from their personal bests. That generally tends to be the heights where they're, 80%, 90% certain they can get clear. That's probably what you need in DNA format. Not about your overall height, it's about getting a clearance on the board. And Andrew Nicoro does that brilliantly there for Blackheath and Bromley. But no such joy for Garis Bourbon. It is a big red X for the Frenchman. And with that, Andrew Nicoro will take 3 spikes from his matchup. Confirmation of that. The green flashes up and the machine keeps rolling. Blackheath and Bromley, juggernaut, at the head of the standings, continue to build their lead. No points for that yet. Spikes though, and those spikes will help Andrew Nicoro with one of the better matchups later on in the final stage. Back over now to Group A, and it is round 2 matchup in Group A. It's going to be between Lasse Nalki of Finland and Kuhn Schmidt-Goten of Germany. Nalki on the right, Goten on the left. So, if you squint in your eyes there, it is 175 for the German. And I think that was 166 for Nalki. So Nalki cleared 165 in his previous matchup to take the 1 spike in second. This is Schmidt-Goten, first matchup. Let's see what he can produce. But he, for now, will be able to sit back and watch Lasse Nalki attempt 166. No issues in his first matchup at 165. Bar is only slightly higher. Can he go over it? Yes, he can. Just about. That bar had a good long think about falling off and then just decided to stay where it was. Lasse Nalki continues his great record here today. The shot put to the high jump. The multi-eventer takes a seat in the shade, knowing he has done all he could. And I think, given how he hit that bar, he certainly would have been glad he didn't pitch it any higher because he's got a clearance and a good clearance on the board. And the pressure switches to Kyon Schmidt-Gotan. Can he clear 175? Very fast on the approach and absolutely sails over that. He is a 197 jumper. Celebrates accordingly. Looks at his club mates. Schmidt-Gotan delighted with himself. Justifiably so. 3 spikes in the bag. And the other man who has 3 spikes is Manny Osas of Bertolo. And they will be matching up in just a few moments to see who will get to go on to contest the first place matchup in the final. Excellent technique there. Very fluid, just arcing his body over that bar. Textbook, which, let's be honest, you'd expect it from a German, given the depth and quality of coaching in German clubs and field events. Granted, at senior level, they haven't been bagging too many major medals at global level in recent years, but historically, Germans always have a great production line, particularly of field event talent coming through, both at European and world level. And Kyon Schmidt-Gotan is another one. There's a confirmation of the current standings. Blackheath and Bromley well ahead. Of course, we haven't included the high jump in that, which is yet to reach its conclusion. You can see that battle there, very evenly matched. And I think it's similar to that for these final few individual events. Granted, Blackheath and Bromley will be taken off with maybe a 6 or 7 second lead, but it'll be very, very close. We'll have a group of athletes perhaps working against each other and working together to hunt them down. Now we're back over to Group B. There's 175 for Andrew Nicoro and 181 for Harry Richard Jager of SK Elite Sport. So Nicoro cleared 171 in his previous matchup. He has now bumped that up to 175, and I think he knew he probably needed to do something like that because he's going up against a 208 jumper in Harry Richard Jager. Nicoro will jump first. So Andrew Nicoro, he's got 1 spike in the bag already. This could help his cause hugely, and he goes clear there. Sorry, he had 3 spikes in the bag already. He won his first matchup, and he's gone halfway there to winning his second one. He has put a clearance on the board at 175. Now, Harry Richard Jager, you would expect, shouldn't have too many issues at 181. He jumped 198 this year. 208 is his personal best. But this is pressure. This is also pretty early in the morning, and it is at the end here in mid-September of a very long season. A lot of these athletes will be jumping tired legs, so we don't know what to expect, but Harry Richard Jager would certainly be favoured to go clear here at 181. If he does, he will win the matchup. So 3 spikes in the bag. That is the truth. Gets the atmosphere going. It's a very short run-up by Jager, and he doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. And with that, Blackheath and Bromley will be celebrating because that is 6 spikes in the bag. And good to see Andrew Nicoro jump off that bench, offer a handshake and a hug to Harry Richard Jager. But Jager will not be delighted with that. He'll have a chance to make amends in the final round against Garis Cormon. So it's back over now to Group A. Confirmation there that Nicoro takes the win. And he will be contesting the first place matchup. So it's going to be either another 10 points or 12 points to Blackheath and Bromley. So it's time for the big reveal in the final round of the group stage in Group A. And it's going to be a battle between Manny Osas and Kyon Schmidt-Gotan. They both took victories. There they are. They've got their heights written. Schmidt-Gotan on the left. What's he gone for? Let's see it. 180, 187, that is. and 183. Oh, maybe that's 181. A lot of people write their ones like sevens, so we'll just get confirmation of that. We'll know pretty soon. No, it is in fact 181, I think, because it looks as if Schmidt Goten is going to jump first. Yeah, so it's going to be 181 for Schmidt Goten.
The first is
Select the lower height. He has to go first, and then Manny Osas is going to know exactly what he has to do. But all he can do is get his clearance now at this stage. Here comes Schmidt Goten at 181, and he coasts over that. Perfect record so far, and with that, pressure goes on Manny Osas. Manny Osas has jumped 193. In his previous matchups, he jumped 180 with ease. And I think up against an athlete like Schmidt Gotan, he knew he probably had to go a bit higher, and he did. And if he goes clear, it will look like a genius move. But he has set his stall out here with ambition. Manny Osas. Great clearance there by Schmidt Gotan. Loves it. And the ball is struck back into the court of Emmanuel Osas of Reto FAC, his younger brother Jesse. They compete in the 200 meter later on. Look out for him. And the older sibling lead the way though. Which matchup can he get himself into? He's already taken one of the matchups. If he goes clear here, he'll be contesting first place in the final. Can he do it? Manny Osas, 183 for the win. He gets it. And Reto FAC, they're all clustered behind him. He points back at them. They love it. He loves it. Manny Osas is going to be going into the first place matchup in the final. He'll have earned at least 10 points for Ireland. It could be 12 if he wins that. And with that, confirmation. They both go clear, but the greater ambition in terms of jumping heights from Manny Osas pays off. Got to risk it all to win it all. And he risks slightly more than Keon Schmidt Goten, and as such, they've gone through to contest first place. We've one contest left in the group stages. It's between Garis Bourbon on the left and Harry Richard Jager on the right. 165 for Bourbon and 171 for Harry Richard Jager of SK Elite Sport. So first up, it's going to be Bourbon. And of course, this is ultimately a battle for who gets to go into the third place matchup, because Andrew Nicoro, with 2 wins against these 2 athletes, has already topped this group. So who will join them as Eminem plays without me in the stadium here? Andrew Nicoro maybe suggesting this matchup feels a bit empty without him as the most successful jumper here in Group B. But this is for the runner-up position, this matchup between Garis Bourbon of Gorgoncello and Harry Richard Jager of SK Elite Sport. It's France versus Estonia. Bourbon has failed at 172 in his first matchup. He's dropped the bar down to 155. Can he succeed? We're about to find out. We're counting down towards the hunt. We'll have one more field event before then. And there are some more track events. There's the women's 100 meters, of course, and then men's 200. So plenty more to come. But here is Garis Bourbon at 165. Can he get over? He doesn't. It was very close. Almost had it, but not quite. And the Frenchman leaves a big opportunity for the Estonian teenager as he looks up at a 171 bar. Jager could not go clear at 181, but this is 10 centimeters down. He knew, given Garis Bourbon had attempted 172 in his group match, Jager probably knew he could, and failed at 172. I think he knew he could drop down to 171 and perhaps get the win here. So it's an intriguing way of doing things here in dynamic new athletics, and it just adds such an interesting extra element to it, where you have to not only think about your own performance, you have to look at your rival, assess your rival, and think, what is he going to write on that board? Paris Bourbon wrote 165, Jager wrote 171, which he was confident is enough to beat Bourbon. But if he doesn't go clear here, they'll be splitting for the spikes. Can he go clear to get all three? He can. Goes clear, he takes 3 spikes. There we go, 171. So Jager takes 3 spikes. We'll sort out all those standings. The group stages are complete in the men's high jump. And you know what that means if you've been following DNA for a while. With the group stages complete, we're going to switch back for a track final. Confirmation that Jager takes the win in that final matchup. And we're going to have that women's 100-meter final, and then we're going to skip back to the high jump. And for that final round, 3 head-to-heads to come. There is your lineup for the women's 100 meters. And an athlete who was kind enough to join us earlier on, Faith Akinbeleji. She is there in lane 1 on the left of your screen. There she is, the outstanding athlete in this field and one of the outstanding athletes at this entire competition. The Blackheath and Bromley Harrier as she presents that bib number to the world. Faith Akinbeleji, 11:53 is her best. If she gets it right today, don't expect anyone to be close to her. This from Team Young German Eagles is Elena Yildiz. Lane 3, we've seen her in action already today in the long jump. Nora Salmi of Jyväskylän Kentor Hayalat, 12:06, her personal best. In lane 4 from SK Elite Sport, Marie Randala, 12:39, her personal best. From Ireland, Katie Doherty. We saw her sister Amy in action earlier on. Katie has a best of 12:15. She was very impressive in the 100 meters yesterday. And in lane 6, on the outside, from Club Sportif Bourgogne, Jalot, Pauline Saleh. Saleh has a best of 12:37, but the athlete to watch will be in lane 1. She was the European under-18 200-meter champion last year. She won the DNA Athletics as well, set her PB of 11:53 in Castillon. It is perfect weather conditions out there. I think there's a little bit of a tailwind behind them as well. Faith Akinbeleji was in the European under-20 200-meter final earlier on this summer. She's the English Schools 100-meter champ, and she is one of the rising stars in British athletics. Look out for her in lane 1. If she gets it right, it should be 12 more points to Blackheath and Bromley. Where they go, and Akinbeleji, that flying start, that powerful pickup, and that blazing speed right to the floor. Faith Akinbeleji, he's already going well at second, but this is all about Akinbeleji, 11:77. It was a headwind, 1.4, a great time run into a breeze like that. The Blackheath and Bromley Harrier, brilliant once again, takes 12 more points for her club. 2 thumbs up, big smiles for the camera. Double victory yesterday, double victory last year, I should say. Double victory this year once again. Faith Akinbeleji, one of the rising stars of British athletics. What a performance. And off she goes, springing up those stairs. Lots of energy left in the legs. You can see her just bouncing around on that start line. Sprinters do tell me that they will pass with fibers, including them, by so many athletes bounce up and down on the start line like that. Certainly worked for Faith Akinbeleji there. It was streaks ahead of halfway. Great run too from Katie Doherty there, coming through really strongly for second. And then Nora Salmi straight off the long jump. takes third, and Elena Yildiz from Team Young German Eagles takes fourth. But a brilliant, brilliant run by Faith Akinbeleji there. Confirmation of their results, 11:77. You can see there almost more than half a second clear over Katie Doherty in second. Great run from her, 12:32 into a big headwind. But 11:77. If she had that 1.4 breeze behind her, I think that might have been a personal best for Faith Akinbeleji. But you know what? It's not really about the times here. The dynamic new athletics under 20 competition. It's about victories against those rivals on the track and earning those all important points. And as you see, Black Ethan Bromley springing higher still in the standings, now a 22-point lead. That's about a 7-second advantage in the hunt. But Ratoth AC going very well in second, and Borgon Jalot in third. All clustered quite close together there. That's maybe 4 points. 4 points is just over a second. So as things stand, Ratoth, Borgon Jalot, and TYG Eagles will all be very close in the order they set off for that relay. It will be Black Ethan Bromley out here in front on their own. They weren't that way yesterday, and they got caught in the hunt, and the other teams catch them today. So we're going back to the long jump after that brilliant performance by Faith Akinbeleji. And it's final time. No more group stages.
Now, the final
The first of three matchups is going to be determining who finishes fifth and who finishes sixth. So Garis Bourbon has one of those boards, and the other man is Lassi Nälki of Finland. Let's see what they have written on the boards. They have to do it in secret, remember. They may have stolen a little glance at their competitors as they're arriving them. It's definitely an advantage if you can. By now they certainly have. But here is the big reveal. What heights have they chosen? Bourbon has gone for 166. Oh, it's the same height. Wow. Well, this is intriguing. So, if they both go clear, remember this is the battle for fifth and sixth place. So, in terms of the points competition, that's the difference between 4 points for your club or 2 points for your club. So, if they both fail or they both go over, it'll be 3 points apiece. All those points could make a big difference in giving your club the edge in the relay. Garis Bourbon is going to be up first. Borgon Jalot, here he comes. Can he go over 166? He cannot. So Garis Bourbon has had 3 failures here today. He was close to all of them, couldn't quite get them. And with that, a 4-point opportunity opens up for Lassi Nälki of Finland, of Jyväskylän Kentor Hayalat. He has jumped 178 at his best. He's jumped 166 this year. He's jumped 166 today, in fact, and 165. He'll fancy his chances to repeat that feat and go over 166. Can he do it? He can. And he didn't give it nearly the rattle he gave it the last time. Lassi Nälki continues to rack up points. Key member for JKU. Fist bump with his defeated rival, Garis Bourbon. Takes a seat in the shade. Lassi Nälki has again done his part. His team leader looks happy with that. Another 4 points for JKU, keeping them in contention and keeping them within reaching distance of these other clubs when it comes to the hunt. See that clearance again from Lassi Nälki. It was a much more comfortable clearance than the last time. Gave it a little brush as he went over, but nothing that's going to suggest it was ever falling off those stanchions. Confirmation. Victory in the third of the finals here for fifth place for Lassi Nälki. And this is going to be the battle for third and fourth. And it's going to be between Harry Richard Jager of SKL Sport. And so it is 177 there for and 183. So it is Schmidt Gotan who's going to be jumping 183. and then Jager is going to be jumping 177. Oh no, sorry, it's going to be Kyon Schmidt Goten who's going to be jumping 177 here for the Eagles. Can he do it? Schmidt Goten has cleared 175 and 181 already. This should be comfortable. It is. Goes clear at 177, and he was very happy with that, and rightly so. Now, can Jager go over 183? Jager has failed at 181 already today, but he did drop down and go clear at 171. Now the bar is back up, and the pressure is back on. The Estonian jumper, will it be fourth place? Will it be third place? As I said, he had jumped 208 at his best. From what we've seen, he's not at his best jumping here this weekend, but he is psyched up for this, and it's all on the line. Difference between 8 points for your club and 6 points for your club. Can Jager go over? It's a brilliant effort, and he does. Victory in his match for Harry Richard Jager, and it is a big fat 8 points for SK Elite Sports in Estonia. They will be delighted with that. 44 points they're on. The club of Erkki Newell, he is here as the team leader, the club he founded. He'll be proud of that multi-event ability from Harry Richard Jager. Delighted with that. It's a big ass 183. Having failed at 181 earlier, he had to be on the money there, and he gets it. Third place goes to Harry Richard Jager. Fourth place to Kyon Schmidt Goten. And now it's the battle for first. It's going to be between Emmanuel Osas of Retov and his rival from Blackheath and Bromley, Andrew Nicoro. Osas on the left, Nicoro on the right. So it's 183 and 150. You've got to love it. Now, this is really interesting. This is fascinating to me because this is a very tactical move. Assuming Andrew Nicoro is not injured, which I don't think he is. I think he was watching those clearances at 180 and 183 in the group stages by his rival Emmanuel Osas. Now, he has cleared Nicoro 171 and 175, but I think he knew that Osas was going to put something like 183 on the board, and he thought, I probably can't get over that today, so why try? And it's the tactical decision by the Blackheath and Bromley carrier, which, if Osas fails, will look like an absolute masterstroke. Because he dropped down to a height that, to be honest, he could probably scissor kick over this height. It's 5 foot. Andrew Nicoro is a 185 jumper, so it's 35 centimeters below his best. And as I said, he has jumped 175 today, and he said, you know what? I'm going to put a height up there, because if you're 1 centimeter below your rival, you may as well in this format be 50 centimeters below them, because you want to guarantee yourself a clearance. And if you have bluffed your rival, making him think you're going to go for a big height, but then you put a low height on there, well then, it's nervous times for Manny Osas, because Manny Osas now realizes that he could have put 151 on there and won this matchup. That's the beauty of writing those measurements in secret. And Andrew Nicoro of Blackheath and Bromley will almost certainly go over 150 here, you would expect, given his caliber. I think that's why he put the big smiley face in the middle of that 0 on his board. Andrew Nicoro at 150. It should be easy. It is easy. Of course it's easy. And it won't rank up there as one of the biggest clearances of his career. He gives a big hug to his team leader. Sorry, it was 158 it was, not 150. But the sentiment is much the same, because that was way, way below what he's capable of. But crucially, it's green with his 158 clearance. It's green on the board, and now the pressure is over to Emmanuel Osas for both Harriers. It's If the Irishman cannot go clear, then Andrew Nagoro will have 12 points. So Black Ethan Bromley growing their advantage ahead of the concluding hunt relay. And that bar is going a long way up. Set at 158. They're sticking another 25 centimeters on it, and it's now up to 183, which is going to be a challenging height for Emmanuel Oltas. Like I said, he has cleared 180 today. He has cleared 183 today. He has a best 193, but he's put the bar at 183. He had it comfortably in the group stages, but he needs to have it in the final because this will be worth 12 points to Ratoath AC if he can get over 183 and win this matchup against Black Ethan Bromley's Andrew Nakora, who is standing beside him, applauding him, which you love to see. Rivals on the track, but friends too. Here comes Maniosas at 183 for the win. He gets it. He gets it. And you know what? Andrew Nakoro is visibly delighted for him as well. They're pals too. Rivals and friends. And it's 12 points to Ireland and Emmanuel Osas, 2 thumbs up for the camera. And it's 10 points to Andrew Nakoro and Black Ethan Bromley. The gap closes slightly with the Irish. There were 22 points in arrears before that. It'll now be 20 points. So from just over 7 seconds to just under 7 seconds behind Black Ethan Bromley when it comes to the hunt. We see a replay of that clearance. Never in doubt. Well done to Manny Osas. Confirmation of that victory in the final matchup, the first place matchup. So Emmanuel Osas, victory to Ireland, and a very juicy 12 points, bringing them up the standings. Busy updating those scores in front of us. As you see, there it is, 20 point deficit. Black Ethan Bromley have just under 7 seconds, and in a 40-point lead over the TYG Eagles that the Irish have. 2 seconds. That's just under 5 seconds. That's very close between TYG Eagles, Borgon Jello, and the SK Elite Sport. But Jyväskylän Kentor Hayalat, not too far behind at all. They'll be about 7 seconds, maybe 8 seconds behind SK Elite Sport in the hunt. But as we've seen with the beauty of the hunt, that can all change very, very quickly when it comes down to it. Next up on track, it's going to be the men's 200. But first, we're sticking in the field. And it's going to be the women's javelin. And that in Group A is Enya Silkena. It was a 41-meter thrower. That is the first throw, but it's a red flag. So it is a foul by Enya Silkena. And generally, that's the one thing you don't want to do at field events of DNA is fouls, because it really does hurt your call. You don't get 1 spike on the board, so she will have 0 spikes from this matchup. But again, she has a chance to make amends. She was up against China Finke of Borgon Jello. Silkena, the better thrower on personal bests with 41 meters. Finke has never thrown that far, but she puts a good throw out there. It's like 20, in the high 20s, I'd suggest. She's a 28-meter thrower, is Finke. But crucially, it's a white flag. And a white flag in this scenario means victory. And 3 spikes to China Finke. Let's see what the distance is. Took a very short run up. And it was more than enough. It was 28-19. China Finke takes 3 spikes from that matchup. She'll have 1 more to come in the group stages to determine which final matchup she'll be in later on. Green on the board for the French. Next up, confirmation of that victory in the first matchup in Group A. China Finke takes 3 spikes. 0 spikes, unfortunately, for Enya Silkina via that foul. Over to Group B. Anika Paluas of SK Elite Sport. She is a 41-meter thrower, and she's pitched in against Sophia Van Tak, who you're looking at there, of TYG Eagles, who is a 38.94 thrower. So the athlete with the inferior personal best throws first. That is Van Tak. That javelin goes up, but it turns just in time for the front to hit the ground first. Comes down way beyond 35 meters. Probably won't be far off her personal best. She's thrown just under 39 at her best, so that'll probably be in the 37-meter range, I would suggest. But she awaits, and then Anika Paluas will know exactly what she has to beat to win her first round matchup. 37-75 it is for Sophia Van Teck of TYG Eagles, the young German Eagles. And here is Anika Paluas from SK Elite Sport in Estonia. Good speed on the runway. That javelin turns, spikes straight into the ground, but it's essentially 35 meters. It's not going to be enough. So Sophia Van Teck will take the victory in this first matchup. 3 spikes on the board. And that will go a long way to getting her into one of the better matchups in the final round to come, just a little later on. Sophia Van Teck, victory in Germany. It is 35-18 for Anika Paluas. It's not enough, but it's still a good throw, and she will have plenty more to come. She'll be in the final matchup later on against Kirko Yaldikala. So, back over to Group A. We'll have confirmation there of that victory in the first matchup for Anika Paluas of SK Elite Sport. Estonians on top. Victory. There's the team standings overall. Reminder how important it is. SK Elite Sport, as you can see there, they have an 8-point deficit, SK Elite Sport, 2-4-1 below. And it's so important in that hunt relay to come. If they can close that deficit in these final 2 events, the women's javelin and the men's 200, they'll be able to establish contact across that opening lap or 2 of the hunt relay. And if you can just be in contact, give yourself a shot when it comes to that 800 meters. It's such an advantage when you need someone to draft off, someone to run with, and try to beat, as we see China Finke. Let's fly in the second matchup in Group A of the women's javelin. She's in against Jessie Sargent, who would be the favorite for this matchup of Blackheath and Bromley. China Finke, though, has already got 1 win under her belt. 2039 there. So for her, it'll be nothing to write home about. But again, we've seen if athletes can foul or do foul, then any mark on the board is good enough. Will it be enough for China Finke here? She's already got 3 spikes. With that throw, she's guaranteed herself at least 1 more spike. Could it possibly be 6 spikes? That will all depend on what her rival, Jessie Sargent, produces. We're just awaiting Jessie Sargent. The judges, the red cones out there, and now there is a slight delay here. We'll see what exactly is happening. So I see Jessie Sargent there in that black strip of Blackheath and Bromley. She will be the next to throw, or should be the next to throw. There she is. She's got her spear, and over she goes to the runway. The cones have been taken away. Runway is cleared for landing by Jessie Sargent, ready to let fly with this spear. 36.22 is her best. 20.39 though is all she needs here to take victory in this matchup. And make sure you don't foul, and she hasn't. And spikes into the ground. 34 meters or so for Jessie Sargent. More than good enough. The 3 spikes, she gets the white flag. She's just looking back at the board to see what she has thrown. She's capable of much more than that. She didn't need it here though. She might later on. Jessie Sargent in control. Let's see what the distance is. 34-14. So Jesse Sargent is squaring off against Enya Silkena in round three of the group stages. But right now, it's 4 points to China Fink, who came in with the vastly inferior personal best against Silkena and Sargent. But she tops the standings with 4 points. It is Silkena in second with three, I should say spikes, not points. That's what we're calling them here. And then it will be, sorry, yes, 4 points to Finke, 3 points to Silkena, and then also 3 points to Sargent. But of course, Sargent and Silkena have another matchup to come. Looking back to Group B, Sofia Van Teck against Mirko Järvikala will be our second matchup over here. Of course, Van Teck took victory in the first matchup. There she goes in her opening effort, down around 34 meters. It's 33.61 just put out there. So slightly less than she threw in round one. Will it be enough? Mirko Järvikala is a 38-meter thrower, but 33.61. And Järvikala's on the runway. Let's fly. Nowhere near a foul. Clean throw, and it's well over 35 meters. So it's going to be victory to Finland at Jyväskylän Kendor Highland. About a 36-meter effort there by Järvikala, one of the stars of the Finnish team yesterday. And she's picking up where she left off here on finals day. Järvikala with 3 spikes and a victory there. The only question is what distance, and the distance is 37.05. So victory for Järvikala in her first matchup. There's 1 spike for Van Teck. So overall, Van Teck leads the way with 4 spikes in Group B. But she has one. Yeah, Järvikala has one more matchup to come against Annika Lewis. Confirmation of that victory for Mirko Järvikala. And we're heading straight back over to Group A, because it's Jesse Sargent of Blackheath and Bromley against Enya Silkena of Ratoath AC. Britain against Ireland, Blackheath and Bromley against Ratoath. Sargent against Silkena. Here we go on the runway. Sargent, let's fly. It's going to be short of 35 meters. It's around the 30-meter mark. Sargent threw 34.14 in her last matchup. It's not close to that, but it's a clean throw, white flag crucially. And a mark is up there on the board, or it soon will be, for Enya Silkena to look at and try to surpass. See if she can do it or not. And that mark will be 30.93. So Enya Silkena, having fouled in her opening throw, has a big chance here to make amends. The Irish woman, the Irish youngster, is the leading thrower in this group with 41 meters personal best. So she needs 30.93 to take 3 spikes and any mark to take 1 spike. That's a good throw. It's going to get the white flag. It's a huge throw. It looks to be well beyond 40 meters. Gets the white flag. Crucially, she claps. She applauds herself. So say all of us as she walks away. Delighted with that effort. And let's see what that is. Her personal best, remember, 41.09. And you can tell the satisfied look on her face that it could be a personal best here. Nervous moments for Enya Silkena, but you know she's got the win in this matchup. It's not quite a personal best, but it's 40.72. Enya Silkena takes the 3 spikes. She makes amends for that earlier error with a big, big effort there. And the biggest throw we've seen here in the women's javelin today. 40.72. 3 spikes in the locker for Enya Silkena. Takes the win there. And the 1 spike from Jesse Sargent means she has 4. And China Finke will also have 4. But given Jesse Sargent won their matchup, he'll be going through to battle for first. This is our final matchup in Group B. This is Mirko Järvikala of Jyväskylän Kendor Highland. 38-meter thrower at her best. This looks like a good one. This looks like a very good one. That is around 40 meters, I think. Possibly just over. That could be a personal best for Pirko Järvikala. Let's see what she's managed. She probably needs a good one here because she's going up against Anika Paluas, who is a 41-meter thrower. It is 40.15. It is a personal best for Pirko Järvikala, and she is suitably delighted about that. She chats to Otto, the team leader. A good effort, and the gauntlet laid down firmly to her Estonian rival, who is now on the runway. That is Anika Paluas. Paluas through 35.18 and then, 35.18 in the first matchup. And this looks well beyond that. It's not going to be enough to trouble Pirko Järvikala's fantastic effort, but it is going to be enough for one spike in this matchup. And that will be coupled with her one spike from earlier. She will finish with 2 spikes in the group stages, so she'll be going through to the battle, I think, for 5th place. 37.87. So an improvement for Paluas, but given that 40-meter effort by Järvikala, it's not enough to take the win in this matchup. Victory goes to Finland there, and a fantastic group stage for Pirko Järvikala, who takes 2 wins. And as a result of those 2 wins, Pirko Järvikala will be paired up, battling for first with Blackheath and Bromley's Jesse Sargent in the final, which will be coming up in just a few minutes' time. If you're following Dynamic New Athletics, if you followed it today or if you've been following this morning, as you know by now, we do the group stages of these field events. We flick back to the track to watch this track final, and then we come back into the field to sort out the final stages of the field events. So, as you see the standings there, with 2 final individual finals left to come, that will be the women's javelin. But first on track is going to be the men's 200 meters before we find out what happens in that women's javelin final. There you see a summary of those group stages. So it is 3 points apiece there, I think. Yeah, it is, sorry, 3 points apiece. I'll let the computers tally those scores better than me, or told. Blackheath Bromley and Gorgon Jallo. So it will be Enya Silkena, in fact, going through. We'll bring you all that as we get it. Right now, we'll focus back on the track because we have a cracking men's 200-meter final to look forward to here. Another 12 points on offer to the winner, and then down to 10, 8, 6, 4, 2 for the other positions. On the outside from Blackheath and Bromley, he points to that bib and then he mimics cutting his own throat. But will he cut out an early pace here from the outside lane? That is Clayton Jacinto, 22.36, his best. From Gorgon Jallo, Axel Rome. He looks psyched up, ready to roll. Jesse Osas. We saw his young older brother, Manny, earlier on in the high jump. Points to his brain, the mental strength. Will he have the speed in his legs today? He went under 20 seconds yesterday. One of the favourites. This is Robert Kumpus of the Estonian club SK Elite Sport, 22.32 at his best. We are missing lane 2, which would have been Aku Kulju of Finland. And we're straight to lane 1, which is Noah Muller of TYG Eagles on that tight inside bend. So Aku Kulju in lane 2 for Finland would have been one of the favourites for this, but in his absence, I think the lane to watch is going to be lane 4. The 17-year-old Irishman, there he is, Jesse Osas. He smashed the Irish under-18 100-meter record back in June, running 10.51. He's better known as a 100-meter runner, but he dipped under 22 seconds for the first time ever in his life yesterday to take victory in the semi-final. What can he do here in the B final? He's an athlete a lot of people in Ireland are getting very excited about. 17 years old, one of the most promising talents coming up through the ranks. Keep your eyes on him. He will absolutely rocket around the bend. Away they go, and look at Osas there in lane 4. He's going very well already, but Axel Romay is cutting out a fast early pace. Osas has it all to do, and Noah Muller there on the inside going very well. It is between Muller and Osas right now, between Germany and Ireland, and it looks like it's going to be so close to the line. Who is going to get it? Perhaps the Irishman just coming through there. It is indeed Racho Desi back on top. It's double victory across the 2 days for Jesse Osas, the 17-year-old Irish bullet. 22:01 on the clock. Drops to his knees, raises his arms to the heavens. He's exhausted, but he is also elated. It's 12 points in the bag for Racho. So looking back on that race, the Blackheath and Bromley Harrier Clayton Jacinto was all action beforehand. When it mattered most, it was Jesse Osas. He ran a different race, I would say, to what he ran yesterday. Yesterday, he really rocketed off, and he was hanging on the last 50. I think today he ran that bend a little more controlled. Look at Noah Mueller there, coming up so fast on that inside. He's a tall athlete, tough to run that fast in lane 1. But he transitioned beautifully to the straight there. But I think Jesse Osas, unlike yesterday, had saved something for that last 50. And he unleashed it as he came through there from lane 4, takes victory. All his club mates are straight out. 22:01 is just off the personal best he ran yesterday. But I'm sure there's some tired legs here in mid-September for a young man who's had a big, big season. Under 7 seconds yours. 10:51 for the fastest ever time in Irish under-18 sprinting, over 100 meters this year. And he's dipped under 22 seconds for the first time yesterday here in the DNA under-20 competition. And now 22:01 and victory for Racho Desi. That will close the gap on Blackheath and Bromley ahead of the final event. So it looks like they're up to 76 points now, Ireland, with Blackheath and Bromley on 96, I think. Although the volunteers are updating them, we'll bring you those standings as soon as we officially have them. Much better to listen to the computer than to listen to me when it comes to this stuff. But that is confirmation that Jesse Osas 22:01 for victory, Noah Mueller in second, 22:08. And on the outside, Clayton Jacinto keeping Blackheath and Bromley firmly at the head of the standings. 22:48 there. The result has just disappeared from the big screen at the stadium. But that is the end of the individual track events here in the B final. So we've got one field event final to come before the all-important Hunt relay. Confirmation of that result. Jesse Osas takes victory for Ireland, 22:01. Noah Mueller in second. And it was Clayton Jacinto in third, 22:45, indeed it was. Very unfortunately, 0 points there because of Naka Kuju being unable to start for Finland. But Axel Romay ran a brilliant bend there for France, and there are the current standings. And as you see, that gap has closed. It was 22 points at one stage. It's back down to 16 points. So Blackheath and Bromley hurts to about a 5-second advantage in the relay. But remember, we've one event to come, and it is the women's javelin. So we'll look back because China Fink is, there we go, perfect time unleashing her opening efforts in the final of the women's javelin. So what has China Fink thrown here? Just awaiting that official measurement from China Fink. This, remember, is the battle for 5th place. So 23:87. So 23:87 for China Fink. And next up is going to be Sophia Van Tak of the Team Young German Eagles. 23:87 to beat. All important white flag. She gets both of those. She has crossed the line. It's landed in the sector. And that is going to be a superior throw by Sophia Van Tak. So she is going to take victory in this matchup, which means 5th place overall, which means 4 points instead of 2 points for your club. So Sophia Van Peck has done her part for the Germans. 31-82 confirmation. So victory there, Team Young Germans Eagles.
The final now on the third position.
Confirmation of that victory for Sophia Van Peck of the TYG Eagles. And now it's Jessie Sargent against Annika Paluas for third and fourth place. Jessie Sargent will be first up, managed 34 meters in the group stages. If she could do that again, it would put a lot of pressure on her rival from Estonia. It's not quite that far, but it's close. It's going to be around the 33-meter region from Jessie Sargent. And remember, Paluas through 37 meters in the group stages. So Sargent has thrown 32-61. 2-61 for Sargent. So Paluas knows exactly what she has to beat now. You would expect her, based on what she did in the group stage, she threw 35 meters on her first attempt, 37.87 on her second. She needs 32.61 here to take third place overall and victory in her matchup. It is a good throw, and it is a huge throw. White flag, and she loves it. Her competitors are applauding. The rival team managers are applauding. She is applauding as she walks away. Annika Paluas has produced a winning throw there. What is that? Her personal best, by the way. He is 41.17. It's just short of that. It is 40.99. 40.99 for Paluas, but that is crucially third place finish and 8 points for the Estonian club SK Elite Sport, and she is all smiles with good reason, because that will bump them up and be worth valuable time for relay teammates in the hunt that's coming up soon. So Annika Paluas, confirmation of victory, 40.99, just 8 centimeters off her personal best. Jessie Sargent, fourth place overall for her. And now we're back at the final. And it's going to be Pirkko Järvikala in the final. Here is Pirkko Järvikala. Paired up against Enya Silkena of Ireland, and it is a big, big effort from Pirkko Järvikala. This is going to heap the pressure on our Irish rival. 40.99. So a huge throw from Pirkko Järvikala. And it's over to you, Enya Silkena. What can the Irish produce in response? Silkena threw 40.72 in the group stages. So can Silkena produce something bigger? It's another foot or so on that, and she will take overall victory. This is a huge one by Enya Silkena. She loves it. Her team manager loves it, and we love it too. By far the biggest throw of the day, and by far the biggest throw of Enya Silkena's young career. What a throw by the Irish woman.
Wait, am I meant to hear it?
And she is loving that, Enya Silkena, as she waits. It is 44-14 for the Irish woman, 44-10 it is for the Irish woman. She can't believe it. Everyone else over there can't believe it. Enya Silkena's previous best was 41.09. She has chucked another 3 meters on that, and crucially for her club, she has taken 12 points. With the throw of her life, Enya Silkena rises to the top for Ratoath and for Ireland.
We are ready for the final. The other.
As soon as it left her hand, she knew it. Enya Silkena knew it. There's certain conditions throwers have to get themselves in, phases they have to go through when it comes to technique. If you check all the boxes correctly, you know once it leaves your hand, this is special. And Enya Kilkenna knew as soon as that left her hand, this was the best throw of her career. And that is going to be a photo she will treasure for a long time to club here on the European
And
stage. Enya
now
Kilkenna
you can
has
see
produced
on the mighty
a
screen the
miraculous throw.
officer holding
4 meters up to
holding
44
on
in one fell swoop.
whatever
Enya
missing
Kilkenna
points
a full
we
12
give
points to Rato
victory.
and to Ireland.
100 points with Ireland, level AC. 76 points for Germany, Team Eagles. 68 points for France, for the Javelin.
So I think I'm joined now by one of the Blackheath and Bromley Harriers, which is Daisy Snell, who we saw in long jump
Yeah,
action earlier on. Daisy, congratulations once again on a brilliant 2 days. Could you tell
thank
us how
you.
was the competition for you?
The competition was very consistent. I feel like my jumping wasn't at my best, but I did what I did to get the points for the team, and that's all I wanted to do.
Exactly. And how does DNA jumping differ to normal jumping? Are you watching all the time what your competitor is doing?
Well, you're very under pressure because you have to get a jump in to get points, so it does sort of hold you back a little bit. But yeah, it is quite pressurised because you've got to get on that board and you've got to get a jump in. If you get no jumps, then it's no good.
Yeah, and it's been an amazing year for you. You've gone over 6 meters already. I think you're English schools champion. The start of this season, did you think distances and titles like that were on the way?
Well, I'm very surprised. I mean, I've been working hard with my coach. I've got multiple coaches, but this season's been going so well. Like championships, I've had very good, consistent jumping over the years, and I could not have asked for a better season.
And like the distances you're jumping now that you're into those 6 meters, and given how young you are, I'm sure you've got to be dreaming of many championships in the years to come. So as you look towards next year, the year after, what's in your plans and what are your goals?
Well, at the moment, I'm trying to. There's a competition next year, and it's the under-18 Europeans, and I'm trying to qualify for that. I mean, it's 6 meters to qualify, and I've jumped 6:08 already. Hopefully, the distance hasn't changed, but if it hasn't changed, I've qualified, but I still need to keep up the good jumping.
Good stuff. And just finally, we're getting ready for the hunt. So one more question, and then we'll let you get out there and support your teammates from Blackheath and Bromley. But Dynamic New Athletics, it's very different. It's all about the collective. But for you, what's the difference and what's the atmosphere like coming to a competition like this compared to all the others?
It's absolutely crazy. I mean, the people in the hunt have so much pressure to do well, and we've got a strong team. So we've got the points, we've got the head start we need, and let's just go and smash it. It's going to be really good. So yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Daisy Snell, it's been a joy to watch you today, and we wish you the very best of luck
Thank you.
in your season and the years to come. We'll let you get out there on track and scream the house down for your rivals or your club mates here at Blackheath and Bromley. Best of luck to all of them, and best of luck to you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Delightful to talk to the wonderfully gifted Daisy Snell, one of the real up-and-coming names in British athletics and European athletics. Keep your eyes on her, 16 years old and already over 6 meters on the long jump. And she got full points for Blackheath and Bromley this weekend. So, 11 events down, which means one event to go. And it is the big one. It's the hunt. And in the hunt, we have official start lists here and official times. So I can tell you, with that lead that Blackheath and Bromley built up over Ratoath AC, they're going to have a 3-second lead over the Irish club. 3 seconds. So it's going to be so interesting to see. There is the official deficits the various teams have to make up. Team Young German Eagles will be starting 11 seconds behind Blackheath and Bromley. Club Sportif Bourgogne Jalot will be starting 13 seconds behind. And then it is SK Elite Sport 15 seconds in arrears. and then it will be a 23 seconds deficit that the Finnish club Jyväskylän and North will have to try and make up. But again, it's not just about victory here because in the overall competition, this B final, this is about positions 7 to 12, and they'll be fighting for every single position out there on the track, trying to bring some glory to their club and indeed country, and position themselves as high as possible when it comes to the pecking order of European under 20 clubs. Here's the two white eagles from Cologne and Munich. They're a mix. Lane 2 for Rato. The Irish team, they have some good runners in there. Don't keep your eyes on them. They'll be hunting down Blackheath and Bromley. That is Cameron Kelly Gordon, who won the 800 metres yesterday. She'll be leading off here over 600 metres for Blackheath and Bromley. She was very impressive in the 800, and they have saved her in today's battle for this crucial hunt. So look out for her. They will have Faith Akinbeleji on the 200 metre leg as well. And off they go. Cameron Kelly Gordon sets off. When you see your team on those scoreboards, you are released and free to run. And Cameron Kelly Gordon is free to run for Blackheath and Bromley. She has gone out hard. She's got about a 30-metre advantage over Ratov AP. It is Bromley there running for Ratov AP. And then there is the gap back to Team Young German Eagles. And it's very close for fourth place at the moment between Borgwan Gallo and SK Elite Sport. So the all-important hunt, remember, it is 600 metres for women, 400 metres for men, 200 metres for women, and then the key anchor leg, 800 metres for men. 5 laps in total to sort themselves out, to hunt each other down in the battle for glory. And the athletes and the team members, they're encouraged to come down from the stands to get out there on the track and support their club mates. And they're running just about as fast as they ran all day in their individual events to cross that infield and lend their support twice at each lap to all their teammates. And Cameron Kelly Gordon is still leading the way. I don't think she's surrendered any sort of ground to Ratov AC. Ratov AC are trying hard to close that deficit, but they've not been able to do it just yet. So Blackheath and Bromley hand over. Blackheath and Bromley, off they go with the advantage. It's still about 3 seconds, maybe grown to 4 by now over Ratov AC. This is Darrell Powell, who was in action earlier in the mixed 4x4. He is trying to run down Blackheath and Bromley, but Blackheath and Bromley are not slowing down. But remember, this can all change. There's 2 laps gone, there are 3 laps to go. It was like this yesterday. Blackheath and Bromley were out front. It didn't go well for them on the final 800-metre leg. Let's see if they've changed things up. Can they hold on and do what they couldn't yesterday and take the glory here? Blackheath and Bromley, they have led all day long. Can they bring it home? We are at the halfway stage, and you would expect, with Faith and Akinbeleji taking the lap, that this will only grow this lead as they head towards that final anchor leg. One of the outstanding teenage sprinters in Europe, Faith Akinbeleji, 17-year-old brilliant sprinter from Blackheath and Bromley. She is powering down the home straight here, and over the bat. Will it be all changed? It is a scene exchange, and off they go. Blackheath and Bromley's anchor runner, and Ratov AC's anchor runner has him in his sights. And once again, it's the hunted and the hunter. And right now, Jack O'Donnell of Ratov AC is the hunter for Ireland as we see Team Young German Eagles hand over. It's very close for that position in third. Club Sport Team Borgwan Jalot fighting it out with SK Elite Sport from Estonia. It's going to be very, very close in that battle for third. We'll keep you updated on that as we look to this battle for first. It's going to be a really interesting battle, and Jack O'Donnell has done a lot of damage so far on that opening leg. He's starting to close in, and the tension is building in the hunt. It is Blackheath and Bromley Harriers. It is Ratov AC in second. Britain versus Ireland, the old rivals. on the field of play, friends away from it, 1 lap to run. Who is going to have what it takes when it counts? They are locked together on the track. Back in third, I can tell you, it looks to be Team Young German Eagles, who are all alone in third. And the battle for fourth is between the French club and the Estonian club. They are locked together in that battle for fourth. But up front, Jack O'Donnell has hit the front. And as his teammates scream at him from Ratov AC, he is emptying everything he has. But Blackheath and Bromley, I think, are not done yet. It is Ireland against Britain in this battle for glory in the B final of the DNA Athletics Under 20 competition. And Jack O'Donnell is coming clear. Ratov AC, I think, are going to take it, but Blackheath and Bromley are not surrendering the fight. But Ratov AC have simply too much to offer. Ireland on top, they take glory. Ratov AC with an inspired final leg rushes off the shoulders. His teammates surround him, they suffocate him in the most joyous group hug he will ever receive. He is dropped to the ground. It is glory in the B final here for Ratov AC. It is wonderful elation for the Irish club from County Meath, a village of just 12,000 people, and they're one of the strongest clubs in Irish athletics. They're the champion under 20 club in Ireland. So much talent in their ranks. And that is the definition of exhaustion from their 800-meter man. Give the man some space. That is the definition of leaving it all out there on the track. Blows a kiss to the camera though. You will be the toast of the AC tonight. The camaraderie here between the clubs, between the rivals. They've left it all out there against each other. But as soon as the competition finishes, they're all good friends. And it's been a wonderful clash. The Irish flags are out, and so they should be. So reflection time, and we can relive some of the highlights of that 5-lap extravaganza of dynamic new athletics. A brilliant opening leg there by Cameron Kelly Gordon, put Blackheath and Bromley in command. It was a lead that only grew after that brilliant 200-meter leg by Faith Akinbeleje. But there is one event that is important, and they are all important, but there's one event that is most important in the hunt, and it is that anchor 800-meter leg. And Ratov AC had all their teammates spread out across the track there, running the leg with their anchor runner. As he carried it home to glory, their quartet, Jack O'Donnell, Dara Masterson, Liam Murphy, and Ian Mooney, bringing glory to their club. They were in 9th place last year. Well, they're up to 7th overall, and when it came to this matchup, this big final, they were first. Eagles, as they call themselves, the first time they've come together, two clubs from Cologne and from Munich, and they're united in the yellow colours. There are the Irish. Ratov AC. I can tell you, a lot of these people want to go to a big Irish music festival on the same weekend as the Irish Under 20 Championships this year, and a lot of them had to make the sacrifice, advised by their team leaders, to make the sacrifice, show up to the Irish Under 20 Championships, to prioritise that competition, and based on their performance at that, they were the top Irish club at that, and they earned their right to be here once again on the European stage. And I'm sure they had a much better weekend this weekend in Rome than any of them would have had at that music festival. So much talent in their ranks. We're told AC are the champions here in the first two finals that we have had. Brilliant effort, and what an anchor leg that was. That will live long in the memory. And that brings to an end a captivating first final at the Dynamic View Athletics Under 20 competition. We'll take a short break, and in about 30 minutes' time, we'll be right back here, 12:30 CET, for the A final. But for me, Cathal Dennehy, bye for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up on the final lead, he's representing Ireland, he's Ryan AC! Signore e signori, l'applauso per i vincitori della finale B, direttamente dalla Irlanda, Ryan AC! Benino and Sabina with the record DC for the photo. Benino and Sabina with the record DC for the photo set. Ecco qui la foto ufficiale con le due mascotte. Sabina e Benino, le due mascotte di Rieti, le due mascotte ufficiali di questo viene a Roma 2023. Vediamo naturalmente l'appuntamento tra un po' meno di 30 minuti quando avrà inizio la finale, la finalissima di questa Roma DNA 2023. Una grande finale con due formazioni azzurre italiane. Signore e signori, l'applauso per i vincitori della finale B, direttamente dall'Irlanda, Redhead AC. Sabina with the Retro AC for the photo. Belino and Sabina with the Retro AC for the photo. Thanks. Eccole qui la foto ufficiale con le due mascotte. Sabina e Belino, le due mascotte di Rieti, le due mascotte ufficiali di questo DNA Roma 2023. Vi diamo naturalmente l'appuntamento tra poco meno di 30 minuti quando avrà inizio
A very good afternoon and welcome to Rome for the A final of this year's European Athletics DNA Under 20 Clubs competition, which is about to play out across the next 2.5 hours here at the Centro Sportivo Olimpico Esercito, or in English terms, the Army Sports Centre. It is an absolutely spectacularly sunny, warm afternoon here in the Italian capital, and we have six of the best clubs under 20 from all around Europe. There they are, and they are going to contest 12 events, 11 events that will be essentially be building the points tallies that will be converted to a time advantage for the final event, which will be coming up around about 2:30 or a little after that. Um, that will be the hunt, a mixed gender, mixed distance relay that will decide everything on which club out of these six will be the champion of the 2023 European Athletics DNA Under 20 Clubs competition. We had two semi-finals yesterday, six clubs in each of them, and the top three in each went through to this, the A final for this year's title. And we're going to have a new title, given Enka Sports Club hasn't come back this year from Turkey. So we'll have a new title holder and champions. The six clubs are from the Czech Republic, AK Skoda Pilsen; from Denmark, Sparta Athletic; from Spain, Castellon; from Italy, Atletica Studentesca Andrea Mirardi, from down the road in Rieti; and also from Italy, the locals Fiamme Gialle Bracco Atletica; from
Ladies
Norway,
and gentlemen,
Organic
final A. This is
are
the mixed
16,
boys for
and every event they will have them. And in the first of them, it is the mixed
all
4 by
lessons
400 meter relay.
presenting
And this is Playas Castillon, one of the favorites, I would say, for the title. They will certainly be big contenders. Playas Castillon. They were third last year. They'll do better this year. From the Hordaland region in Norway, wearing their national colours, there is their quartet for this opening event, the mixed relay. Sparta Athletic from Denmark, that's their quartet. And remember, teams can set up any way they want. It's no fixed order. You can put the men or the women wherever you want them. And we see a difference of opinion amongst how they've set up. There are three teams with guys on the first leg, three teams with girls on the first leg. There is AK Skoda Pilsen, representing the Czech Republic with such pride, a powerhouse club. And one of the hosts, Fiamme Gialle Bracco Atletica, amalgamation between two strong Italian clubs. They will go in lane one with Giulia Minafra, Gabriella Nunziata, Emma Polini, and Giorgio Matti Pellizzaro. The mixed 4 by 400 meter relay. Expect all kinds of chaos for our opening event of the A final here at the DNA Under 20 Clubs competition. Away they go. They will run in bends for the run in lanes for the first three bends, and going very strongly there in lane two at the moment. That is AK Skoda Pilsen in the blue and white of the Czech club. No surprise to see three men coming to the fore, but that will all change when the guys get the legs for the other, or the baton for the other teams in the legs to follow. So right on the outside in that green is Castellon, strongest under 20 club in Spain. They appear to hold the edge right now, but it is the Hordaland region of Norway closing them down just a little. And to be honest, it looks like there's very little to choose between these three clubs out front, and indeed between the three clubs with female runners on the opening leg in behind. But it looks to be Norway coming to the fore, and the Hordaland region are going to take the baton first, ahead of Playas Castellon, and then Aquace goes to third. But the order of the genders is now reversed, because the three men will be running down the three women out front, and the three clubs behind are Fiamme Gialle, Bracco Atletica, Sparta Athletic, and the Andrea Millardi from Rieti. So expect those gaps to close up, and just looking down at the athletes who are waiting, it will be all women on the third leg and all men on the fourth. So this field will come back together. We're close enough to it as we reach the halfway point, but right now It's the Hordaland region of Norway out in front by about 10 metres. And AK Skåne Pilsen are coming through strongly. The Czech club. They look like they might even hand over the baton, tie it up with Norway out front. It's going to be very close between these two clubs. And look at Fiamme Jalle coming through so strongly. That's the yellow of Fiamme Jalle. Hands over to his teammate from a different club, but they're united as one today from Braco Atletica. It's very close between all of these 16 at the halfway mark, but it is the Norwegians out in front from the Hordaland region. They lead from AK Skåne Pilsen. And then coming through strongly, that's Fiamme Jalle Atletico Braco in third. There's a bit of a gap then back to Playas Castillon. Remember, this is the first of the event. We will determine the standings for the final hunt. Victory here with 12 points for your club, which you right at the top of those standings. 10 points for second, 8 points for third, and on down points for sixth place. So the screens are deafening here around me as we hand over to the men for the final leg. And from Braco Atletica to Fiamme Jalle, female runner on the outgoing leg there is already celebrating a job well done. She has put her team into a 20-metre lead. And Fiamme Jalle, Braco Atletica are well out in front ahead of Skåne Pilsen right now. There's about another 10 metres back to Playas Castillon in third, another 15 metres back to Hordaland region in fourth, and then it is the extra. So all to play for here. Not so much for the win, but certainly still for those minor placings. It makes it go by 400 metres. But on Italian soil, it is Fiamme Jalle, the local clubs here, one of the host clubs, powering down the home straight to take a full 12 points. The Fiamme Jalle, Braco Atletica, and to Italy. It's so close for second between Playas Castillon and AK Skåne Pilsen. I will not try to separate those two. Leave that to the judges. Both of them had their arms out, trying to get that first part of their torso across the line for second. Whoever won that photo finish, difference between 10 points and 8 points. Second and third, but absolutely zero doubt about the winner of Jalle and Braco Atletica. They are ebullient down there after taking victory in the opening event. The Italians are on top, but can they stay there? We'll find out over the next 2 hours. Let's see a replay of that. Mixed relay is one of the unique events in the sport, with men side by side on the track against women. And the order obviously creates that bit of chaos where certain teams which front load their team are suddenly way out in front, and those who put the men on the latter legs come from way behind. But as we saw, it kind of came back together at the halfway point. The concertina effect. See 3 men chasing them down there from miles behind. But net result was, as they headed off on the third leg, all women on that third leg, it was back together again. Norway led the way there. But look at this leg, back in third there. That's by the Braco Atletica athlete. I think that's Emma Paolini. She really powered them into this engine. Put them out in front with a stunning third leg. That was the winning of the race there, because she didn't just put them in front. As you can see, that's about the gap that she created for their anchor runner, Giorgio Matti Pellizzaro. And he just had to not make any mistakes. And you can see him looking behind there. He made 0 mistakes. Look at that battle for second though between Playas Castillon and AK Skåne Pilsen. Skåne Pilsen athlete there was just straining for the line, but he responded when the athlete, Spain, came up alongside him and lost his balance as he dipped. Both of them putting their arm, holding the baton out, trying to get that extra centimetre or two in that photo finish. We'll find out very soon if they did it or not. No doubt about the winners. Fiamme Jalle Raco Atletica with a full complement of 12 points, straight to the top of the standings in the first 12 events. And I'm aware there may be some new viewers of Dynamic New Athletics tuning in. So just to give you a quick summary of what it is and what it's all about. It was created in, well, first aired in 2019 by European Athletics, but created the work of many years of research and innovation before that, before it finally saw the light of day. It's all about the team and all about the collective. As we see confirmation of that relay result, it was indeed that heroic effort at the inside by AK Skoda Pilsen. Get them second place and an extra 2 points by 100th of a second. But let's look towards the field where I continue my explanation of DNA Athletics because we're getting underway in the men's shot put. And I suppose this is a good time. This is Javier Cruz of Playas Castellon. Puts a good one out there. He gets the white flag. He is an 1877 thrower at his best. Let's see what he's put down for his rival to beat. And I'll explain some of these rules as we go along to those who are unfamiliar with them. I'm sure anyone who may have been watching the earlier final today or indeed the two matchups yesterday. So 1577 for Javier Cruz of Playas Castellon. Now that performance has significance only in terms of this matchup. So he's going to have two matchups in the group stages. His placings in those will determine which matchup he has in the final stages. So he just has to beat this competitor and this competitor only for now. This is Theodor Henneke of Sparta Athletic, who has a best of 14:35. He's gone beyond that, I think. It's well over 14 meters, Theodor Henneke, so I think he's just set a personal best at a time when his club and country needs it. But I don't think it's going to be anything for rival. Great flex there as well. Well deserved. Don't think it's going to rival the 1577 that Javier Cruz put out there. It's 14:48. So, quick explainer. If you win your matchup, you get 3 spikes. If you post a performance there in second, you get 1. If you don't post any performance, you get 0 spikes. That's for the group stages. When that comes to the final, that the amount of spikes you have will determine which final matchup you go into. So there'll be a matchup for first and second, another matchup for third and fourth, and another matchup for fifth and sixth. Those will determine your overall placings. And again, much like the relay we just watched, 12 points for first, down to 2 points for sixth. This is Group B, and this is Adam Fliegel of Skoda Pilsen. He is in a matchup against Gianmarco Filippo of the Andrea Milardi Club. So he has thrown close to 16 meters there. That's a great opening effort, but he is a 17:27 thrower. So you might expect that from him. Filippo, who will follow him into the circle, is a 15:44 thrower. So he's certainly put the pressure on there with a 15:57 opening throw. So if Filippo is going to need a personal best to win his group stage matchup against Adam Fliegel, quite content as he takes a seat. So here is Gianmarco Di Filippo in the white and red of Atletica Studentesca and Andrea Milardi Rieti. The rotational technique, releases, and it's well over 14 meters, but it's not going to trouble the 15:57 by Adam Fliegel. So we'll just get confirmation of that. And it is 14:29 for Gianmarco Di Filippo. So 3 spikes in that early matchup to Adam Fliegel. And then 14:29 in second. So Adam Fliegel wins that matchup. Great start for the Czech athlete.
Hi, okay.
So we're in matchup two here, and this is matchup two of the men's shot put. This is Theodor Henneke of Sparta Athletic who will be throwing, and I'm delighted to say that I have been joined in our commentary position here by none other than Erky Newell, an Olympic champion who was leading his team and he founded his club. Erky, welcome. Um, for you, I guess, how has the experience been here at the DNA competition over these last 2 days with the club that you created and built from the ground up?
Yeah, it's actually for me first time it's to see on stadium, and it's very interesting, and it's very challenging for young athletes to how to concentrate each single jump or each single throw. It makes like huge difference in normal athletics competition, because like you can make like just one very simple mistakes and you tactically already like playing like third, fourth place, even you are ready to win. And we can see like last 2 days many like this kind situation where favorite like didn't win or didn't take like even like second place.
And like, how has the response been from the youngsters, the teenagers? What do they think of competing in an environment like this as opposed to competing in more traditional athletics?
It's very interesting. It's first thing. It's very easy to follow to all disciplines. So like very compact competition, 1.5 hours, and all teams can support each athlete. And it's also very like like you can build up like small team spirit.
Cool. And like, obviously, a lot of athletes finish their careers, they walk away from the sport. They don't. Some don't stay involved. You have done the opposite. You stayed involved. You played a part. You built this club. You're involved with the club. Why for you is it so important to stay involved? And I guess what is your vision for what you're currently doing with this club?
Uh, when I was very active athlete when I built my sports club. It was 1997 already. Then my Sydney Olympics was for 3 years, and then I took another Olympics 2004 in Athens. Then yeah, I was like during my sports career, I was very active already, involved with sports, and my real like goal to teach like kids they must to learn to love the sport, and it's every kid who take part my club or training like even couple 1 or 2 years, somebody is more than 10 years, somebody 15 years. The main thing when they're gonna finish the sports career, they can they can do himself or herself the sport when they're going to park or forest or whatever, and they love as much sport. They're coming back to stadium. They're gonna bring like their own kids to again sports clubs to active movement. And but it's I see 97 when I build up like we have like already second generation kids coming to our club, and I think it's most important thing to to teach those days to move.
For sure. And we'll just catch you up. I'm sure you've been following to our viewers that it was Theodor Henneke won his matchup in second, and then it was Gianmarco Di Filippo won his matchup. We've one more matchup to come in both group stages of the men's shot put. And this indeed is Pietro Camilli of Fiammeggiale Bianco Atletico putting his mark out there. He's going up against the mighty Javier Cruz of Playas Castellon. But while we have Erky Newell beside us, I want to ask you one more question, Erky, because I know you want to get on your way and look after your team and cheer on the other clubs. But we have a lot of athletes here from all over Europe. You got to the top of the sport as an Olympic champion. If a 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old asked you what's the best advice you would give to these young athletes for the journey that's now ahead of them?
I think most most important things for young athletes to be disciplined and to do every single day training. It's sport is really hard, and you must to focus when every day, even you are like hard, you're feeling very bad. Still, you must to go to training. It's a discipline, discipline, and discipline.
There you go, everyone. Whether you're kids, young and old alike, senior, junior, or under 23, the advice from a champion: discipline. It's all about discipline. Erky Newell, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the commentary booth. We'll let you get on your way and enjoy the A final here. Thanks for joining us and keep up the great work.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, resuming the final bit of action in the group stages, as we see Javier Cruz came on top in that. So that is 2 wins for Javier Cruz. He will be going through with a DNA record of 16.77. He will be going through to fight for first place later on. But who will he be meeting? That's the question. And Adam Eagle will be trying to make sure it's him, because he is a 17-meter thrower and he's already got 3 spikes on the board in Group B. This is the man Adam Fliegel has to beat. This is Halvard Martin Melsas of the Hordaland region. 12.14 is his best. Puts it out there in and around the 12-meter mark, I think. So it shouldn't be too difficult for Adam Fliegel if he gets his technique right to surpass that and join Javier Cruz in the battle for first place in the final round. But we'll soon find out as that gets confirmed by Halvard Martin Melsas. What has he drawn? Fantastic, by the way, to chat to Erky Newell there. 11.94 is the mark by Halvard Martin Melsas. And now can Adam Fliegel surpass that? Yes, he can. Adam Fliegel puts that shot way out there. Looks like about 15 meters, just above or just below. But 11.94 was what he had to beat to win this final matchup in the group stages of the men's shot put. And that's good news for AK Skoda Pilsen, who will have big ambitions here. It's 14.95 is the mark for Adam Fliegel. So Adam Fliegel, that means 2 wins in the group stages for him, equals 6 spikes in the bag. And he'll be meeting the man from Group A who also has 6 spikes. That's Javier Cruz of Playas Castellón. That is the completion of the group stages in the men's shot put. But the way we do it here at DNA Athletics is we let those group stages complete and then we switch back to the track. Confirmation of that win in the final round for Adam Fliegel of Pilsen. But now that the shot put's out, the clue is on screen there, what we're going to watch next. The sprint hurdles for the women are out on track. And there's the confirmation of, well, Group A anyway is up to date there. That's Playas Castellón, Javier Cruz. But it was indeed Adam Fliegel substituting in Group B. So they will be meeting with 6 spikes apiece in the top final. And then the others will be contesting 3rd and 4th, and then 5th and 6th. As you see the update through the first completed event. That was the relay, Yamajali Braco Atletica, in pole position. But it's time to go back to the track for our first individual track event here in the A final of DNA Athletics. And this is Anelka Galava of UK School of Pilsen. She is a paid stand-in for Victoria Jenska, the long jumper hurdler. So we'll see what Anishka Kralova has to offer. From Rieti, Virginia Capasso. Big cheer goes up from the crowd here, and her teammates who come along. From Denmark, she was very impressive yesterday in the first matchup. Sparta Athletics, Betty Ramsgaard Jensen. She's a 14:05 athlete. From the Hordaland region of Norway, it's Anna Solheim. 14:65 is her best. In lane 5, representing Castillon, Pau Martinez. 13:89 is her best, but this is the favorite. From Giamejali Bracco Atletica, and she is a heavy favorite. This is Celeste Polzanetti, one of the standout athletes we'll find here at the DNA Athletics Under 20 competition. She is a 30:36 sprint hurdler, which is phenomenal running at the age of just 17. She was 4th in the European Under 20 final in Jerusalem. She ran that PB of 13:36 in that final. So if Celeste Polzanetti gets it right in that outside lane 6, expect her to leave the others trailing. But this, of course, is the sprint hurdles, where just about anything can go wrong. But the lanes to watch, we think, certainly Celeste Polzanetti in lane 6, and then look out for Pau Martinez in 5 and Betty Ramsgaard Jensen in 3. Away they go. It's a very even start. Polzanetti just left a little bit at the start. Ramsgaard going very well there in lane 3, but now the class of Polzanetti starts to tell. The Italian is pulling away, and Polzanetti powers to the line. Streaks ahead of the rest. 13:68 on the clock. Italy, 12 points with a crisp, calm as you like, and classy performance by Celeste Polzanetti. Full points to Fiammeggiali Bracco Atletica. She is in that blue strip of Bracco Atletica. And of course, we have clubs coming together for this competition. And Celeste Polzanetti, we didn't get to see her yesterday in the hurdles, but she showed her class and her speed and her crisp hurdling technique today. And that's brilliant. 17-year-old rising star of Italian sprint hurdling. Play there, you can see she didn't take any risks coming out of the blocks for sure, but as soon as she got up into her running, you could just see both the speed and the efficiency of that technique was just leaving the others behind. It was Pau Martinez coming through for second, just ahead of Betty Ramsgaard Jensen in third. So it's 12 points to Fiammeggiali Bracco Atletica. It's 10 points to Playas Castillon. And it's 8 points to Sparta Atletica. 13:68 confirmed winning time for Polzanetti out front. No surprise to see a DNA record there for Polzanetti out front. 13:68 streets ahead. Probably converts to about 6 or 7 meters on the track, that time gap, and it looked it. That's what you get when you get an athlete like Polzanetti. So we're heading back to the field, and it's time for the shotput finals. Here's the update. And the host club are off to an absolute flyer. Fiammeggiali Bracco Atletica. The host, of course, alongside Atletica and Clea Mallardi. It's been a great effort all around by the Italians here organising this event. It's been off short notice at this venue. A late switch from Rieti here to Rome. It's been a suitably beautiful venue here, and the athletes have certainly enjoyed it. And there is certainly the best atmosphere of the weekend here. Indeed, Norway's Halvard Martin Melsas. This is the matchup for 5th place that he's going to be trying to win. The difference between 2 points for your club or 4 points for your club. Let's see what he's able to get. Puts it out there. He's up against Pietro. This is Pietro. given the foul earlier, that's an immediate win for Pietro Camini. So he doesn't even need the measurement. He knows he wins it.
What you so you just have to write down your name on the
So
paper.
it's not going to be 12 points for Fiamme Bracco Atletica, but in an event where they weren't ranked highly, he has taken
Write your
4 points and
name.
fifth place.
Okay,
It was 11-11 is what he had to beat. He threw 12.80, more than good enough for Pietro Camini to take the victory. He loved it. He knew as soon as it left his hand,
Okay.
it's good enough for victory in the first of three final matchups here to sort out the standings in the men's shot put. There's confirmation of your second matchup between Theodor Hennecke of Sparta Athletic, and he is already in the circle, ready to unleash something. Let's see what he produces, Theodor Hennecke. And it's a big one. It's over 14 meters for sure for Hennecke. Let's see what it's going to. Oh no, it's a foul. So that has presented a big opportunity
So you can just sit down, relax, listen a little bit, and then
to
when
his
you're
rival,
ready. This is also commentated.
Gianmarco Di Filippo. So Gianmarco Di Filippo just has to register any mark here. You can see there Theodor Hennecke just falls out over the edge of
Okay.
that circle. But we'll see now. Gianmarco Di Filippo just has to register a valid throw, and then he will take victory in this matchup, and he will take third place. Out it goes. There's no sign of a foul there. He has to get out the back of the circle. He does for the white flag, and that's over 14 meters. So a victory there for Gianmarco Di Filippo, and it's going to be third place for the Rieti. And this is probably a good time to introduce an athlete from AK Skoda Pilsen. We're just checking to make sure she can hear us okay here. It's pretty noisy in the stadium, but we get confirmation of that victory for Gianmarco Di Filippo. Takes third place. And I'm delighted to be joined by Victoria Janska. She has been doing the hurdles and the long jump. And I suppose I'll first ask, we thought for a second you were going to be in the hurdles. Are you doing the long jump today?
Yeah. No, actually in the DNA, this competition, I was here for hurdles, but in my main disciplines are hurdles and the long jump. But in the long jump, there is Kachka Salzmanova, who is on the long jump.
Okay. So we've just seen your teammate Adam Flegel there put a huge throw out there in this final against Javier Cruz. For your club, when you were sitting down this morning, what's the goal? What's the mission today?
Like, that goal is to win. Like, everyone's goal is to win, and we think we can do it. So yeah, win is the main goal.
Yeah, we'll see if Adam Flegel's 17.25 holds up here, because this is Javier Cruz, who needs a big one. He threw 16.77 in the group stages. Can he beat 17.25? It is huge.
Oh,
It is huge, but is it enough? As his teammate Victoria watches on here from the stands, we'll have a nervous wait to see if Javier Cruz has thrown over 17.25. It looks around 17 meters. Let's find out. 16.88, it's not enough. No, it's an appropriate
yay!
time for a victory for AK Skoda Pilsen. And Victoria, I guess, could you just tell us, I was talking to Yuri, one of your team managers, about AK Skoda Pilsen. It's a huge club, right? It's a big operation.
Yeah, we are so happy we are here, and we were on the DNA last year as well, and we are so happy we can be here this year also, and yeah, it's such an amazing event.
Cool. And final question for you. How does it feel coming to an event like this, and what do you think of the format how is it different to the, I guess, the atmosphere and the experience of competing in more traditional individual events?
Yeah, it's amazing that it's something different on of the normal athletics events like on the championship. You can hear have the different rules and all the people on the field and cheering everyone so much more on like on the normal championship. So it's really good experience, and I wish everyone experienced it.
Awesome. Well, Victoria Janska, thank you so much for coming up to join us. We know you've got a busy day ahead, so we'll let you go, and best of luck today and for the rest of the year and indeed the years ahead.
Thank you so much.
So straight back on track because the men's 110-meter hurdlers are about to get going here. This is Damiano Dentato of Rieti, a very gifted athlete. He was in the European Under-20 final this year for the sprint hurdles, but it went wrong from there. He hit a few barriers. He was unable to finish second in the semi-final. He is a 13:37 athlete and the fastest man in this field. Can he get it right today in the colours of his club? From Sparta Athletic in Denmark, Wilhelm Kruger, 14:00. Just what is he cooking up? We're about to find out. From the Hordaland region in Norway, Oscar Ellingsen, 15.11 is his best. From Playa Castellon in Spain, it is David Vicente, another man to watch here. He might not be challenging Dentato for the win. He'll certainly be in the runner-up spots, but that depends on how Dentato gets it right. Another local athlete, and as he flexes, the crowd cheers. From Fiamme Gialle, it's Giacomo Zappala, 15:41 his best. And on the outside, from AK Skoda Pilsen, it is Tomasz Kosa, 14:06 is Tomasz's best. So, on personal best, there should be very little between lanes 2, 4, and 6 with Wilhelm Kruger, David Vicente, and Tomasz Kosa. But the standout pick on form, on all-known form, is that European Under-20 finalist in lane 1, the local athlete representing Andrea Malardi, Rieti. It is Damiano Dentato, 13:37 his best for the high hurdles. Let's see if he can get 12 points on the board for Rieti. Off they go. It's a good start from Dentato, and you can see he is leading already. Kruger going very well beside him, and Kruger is really putting it up to Dentato at the moment. But he might have to settle for second because the Rieti man is flying clear. 12 points for the Andrea Malardi team. Damiano Dentato and class at third. It was a crisp race. It was a clean race. Looking back down the track, not one of those hurdles has moved an inch. And Damiano Dentato, 13:63 on the clock, 0.6 headwind. Damiano Dentato corrected to 13:62. The Italian bags 12 points for Rieti. Helped them along the way. Have a look back at that. He had to work for it though, because Wilhelm Kruger gave him quite the fight, especially up to about hurdle 5 or 6 there in the blue of Sparta Athletic. Exploded. He's a 14 flat athlete. We feel have run something close to that. Maybe he's challenging his personal best. You can see how low Dentato gets over those hurdles. They are high barriers, but you can see, look at that lead leg. Couldn't be any lower. He is straddling the line between success and failure every time he puts that barrier up, and that's the quickest way to hurdle. And that is exactly why he's run 13.3 for this. One of the real rising stars in Italian hurdling. Look out for that name, Damiano Dentato, in the years to come. But we won't worry too much about the future today, because in the present he has bagged 12 points and no surprises, have set a DNA record with 13:62. Wilhelm Kruger in second, 14:05, just off his personal best. And 8 points go to Spain and to Playa Castellon. David Vicente in third. So, standings. Those 8 points in third have helped Playa Castellon to the top kept them in front of AK Skoda Pulsen with Fiamme Gialle Bracco Atletica back in third. But still all to play for here. And I can tell you, I don't mean to predict the future, but this is going to be a close, close battle in the hunt because there is very little between these teams in terms of rankings. Of course, we'll find out who rises to the top. But going off their performances in the hunt relay yesterday, the first and second placings in the two groups ran the exact same time. 4:47 and 4:48 were the winning times in Group 1, 4:47 and 4:48 in Group 2. So we're counting down to that. Next up on track, it's going to be the women's long jump. And I think there just will be a slight hold up in the program here. I think some of the power has gone out, but everyone will be working very fast behind the scenes to get that straight back on track. So it won't be long before you see this athlete in your shot there, Betty Ramsgaard Jensen, doing what she did yesterday, coming straight from the sprint hurdles over to the long jump runway to try and bag more, even more points for her team. She did it yesterday and it helped Sparta Athletic no end into this final. And she'll be looking to do the same today, Betty Ramsgaard Jensen. She'll be paired up in her first matchup against this athlete, Leah Elise Gundersen of the Hordaland region in Norway. Ramsgaard Jensen is the standout long jumper at this entire match. 6:37 is Ramsgaard Jensen's best. Gundersen has jumped 5:78, so she'll be up against it here. But again, it's about producing a jump when it matters most. And if you foul, then it's not a good situation because if you win your matchup, it's 3 spikes. If you foul, it's 0. But register a jump and it's 1. So that slight hold up in the program, I'm told, has been corrected. So these jumpers won't have long to wait at all. We're going to be carrying on as Betty Ramsgaard Jensen flexes to her team manager. Ready, I'm sure, to produce a big jump straight from the hurdles to the long jump runway. And just to give you an idea, those who are new to DNA Athletics, while we have a moment, there are 12 events. So we started obviously with the mixed relay for 4x400 meters. Then the other events are 100 meters for women, 200 for men, sprint hurdles for both genders, 800 for women, as we see Gundersen take to the runway and take off down the runway. It is a good jump, looks well over 550, and she gets the white flag. Crucially, she is on the board. Let's see how big that jump was. It is a disadvantage, of course, in this format to go first because you allow your rival to see, 1, if you have fouled, but 2, just what you've jumped, so they know how big a risk to take when they're moving their marks around and things like that. But Gundersen has certainly made a good start there. The Norwegian. Let's see what it is. It is 5:59, so that is an excellent opener. Her PB is 5:78, so she's not far off that at all here. Excellent jump by Leah Elise Gundersen. And with that, the ball is smacked over along into the court of Betty Ramsgaard Jensen, who is staring down the runway, doing her last visualizations, thinking of those technical cues I'm sure her coach has told her. And the coaches in this format are allowed to sit right beside that pit, so they don't have to go anywhere. It's one of the formats of DNA Athletics, or one of the features of DNA Athletics. Such good elevation off that board. As you can see, she really does climb into the sky, and it is a white flag. And I think with that, Betty Ramsgaard Jensen might have done enough. We're about to find out. Handshake to her coach there, or her team leader at Sparta Athletic. And for the final hunt event, all the teams are encouraged to come down out of the stands and get out there on the track and make as much noise as possible as they cheer on their teammates. The mark to beat here is 5:59. Has she done it? She has. It's 5:71. I think you see on that head-on replay there just how much height Betty Ramsgaard Jensen gets off the board. And that's
Ooh.
coupled with the speed and her technique in the air, that's what carries her out as far as she is. She's a 6:37 jumper. She's a Danish under 20 record holder. So she's a huge rising talent of Danish athletics, and Sparta Athletic, powerhouse club. Copenhagen are delighted to have her services. So we're going back over to Group B now. Different group of athletes, and this is the first matchup. And it's an Italian, all Italian matchup. This is Giada Scalacci of Rieti. She is a 5:46 jumper at her best. She's up against Erika Giorgia Saraceni. It's well over 5 meters. She gets the white flag. So a good start for Giada Scalacci. And that will put a bit of pressure on her rival, Erika Giorgia Saraceni. All important to put a mark on the board here, because if you don't, you really do hand such a big advantage to your rival. They can just jog up if they want and jump whatever they want, and it's good enough. But as we see, 5:27 there. And with that, the pressure goes on this athlete, who is a European Youth Olympic champion at the triple jump this year. Great, and you can see why there in her secondary event. That's well over 5 meters, and a white flag for Erika Giorgia Saraceni. She had some issues with the board yesterday. No issues here starting off. A brilliant effort. That's, I would suspect, over 550, 598 her long jump best, but she truly is an outstanding young talent of Italian athletics. 13:42 she jumped for the triple jump, and she finished fourth, just missing a medal at the European Under 20 Championships in the triple jump. She jumped a windy 13:47 there. So at the age of 17, this is an athlete with a very, very bright future, Erika Giorgia Saraceni of Bracco Atletica. But she is wearing those colours, her club colours today, same as it is as the Italian colours. And she'll be wearing them, I'm sure, a lot more in the years ahead, but she has taken 3 spikes here, Erika Giorgia Saraceni, for taking victory in her all-Italian matchup to start things off. So we'll be going back over to Group A now. One of the formats of DNA is things really do race along here. And back on the runway, it's Betty Ramsgaard Jensen of Sparta Athletic. 5:71 in her opening matchup. Of course, that's all history now. This is all about beating her rival, Mara Hernando of Playa Castellon. Does she get the white flag? She does. And she just has to wait and see what flashes up on that. Her coach will be giving her some immediate feedback, having a good look. Doesn't look like he was filming it. We've seen a lot of athletes here over the weekend going straight to the phone or the iPad and just reviewing the technique of their jump. But these athletes, as young as they are, they're all very experienced, and they generally tend to know innately, to feel if a jump has gone wrong or right, exactly why it went wrong or right. But that is 5:88 on the board for Betty Ramsgaard Jensen, and that is going to be a tall order for Mara Hernando of Playa Castellon to surpass. Hernando's best is 5:78. She will need a PB to beat Betty Ramsgaard Jensen. Let's see if she can find something special. The wind is gusting here, but looking at the flags, it is a tailwind for these jumpers, so it's a warm day. It's a good opportunity to produce a special jump. As Hernando hits the board, it's a red flag though. This will not count, and it wouldn't surprise me if she saw the jump that Ramsgaard Jensen had produced and just decided, I'm going to have to hit this board and hit a perfect jump to try and win this matchup. Didn't pay off for her. She fouls and fouls out, so it'll be 3 spikes to Betty Ramsgaard Jensen, 0 spikes to Mara Hernando, but she'll have a chance to make amends for that in her matchup against Leah Elise Gunderson. And the two of them have identical seasons and personal bests at 5:78. That'll be the third matchup in Group A. But back over to Group B, because it's time for the second matchup there. And this is a high quality matchup between Erika Giorgia Saraceni in your shot, 5:98 PB, and Katerina Salchmanova of Skoda Pilsen with a 6:02 PB. Saraceni hits that board very well, gets the white flag crucially. What has she managed? Last time out, she had the advantage of going second and seeing what Giada Scalacci had jumped. This time, she has to step up first based on the personal best of the athlete. The athlete with the inferior personal best has to jump first. And what sort of gauntlet has she laid down for Katerina Salzmanova? We're about to find out. 5:48 she jumps. So it's a little less than her effort in the opening round, but it's no easy feat for Katerina Salzmanova as the Czech athlete takes the runway, again over 6 meters. She'll be looking, but it's tricky. When an athlete like that puts a 5:48 out there, you know you can't leave too much on the board. It has to be a good jump to win this matchup. So how big a risk does she want to take? Let's find out as she takes off down the runway, hits it. It looks bigger, and it gets the white flag. It's going to be very close. It's in the middle of those 5 meter, halfway between the 5 and the 6, I think. But let's see if it's better than the 5:48 that Katarzyna Salchmanova has to beat, the AK Skoda Pilsen athlete. Nervous times for her in her first matchup. This is a very high quality women's long jump. Let's see if she can surpass. She hasn't. It's 5:39. So, with that, we can say that Erika Georgia Saraceni is going to be through into the final for first. You see confirmation of that victory. She now has won both of her matchups, Saraceni, and that means 6 spikes, which means no one in her group can beat her in the group stages. And that means she will be fighting it out with the winner in Group A for first place overall. Trying to keep the good times rolling for Fiamme Gialle Racco Atletica. This is Mara Herando back on the runway for her matchup against the Norwegian. With the identical personal bests of 5:78. Mara sets off down the runway with the wind behind her. She fouled last time. Does she get it right this time? She does. It's a white flag, and it looks a good effort. Again, looks to be in the mid 5 meter range. Let's find out exactly what Mara Herando has put out there. Immediate technical feedback from her coach. She'll have one more jump after this. She's registered a valid one here, so that's a great way to boost her confidence ahead of that final matchup. But what final matchup will she be in? It won't be for first, but it might be for third, depending on what her rival does, Leah Elise Gundersen. Mara Herando has jumped 5:16 there. So Gundersen jumped 5:59 earlier on. That round of applause you might be hearing as the women's 800-meter runners walk into the start line. That'll be coming up very soon once these group stages are complete. But off Gundersen goes down the runway. Great speed on the runway. Good lift off that board. She gets the white flag. Is it enough? Herando and the team leader with Playa Castillon will be watching nervously, trying to figure out if this is above 5:16. Gundersen gets the 3 spikes. If it's not, then they go to Herando, and that will count for which final these athletes get through to once the group stages are tallied up and complete. As you see there, that looks bigger, and it is. It's 5:53. Confirmed. So a win in that final matchup for Gundersen. And we have one last matchup to come in Group B. But Gundersen gets the win in that, coupled with her 1 spike from her earlier defeat. She will be going through to battle for third. And this Betty Ramsgaard Jensen, with those 2 victories and 6 spikes, will be going through to battle for first. And Mara Herando will be battling it out for 5th in her final. That will be to come shortly after the women's 800 meters. But we've got one more group stage matchup to go, and that's Katerzyna Salchmanova on the runway. What can she produce? It's a big jump. It gets the white flag as well. So Salchmanova has put a bit of pressure here on Giada Scalacci, her rival in this. She takes a seat. Let's hope that's just tiredness and nothing ailing her. We'll see what distance on that board behind her flashes up. Hopefully don't have that first. What has Salchmanova done? And how much pressure can she put on her rival, Giada Scilacci? It's a lot of pressure. 560. So Scilacci of Rieti has jumped 546 at her best. She jumped 527 in her first matchup of the group stages. Scalacci would need a big personal best, 15 centimeters or so, to overtake that jump by Salchmanova. But on home turf, only 30 or 40 minutes away from her home club in Rieti, can Scalacci produce something special? No, it's a red flag. Immediately goes up. It was a good jump. It was probably in that 550 range if it was valid. Unfortunately, it wasn't. So Scalacci fouls out there, but she does have a one spike from earlier. So Scalacci, I suspect if my mental arithmetic is correct, Scalacci will be going through to meet Marta Ferrando in the battle for fifth in the group in the final stage, which will be coming up in a matter of minutes. And yes, Scalacci is furious with herself there after fouling out. And of course, I'm sure if it was individually, she'd be unhappy, but given there's team points at stake, she'll be feeling particularly annoyed. But she will have a chance to battle it out for fifth, and those difference between 4 points and 2 points would be crucial when it comes down to the hunt, because that's a 2/3 of a second difference as we get confirmation there. Salchmanova wins once again, and a great victory for her. And Salchmanova will be battling it out for second. Confirmation there of the group seedings. But next up on track, it is the women's 800 meters as we see updated scorings. And Playa Castellon, third place last year. So far, their first place. They could be headed for victory given the quality of their team in the hunt. I know it's quite substantial. So they'll just want to get to that 11th event in contention with Playa Castellon. Let's see if they can. There's the full lineup for the women's 800 meters, and we'll now go through them one by one from the outside to the inside. And starting with the Andrea Milardi Rieti Club, it is Viola Massimi. And from the stands here, a warm round of applause from all her club mates. In lane 5 from AK Skoda Pilsen, it is Lucia Skubecheva. 209 is her best for this distance. She will certainly be in contention. Favorite perhaps from Fiammiggiani Bracco Atletico. A 207 athlete at her best, Brianna Selli. The Italian colours and the Bracco Atletica colours painted on her cheeks. Can she get the job done and get 12 points? We're about to find out. Candela Blasquez from Playa Castellon is a 215 athlete. She'll be hoping to run into a place here. From Norway and the Hordaland region, Thea Charlotte Knudsen. What can she do to help them up the standings? They're currently in 6th, but can Hordaland climb further up than that? This is Lerke Thigersen. He is a very good 800 meter runner, as we found out yesterday. And she'll be running in the hunt later on as well, I think over 600 meters, if my memory is correct. I'm looking at the start list this morning, so look out for her here. Thigersen should be in contention, but Brianna Selli in lane 4. And in that blue of Bracco Atletica, we would expect her to feature strongly. But at the moment, it is Lucia Kubecheva who is setting her stall out very early around this first bend. And you'd expect that from Kubecheva, who is a 219 athlete. Second fastest in the race on personal best. And perhaps though now, I think that was almost more about positioning rather than trying to push the pace along too fast. Because Kubecheva backs off and says, I don't want to lead this. And to be honest, at the moment, I don't think anyone wants to lead this because it is slowing to a relative crawl at 200 meters, reaching in about 36 seconds. And given Brianna Selli, the Italian there, back in where she's in second place now, even she has run 207. She is currently, this is going to feel like an absolute jog for her, as it will, to be honest, for most of these athletes, because not much has happened right now. Kubecheva has taken the lead. But Brianna Selli, the favourite, is sitting comfortably there in second. And We saw her save her effort until the second lap yesterday. She's going to do the same here in the A final. Kvecheva leads through the bell, but it's a pedestrian pace, 72 seconds expected to get serious and start to wind up from here. Thigesen is sitting off this pace at the moment, back in fifth, but look for her to close well. She certainly did yesterday, and expect her to climb through those positions. Now Selly moves with 300 meters to run. The gifted Italian just lengthens that stride down the back straight, and it is the Norwegian Knudsen who is making the best fist of going with her right now. But back in third, Lucia Kvecheva is not surrendering here. She wants all the points she can get for her club, AK Skoda Pilsen. At the moment, no one is currently able to live with the pace of Brianna Stelly, who just extends around the bend. But Thea Charlotte Knudsen looks ready to strike the Norwegian. Can she pull off the upset? It looks like she can. Knudsen comes out into lane two, that lane of high hopes, and tries to change gear, but Stelly is alert to the threat. The Italian defends her home track, defends her club's honour, and indeed her country's, but she's faltering close home, but it's enough. Just about to hang on ahead of the late charge of Thea Charlotte Knudsen. 2:15 on the clock. The time is irrelevant. What matters is that it's 12 points for Fiamme Gialle Bracco Atletica, courtesy of their 800-meter star, Brianna Stelly. And there's 10 points. A magnificent effort in second there by Thea Charlotte Knudsen of the Hordaland region in second. So we'll relive some of the highlights of that race. It was a race where, in terms of the outcome, not enough too much significance happened until about 300 meters to go. We saw Lucia Kvecheva take the lead early, but I think she just kind of wanted to be in front and wanted to be near the front, poised, rather than really pushing the pace along. As you can see, it was 72 seconds as they hit the bell. They came home in 63 seconds. So a 9-second differential. And that was mainly due to that move on the back straight from Brianna Stelly. But what a struggle down the home straight here. As we said, Thigesen might come through. She did come through there in third. Brilliant run from her. But what a duel out front between Knudsen and Stelly. And it was the Italians reigning supreme on home turf in the blue of Bracco Atletica. They take 12 points. Brilliant 800 meters. And a brilliant run by Brianna Stelly. Keeps them up top. So 42 points now for Fiamme Gialle Bracco Atletica after that victory. And AK Skoda Pilsen look like they're in second on 36. Indeed. Oh, sorry, there we go. Elias Castillon. I was looking down at the boards in front of me, and the computer had it right, of course. So Fiamme Gialle leading the way ahead of Elias Castillon. And AK Skoda Pilsen in third. So little to choose between these teams. And trust me, this hunt relay is going to be a cracker to conclude all of this and to conclude the 2023 edition of the European Athletics DNA Under 20. Which team will reign supreme in Europe? So we're back in the long jump, and it is final time. This is Mara Hernando. She is battling for fifth place. You'd have been disappointed with that foul. A very, very good jumper, Mara Hernando. Saya Castillon, 578, her best. See, she's paired up against Giada Schilacci. And Saya Castillon, after that victory by the Italians at the 800 meters, I'm sure Mara Hernando will be very keen to get one over on their biggest rivals at the head of the standings here. And Mara Hernando do it, she has to get that board right. Waiting for the flags, it's a good jump, it's a white flag. Mara Hernando skips out of the sand. It's certainly over 5 meters. But what has Hernando produced there? Let's find out. Nervously waiting will be Giada Schilacci. I'm sure as she looks down the runway doing her visualization, she'll be looking over at that board. and figuring out just what she has to do to win this matchup for fifth place. As I said, it's a difference between 4 points and 2 points. 5:36 is what she has to beat. Sorry, it's 5:30. Misread the scoreboard. Wouldn't be unlikely. Mara Horando, 5:30. Giada Scilacci is a 5'6" jumper who has jumped 5:27 today, and it's fouled in her second attempt. So 5:27 to start. Giada Scilacci for the honour of her club, Rieti, the wonderful factory of talent that is the Andrea Millardi Club in Rieti. She needs 5:30. Is she going to get it? Giada Scilacci hits the board, but it's a red flag. It's not going to be today for Giada Scilacci. So it will be fifth place and 4 points to Playa Castillon and to Mara Herando, who put her own foul firmly behind her in the group stages. Came out and managed 5:30. And Scilacci, of course, is not happy with that. She will be disappointed, but that's all part of this. The thrills, the spills, and the roller coaster ride that is DNA Athletics. Great when it works. It can be heartbreaking when it goes wrong, and that no mark will certainly feel the pinch for Rieti and indeed Giada Scilacci. But there'll be many more opportunities for Andrea Millardi Club to make up for that later today. It's time for the second final matchup, and it is Leah Elise Gunderson on the runway. Great speed once again on the runway. Hits the board well. It's over 5 meters for sure, and it is a white flag. So Gunderson gets the white flag. Pumps one of her team leaders there. But how big has she jumped? She's going to be up against Katerina Salchmanova of AK Skoda Pilsen, who is, of course, a 6-meter jumper. But she's certainly gone over 5, but we're about to find out how far beyond the 5-meter mark she has gone. It is 5:50. It's well beyond it. So over to you, Katerina Salchmanova. Let's see if the Czech athlete can beat the Norwegian. Third and fourth place to be sorted out here. This difference between 8 points for your team and 6 points for your team. Remember, that 2-point difference equates to 2/3 of a second. Every 3 points is 1 second when it comes to the hunt. As Salchmanova sets off down the runway, just to get the board right, stretches with those legs when she hits it. Oh, this is going to be close. It is a white flag. The judge kept her waiting and then finally raised it in the air. 5:50 is what she has to be. She again takes a seat. It's been a long season. I imagine those are some tired legs she's jumping on here in the middle of September, 17th, almost late September. Has she done enough? 5:50 by Leah Elise Gunderson is what she has to beat, and she has 5:59. She's done it. Salchmanova has done it by 9 centimeters. Pulled it out of the bag under pressure. Katarzyna Salchmanova, and that'll certainly help you up off the floor. It never hurts so much when you're winning. She has won her matchup. 5:59. Well done to Katarzyna Salchmanova. That is going to be worth 8 points to AK Skoda Pilsen in their bid to win this title. The powerhouse club from the Czech Republic that has 1,100 members, 60 part-time coaches, and 8 full-time coaches. But it's time for the final for first place. And this is Sarah Cheney. What can she put out there? Hits the board well. It's way over 5 meters, and she gets the white flag. Erica Georgia Saraceni. A star triple jumper, but as we've seen today, she's very accomplished as well when it comes to the long jump. What has she produced, the Italian youngster? Paired up against Betty Ramsgaard Jensen, who has jumped 5:88 today. So you'd expect she'll need something decent to put Ramsgaard Jensen under a bit of pressure. As we see that replay from Sarah Cheney, it's way over 5:50. But how far? It's 5:69. So I think Saraceni will be quite pleased with that because as she stands looking down the runway, Betty Ramsgaard Jensen will know that she has to produce a good one. Will it be 12 points for Sparta Athletics or will it be 10 points? We're about to find out. Great speed off the runway. And as you see, springs off the board with that hang technique. That is huge. And it's a white flag. Betty Ramsgaard Jensen has done the business under pressure. The Danish under 20 record holder. She knows. Look at that smile. She knows well. She has done it. I don't think she even needed to look across. I think she just felt it in her technique as she jumped that that was the good one. And we're about to find out just how good. Her PB is 6:37. She jumped 5:88 in the group stages, and it's 5:85 in the final, just below that. But obviously, as you can see, by 2 centimeters, it is good enough to take victory, not just in her matchup, but overall victory in the women's long jump. 12 points go to Denmark. That sounds like a Eurovision host. And to Sparta Athletic. And what a performance that was from Leah Elisa Gunderson. She was the favourite for it, but much like Daisy Snell earlier on in the B final from Britain, they handled the pressure and produced when it mattered. Betty Ramsgaard Jensen, from the hurdles to the long jump, equally as effective. A name to watch, not just in Denmark, but on the European and world stage in the years to come. She keeps going the way she's going. Great to have her here at the DNA under 20 competition. So many strong clubs from all over Europe. So there are the standings, and Fiammeggiale Bracco Atletica continues to sit atop them. But it's so close, only 20 points between first to sixth. And if it stays that way after 11 events, that will mean that there are only 6 and a bit seconds between first and sixth when they set off for the 5 lap punt relay and across 2,000 meters. 6 seconds or so is not very much. Of course, the gaps could grow because we've got a lot of events to get through before that final punt. But this is the beauty of DNA Athletics. Every single performance matters. Matters for your club, matters for your country, matters for your teammates, and of course for the individual. But individual goals are set aside here because this is all about the collective as we build towards that hunt relay, trying to put your 4 members of that team in the best possible position to have their run for glory in the dynamic new athletics format. Next up on track is going to be the men's 400-meter hurdles. You see, the Italians are at the top and they're at the bottom of the standings right now, but not too much between them, with Playa Castillon and AK Skoda Pilsen joint positions there in third. There are your 6 men in the men's 400-meter hurdles. Another 12 points on offer for winner, down to 2 points for sixth. And remember, because this was important yesterday in the 400-meter hurdles, if you don't finish, you earn 0 points. So if any of these athletes take tumbles, if they're at all able, very much in their and their club's interest to get up and finish out the race, even if they're in last position, get those 2 points. From Sparta Athletic, the old Frederick von Day, 53.24 is his best. Second quickest in the race. This man is certainly one to watch. Federico Bonanni. He was a late substitute, was Bonanni, replacing Emanuele Riccozzi. From AK Skoda Pilsen, Daniel Ventura, 58-second athlete. Look out for this guy coming home. He finished like a steam train yesterday, 53-second athlete. The youngest man in the field, but he finishes like no other, Tommaso Artesoni. And then we move on to Gerard Rodriguez of Playa Castillon. He is the quickest in the field with 52.39. He'll be the favourite. From Norway and the Hordaland region, Vegard Rinde. He's a 55-second athlete. So from the inside, lane 1, Vegard Rinde. Lane 2, Gerard Rodriguez. Lane 3, Tommaso Ardezzoni. Lane 4, Daniel Chichura. Lane 5, Federico Bonanni. Lane 6, Joel Frederick Ponde. The favourite will be Lane 2 and the green vest of Playa Castellon, Gerard Rodriguez. But look out for Tomas Ardezzoni and the yellow vest of Fiammeggiale coming home. Away they go. It's a nice start, and Rodriguez in lane 2 is already eating up the ground on Ardezzoni in that yellow vest. But look for Ardezzoni coming home. He finished like a jet plane yesterday. Rodriguez at the moment definitely leads there out over the third hurdle, but there's very little to choose, and going well on the outside there is the Norwegian Joel Frederick Ponte. And it looks to be Rodriguez who holds the lead at the moment, the 52-second athlete, which is really good running for a teenager in the 400-meter hurdles. But look at that yellow vest in lane 3 from Fiammeggiale. Because Tommaso Ardezzoni, just as he did yesterday, is starting to work himself back into this race, and he'll finish faster than everyone. But right now it's Gerard Rodriguez on his way to victory for Spain. Or is he? Because look at Bonde flashing down the outside and Ardezzoni in the middle. It's Bonde, I think, who's going to get up just in time. So close between them, but Bonde just got it from Rodriguez. And another good effort from Tommaso Ardezzoni. Takes 8 points for Fiammeggiale in third. What a finish that was. Rodriguez got to the front. Ran a brilliant first 300 meters, but then he had unwanted company over those 9th and 10th barriers in the form of Joel Frederick Ponde of Sparta Athletic. The Danish Express was steaming home down the outside. We'll confirm that result. We've looked at it. And it was Rodriguez, I think, who may have got that. It is. Rodriguez confirmed the winner. Oh, what a performance that was by the Spaniard. He had to pull out absolutely everything he had left to take victory. And he did it, as you can see there, motioning with his fingers. That was about the winning margin, and it was indeed 100th of a second. 54.47, 54.48 for Bonde in second, and Ardezzoni takes third with 54.97. High fives all round for Rodriguez. He was the favourite, and he justified it. But my word, he had to work for it. Gerard Rodriguez and Playa Castellon will be absolutely delighted with that brilliant performance by Rodriguez. You see there, Bonde was a little awkward over that barrier, running blind in that outside lane 6. Rodriguez was well ahead at this point. He probably had 3, 4, 5 meter lead, but he stumbled off that 8th barrier. And as he turned for home, Rodriguez was starting to say, oh, this isn't going to be quite as easy as many thought it might be. Look at Bonde there down the outside, and Ardezzoni in the middle came to try and upset them both, but Rodriguez, he got over that, he put the head down, he dug in, tried to pull out everything he had. I thought Bonde had got it. The judges say otherwise because they're the ones looking at the photo finish. Gerard Rodriguez, champion. Felicidades to the Spaniard. A brilliant win by Gerard Rodriguez, 54.47. Sneaks it by 100th of a second ahead of Joel Frederick Ponde, and 12 points to Playa Castellon. Let's see how that's affected the standings. And Playa Castellon move up into joint second right now, 56 points. Sparta Athletic right beside them. A crucial 2 points for them to join. And now we're going to look back to the high jump, because it's against Sparta in this. So 191 for both of them. And this is interesting. So this is Group A in the men's high jump. And we're looking at from Rieti, Lorenzo Maggioetta. And from Sparta Athletic, Sofos Olivarius Lund. And as it's been in the other field events, it's not about your overall jumping height and how that carries across the competition, because all that matters is how high you jump in the here and now, in this particular matchup. And there is the added element in the high jump, unlike the throws or the horizontal jumps, of having to clear your height. In basketball terms, having to name your shot before you take it. Here comes Sofus Olivarius Balund at 191. He goes clear. Now, what that means for Lorenzo Maggioetta in this little matchup is that he now has to go clear. If so, they split the difference, they split the points. There'll be no jump offs here. If he does not go clear, then Sofus Olivarius Balund takes all 3 spikes that are on offer on his own. So, over to you, Lorenzo. Is it going to be Lorenzo the Great today? Up he comes to 191. It is. Over he goes. I think he gave it a little brush as he went over. A 196 jumper at his best. And that was perfection for Lorenzo Maggioetta, the Rieti athlete. They're down at 6th at the moment, but they certainly will not want to stay there, Rieti. So they both named their shot and they went over it. So, and I think we're already shown there. Yeah, it's 187 and 191 are the 2 heights. So it's going to be first up Pavel Kronek of Skoda Pilsen on the right at 197, and then Tobias Heldal of the Hordaland region in Norway at 191. Kronek is a 198 jumper at his best, but he's stepped 11 centimeters down from that. Heldal has been more ambitious, but it's a bigger risk. But will it be a bigger reward or not for the Norwegian? Going from 197 personal best, he's taken on a 191. But we'll concentrate on Fronek, first matchup of Group B. Because he now has to go over 187 to keep the pressure on his Norwegian rival. Let's see if he does it. Up he comes, Pavel Fronek, 187 to clear, and he does. Flawless clearance there by the Czech teenager. And with that, it's over to you, Tobias Heldal. Can the Norwegian surpass him? Such an interesting tactical battle that plays out in here. Because if you think you could double bluff, if you're an athlete of strong ability, you could double bluff your rival, make them think you're going to write a high number on that poster, and then you could easily put in easier heights to ensure you go clear. It's all about guessing what your rival is going to write on his board and writing something that makes sense for your approach and your ability on your own. So Tobias Heldal, a 197 jumper, he has been ambitious. He has written 191. It's obviously a height he is very capable of clearing. Can he do it today? Just about. He gave it a brush, but that is the perfect scenario. A challenging yet clearable height. Tobias Heldal has got his tactics spot on. Different coloured spikes in the colours of Norway. Go clear, 3 spikes to Norway. So we're going to be going back over to Group A. And the next matchup in Group A is going to be between Lorenzo Maggioetta of Rieti and Christian Villaplana of Playa Castillon. They have written their heights and we are ready to see them.
3, 2, 1.
Maggioetta goes for 193, steps it up, and Villaplana plays it safer with 188. Villaplana is a 2-meter jumper at his best, so he is the better jumper on personal and season's bests. And this is where DNA proves such an intriguing format. Because if this was regular athletics, they would go up through the 190s side by side, but you have to name your height, call your shot. And Christian Villaplana is despite being a 2 meter jumper, has set the bar much lower than his compatriot at 188. But you need to set it somewhere you can clear it. He feels confident about 188. Will this prove to be an inspired decision by the Spaniard? Very tall Ali comes up, but no, it was never right. I think he's holding his right ankle there. That is his jumping leg. I think it's also, is it taped? There is tape hanging off that right ankle, and I think that indicates perhaps why it is taped up, because as soon as he planted that right foot, it was abort mission for Christian Via Plana. I never like to see that at any competition. An athlete just feeling something. Maybe that right ankle just gave way or something. Maybe he felt a bit of pain when he planted it, but the fact it's taped up suggests there's something a little bit amiss. And that perhaps is why he stepped down to 188. But he is perhaps jumping through the discomfort for the honour and the points for his club. We'll see if he steps up again for his next matchup. But now it's over to you, Lorenzo Magaleta. He split the spoils in the first matchup with the Sparta Athletic athlete, Volund. Can he claim his own bit of glory here and 3 spikes against Via Plana? Lorenzo Nagioletta taking on a big bar, 193. And he's got it. Suitably delighted with that. 196 is his best. And he soars clear at 193. Well done, Lorenzo Maggioetta. Inspired performance on home turf. Shakes the hand of his rival. But Cristian Villaplana will have another opportunity against Sparta Athletic athlete. Can he make amends? And just how much discomfort is he having to jump through? All these points so crucial to the team standards. No matter how far down it goes, whether it's first or sixth, 12 points down to 2 points, it's all going to count as something huge. So confirmation of that victory for Lorenzo Maggioetta.
I don't know.
And we see now the battle in the second round of the group stages here in Group B between Tobias Heldal of the Hordaland region and Nicolo Devenuti of Yamejale. What heights have they nominated? It is 193 for the Norwegian and 192 for Devenuti. Two ambitious young men. Devenuti is a 2-meter jumper or 2-meter jumper. And he has set the bar slightly lower. He'll find that a bit annoying. Devenuti will, because if he goes clear, he'll have to stand back and watch, perhaps, as Heldal might claim the 3 spikes from him. If he could have seen that 193 from his rival, I'm sure Nicolo Devenuti would have put 193 or 194 to try and entitle himself to a chance of all 3 spikes. But the way he can win is still there for him. He has to clear 192 and then hope his rival falters at 193. The Georgian jumper, well capable of this, as he did yesterday, throws the hat on the track, up to the bar. Will he go clear? He doesn't. It was his legs, his calves, I think. His body, most of his body was up over that. And just the legs brushed it off. So no joy for Nicolo Devenuti. But good news for Norway, because Tobias Heldal has a big opportunity. And I'm delighted to say that I've been joined in the commentary booth by one of the local athletes. It is Federico Bonanni. You don't look too tired after the 400-meter hurdles.
To be honest, I do. Yeah, this was my first time doing a 400-meter hurdles, so I'm really tired. Yeah.
First time ever?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, my first time ever.
That's crazy. So we saw there was another athlete listed on the start list. When did you find out that you had to run today, and did you have any fear going out there about running a new event for the first time for your club?
Yeah, to be honest, I was really scared because my first time in a competition like this with great athletes. So I was scared, but I decided with my coach that I was going to do this race because I was really curious to know what was my potential, let's say. And I come from pole vault, so it's a really different thing. But yeah, I enjoyed it.
I guess that's the beauty of DNA athletics, isn't it? It's all about the team. So even as a pole vaulter, you were happy to get on the line and get the points for the team.
Yeah, exactly, because I had the opportunity to be useful for my team, and this is such a good thing. I loved it.
Cool. And DNA athletics, it's obviously a different type of competition to what you're all used to. For you, what makes it special? How is the atmosphere in your team compared to, say, when you go to an individual event?
Uh, this was also my first time doing the DNA, and I gotta be honest. At first, I didn't get what was the formula of this competition, but now I think it is likable because it's really different from all the other things, and we as a squad we can enjoy it all together and get ourselves to do something better every time because we want to participate at our best as a team.
Cool. And finally, what's the goal for Rieti here today? I think you're in sixth place at the moment, but I'm sure you've got some strong events to come. So, what position are you shooting for as a team today?
I would be lying if I didn't say that we want to win. We always want to win. That's our goal every time.
Awesome. Well, we wish you the best of luck. Very well done on your performance today and enjoy the rest of the day. Federico, grazie mille for
Thank you.
coming up and talking to
Thank
us.
you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
So, as we see there, as we were having a quick chat with our 400-meter hurdle star, and that to me is the beauty of DNA and indeed club and team athletics, where you have a pole vault specialist getting the late call up and saying, you know what, I can run the 400-meter hurdles. And he did it very well, Federico Bonanni. That's why he didn't have a personal best. So, obviously, as we were talking, Tobias Hildal, as you will have seen, won that second matchup in Group B, which means we're back over to Group A. And Christian Villaplana of Playa Castellon, what is he able to do? He's put the bar at 180, and it's not there for him, unfortunately. It looked like he was struggling with injury. And for a man who's jumped 2 meters to be struggling with 180, you know he's not at his best. But much like Federico Bonanni and being willing to get on the track for his club, for his team, for the collective good, he did what he had to do. Christian Villaplana, it is a brave effort, but you can see there the taping over his sock on that right ankle. He's not his best self today, but all credit to him for getting on the track and giving it his best effort to try to earn some spikes for his team. There will be a final to come if he wishes to participate in it. He may or may not. He's jumping through pain. But here is his rival in the matchup. This is Sofus Olivarius Malund, and he goes clear at 185 and will take 3 spikes. So, having shared the spoils in the first matchup, Sofus Olivarius Malund, I should say, is in the same boat as Lorenzo Maggioetta. So I won't try and second guess the judges, and I'll let them sort out which of them goes through to the first final. But it's time for the last round in Group B, and it's the pairing between Nicolo Devenuti of Fiamme and Pavel Fronek of AK Skoda Pilsen, as we see confirmation of that victory for Sofus Olivarius Malund. What heights will these two men go for? Devenuti went for 192 last time. Fronek went for 187. You do. Not a product of your ability, it's a product of your rival's ability. So it was 193 for Fronek and 190 for the Italian. So Nicola Devenuti last time put it at 190 and failed. This time he's gone for 192 and failed. This time he's gone for 190. So he's going to be first up. Just setting the bar a little lower for himself. There's no hat this time. His trademark breath was to have that backwards baseball cap on. And then kind of like Sha'Carri Richardson, US Championships this year, just slamming it down on the track right before it's go time. I mean, she did it with a wig. Nicola Devenuti did it with his baseball cap. But now it looks like he's all business. There is no baseball cap to throw down. But can he throw down and score high with a great performance? He needs 190 to put the pressure on Pavel Fronek in this matchup. Devenuti has no spikes so far, given he failed at 192 in the last group stages. He's just waiting for the judges, if you're wondering why he hasn't jumped. They are measuring the bar, and that is complete. Cleared to land and cleared to take off from Fiammajale, Niccolo Devenuti. Here he comes. Up to the bar, 190 to go over, and he coasted over that. Great clearance by Nicola Devenuti. And that will make him feel a whole lot better after that failure at 192. He has done what he can. He has done what he could. And he has put the pressure on Pavel Fronek, his rival from AK Skoda Pilsen in the Czech Republic. You can see there Fronek in the background watching him as he came up to the bar. Beautiful clearance. Lovely technique. Silky smooth in the air across the sky for Niccolo Devenuti. Maybe the baseball pack perhaps will come back to the final. We'll find out very soon what final he's going to be in. It'll depend on whether Pavel Fronek of the Czech Republic and AK Skoda Pilsen can go over this bar. 193, it's a tall order. Can he do it? He can't. Not this time. He cleared 187 earlier on. He put the bar right up there. 193 this time. He was close to it, but no cigar for the Czech teenager. And with that, it's a victory for Niccolo Devenuti and 3 spikes in that matchup in Group B. So we had the spoils shared. Now we had Tobias Heldal winning the first one, then fouling out in his second. And then obviously in that third matchup, Nicola Devenuti clearing 190 to take the victory. There's the confirmation of Group A anyway. It's Andrea Mallardi ahead of Sparta Athletic. So that means Lorenzo Maggioletta will be going through to contest the first place battle. And then Sophos Olivarius Valund will be battling it out for third place against the athletes who finished in the same respective positions as them, first, second, or third in Group B. When the judges have done all the maths, will be confirming for us very soon. But before we get to that final, we're going to look back to the track because it's time for the women's 100 meters. We are racing through the program here from Playa Castellon. This is Anastasia Lopez. She's an 11:92 performer, should be right in contention here amongst those top places. In lane 2, representing Fiammajale Bracco Atletica, it's Ilaria Astena. 12:09 is her personal best. In lane 3, from AK Skoda Pilsen, it's Aneshka Karmikova. Points to her club name, blows the kisses to all those at home. I'm sure there's many watching in the Czech Republic. She is a 12:14 athlete. But this is the fastest athlete in the race on paper, Camila Duri, from the Andrea Mallardi Club in Rieti. From Sparta Athletic in lane 5, it's Amaya Kruse Jorgensen. 12:27 is her best. And on the outside in lane 6, from the Hordaland region of Norway, it is Sarina Rekstad. 6 athletes to the line for the collective good of their club and country. What individual performance can they produce over the next 12 seconds, or sub 12 seconds as it probably will be? Camila Duri in lane 4 in that white and red vest there on the far right of your shot. She is the quickest athlete in the field on personal bests with 11:82. But Anastasia Lopez in lane 1 from Playa Castellon, 11:92. Two of those athletes have gone under 12. But under the weight of pressure, with all their clubmates watching here in Rome who can produce when it matters most. Away they go, and it's a great start on the inside from Anastasia Lopez, but look at the speed of Camila Duri flying down the track there in lane 4, looking so relaxed. It's going to be a win for Rieti, and Camila Duri takes victory. 12 points to Rieti, 12-10 on the clock. Slight tailwind. She was the favourite, and she proved a justified favourite. Camila Duri streaking away. Very good run there as well by Daria Papina, Agnieszka Karmikova, and Anastasia Lopez in the dust-ups for the minor placings. But no doubts whatsoever about the winner. It is Camila Duri, 12 points, 12-10, that time confirmed. To Rieti. And the athletes sprint from the youngsters here sprint from their platforms out into the middle of the track to try and update the team standings for all those watching. And Rieti were down towards the bottom, but that will have helped hugely in bringing them a whole lot closer to the rival clubs ahead of the hunt. See they're very low on the blocks, Duri, but up into her running very quickly. Lopez was going so well on the inside over the first 50. That's the superior top end speed, and it needs speed endurance from Camila Duri. Showing over the 500, very close for second, Anastasia Lopez and Agnieszka Karmikova. We'll get that sorted out very soon. Confirmation that result, it was indeed Lopez who got second with 12-13, and Agnieszka Karmikova got third. 12 points to Rieti. And we'll see how that has affected the team standings. Many people hard at work behind the scenes here, keeping everyone updated. You can see the athletes there on the track. You can say that all those platforms that display the team scores are environmentally friendly, sustainably made. And there is a huge drive towards sustainability at this event. Even all refillable water bottles, no plastic wherever possible. As we see the team standings, and it is so close with Playa Castellon up front, just 2 points ahead of Fiammeggiale Bracco Atletica, and then another 2 points back to Sparta Athletic, with only 8 points then back to Skoda Pilsen and Andrea Millardi, and the borderland region in 6th, but not far behind at all. From 1st to 6th, as we near the end of these individual events, it's only 24 points, equates to 8 seconds in the hunt relay, which is not very much at all. So we're looking at some hunt to finish things off here at the DNA Athletics. But next up on in field, it's going to be the women's javelin. But I'm delighted to say I'm joined by a man who ran an astonishing final leg, and he knows all about doing a good hunt, because that's exactly what he did in the B final earlier on. Jack O'Donnell, I have to ask you, when you got that baton, second place, what was going through your mind?
Oh, I don't even know. I just saw your man and I just decided to chase. And like I was a bit afraid though to go out too fast and then burn up. So I kind of just waited at the end and then just wait to take him and then just hope to hold on and finish first. So.
And you obviously caught up to the athlete from Blackheath and Bromley quite early, but you, I'll just keep tabs here, 186 there for the Skoda athlete and 160 for Villa Plana, so we'll keep an eye on that as we're chatting to you. But yeah, you caught up to the athlete from Blackheath and Bromley very early to decide that league final. Were you tempted to keep the pressure on at that point, or were you tempted to just ease off the gas?
I didn't really want to lead out. I kind of just wanted to stay on the shoulder and then just see who made the move first. And then with about 300 to go, I decided to just go, and then thankfully held on to win it. So yeah, it's delighted to win it. So.
And you mastered Group B, and you mastered the hunt. It's an unusual way to run, you know, getting that baton with big gaps. So if there's 6 athletes who are going to be running that anchor leg, same as you did later on, to decide this A final, what would your advice be to those anchor guys? If one of them came up here and said, Jack, give me some advice, how do I run a brilliant anchor?
be careful not to go out too fast because you can be tempted to go out fast and chase the lads in front of you. Just run your own race and then just with about 300 to go, just give it your all because like this is it. This is the final, so you might as well just go for it and then give whatever you've got at the end. So that'd be the advice there.
And that is very good advice. As we see there, Christian Villaplana just went over 160. So it is over to Pavel Fronek to take victory at 186. This would give AK Skoda Pilsen fifth place and an extra 4 points. Villaplana has jumped through the pain, and he did so very admirably to earn at least 2 points for Playa Castillon in that overall battle. Can Fronek go over this height? He cannot. Cannot. So Villaplana is going to take the win in this head-to-head matchup, which means that Villaplana is going to take fifth place, jumping on what looked to be a heavily strapped right ankle. Well done to him. He has earned 4 points for Playa Castillon, and it has been worth the pain and worth the effort. Well done to Christian Villaplana. And the next battle will be for third. But Jack, I suppose to ask you one more question before we let you go. DNA is very different to regular athletics, but in terms of the atmosphere and the experience, how for you as an athlete is it different?
Atmosphere is great at the one because you can have all these coaches come in and cheer, and that like spurs me on. And then like the noise you hear when you're going around is incredible and very unique event. I'm orientated because you do very well in all the events leading up to the hunt, and then you might not end up in it. So I really enjoy it. We were here last year as well, and I totally enjoyed it. So I think it's a great event, and it's very properly run. It's a great event that European athletics is starting. So yeah.
Good stuff. Well, Jack, you did an amazing performance today, and I'm sure you'll be the toast carried shoulder high by Ratot AC clubmates tonight. Congratulations on your run. We'll let you go back to the stands and enjoy the rest of this A final. Thanks so much for joining us, and best of luck on the road ahead.
Thanks very much, Carl. Thank you.
As we see a brilliant clearance there by the Sparta athlete. That is Sophos Olivarius Valund. It's clear at 186. And now it is a very ambitious target for Nicolo Devanuti to try and match 194. He has to do to beat that mark. So, can he do it? Here comes the Italian. 194, it's a big ask and it's a big clearance by a big time performer. Nicolo Devanuti produces the goods for Fiamme Gialle when it matters most. He's stomps away from that final. He has taken third place. I'm sure he'll have wanted more given the caliber of jumper he is. But he nails it, and the baseball cap is back. Nicola Devanuti, he wanted a big clearance and he got one. 194. Very well done to him. I think it was almost relief more than joy there that he took the win. So that means third place for Fiamme Gialle Franco Atletica, and that will give them 8 points. Here is the final matchup for first and second in the men's high jump between Lorenzo Maggiolletta and it is our Tobias Heldal. So 195 for Heldal, and Maggiolletta wins the battle of the tactics when it comes to those boards. Edge 1 centimeter ahead. That's the perfect situation in this format. You want to be 1 centimeter ahead of your competitor. The lowest height you can clear was still guaranteeing victory. You both go clear. So Lorenzo Maggiolletta will jump second. And it will be the Norwegian Sophos Olivarius Lund who will jump first at 195. Sophos Olivarius Lund has been over both 191 and 185 already. Can he produce the goods? It is a big ask. He's a 2 meter jumper at his best. He's a 197 jumper this year. But by the way he cleared 191, it looks like this is possible. He gets the clap going. All his teammates are right behind him there to the right on your shot. You can see a lot of the other clubs giving him a clap as well. So plus Alvarius alone, this difference between 10 points and 12 points. His club and country, if he can get over this, he doesn't. So, a big opportunity now for Lorenzo Maggioletto. Can Lorenzo Maggioletto take another 12 points for Rieti, who are on something of a roll in the team standings of late? They're up to 5th overall. Can they climb even higher, Rieti, in the team standings? Because they could be first here. This could be 12 points. It's a foul. It's not a successful attempt by Lorenzo Maggioletto. So I think that would be 11 points each, if I'm not mistaken, for these two athletes who are both failures. Well, a great effort by both of them. I'm sure they'll both now be wishing that they set the bar a bit lower and could have guaranteed themselves that 12 points. They didn't quite manage that today, but still, well done to them. And we'll see very soon how that affects the team standings, because we're counting down to the concluding event, the hunt, and it's not far away now at all. The next event you'll have up on track will be the men's 200 meters, but before that, we're going to have the women's javelin. So as we see, there are 2 no marks in that final matchup to decide first and second place from Tobias Heldal and Lorenzo Maggioletto. Now we'll see how all that shakes up standings. He's doing a bang-up job here in Rome at the Centro Olimpico Esercito. The athletes who are just towards the right of your shot there, the young athletes who are volunteering here, have been doing a great job all weekend. I can see them all looking at their phones and now looking at the board that they're responsible for. Each of those represents a club. You'll see the flag on the top left of each of those boards. If you squint hard enough, or the top right of some of them. But they are now updating the scorings and will be given to you as soon as we have information of how the group stage is laid out there. With Lorenzo Maggioletto topping Group A and Tobias Heldal topping Group B. And there are the standings. Jale up top, 72 points. This is poised perfect. From first to sixth, there are only 19 points between the teams, so it's only the 6-second differential from first to sixth as they head off the 5-lap 2,000 meter relay over mixed distances with mixed genders that will decide it. It could not be closer. It's going to come down to who has the best runners ultimately, and maybe who has the best 800 meter runner on that anchor leg. But we have 2 more events to go before then, and it's first up, it's the women's javelin with Magdalena Elmairova, the young athlete who is being mentored by Barbara Spatakova at AK Skoda Pilsen. That is a very good throw. That's around the 40 meter mark, maybe just below the 40 meters. Elmairova is a 46 meter thrower this year, 48 meters at her best. What has she produced here? She's in a matchup with Carmen Jimenez of Playas Castellon. Let's see what she has produced. Barbara Spatakova, of course, the world record holder, multiple time Olympic champion, multiple time world champion, and a legend not just of Czech athletics, but of the sport itself. Chatting to some of the team leaders here yesterday, it was great to hear that Spatakova is playing not specifically a coaching role. Magdalena Helmairova has her own coach at AK Skoda Pilsen, but that mentoring role, giving advice and taking some sessions with her. No better person to learn for Helmairova. But here is Carmen Jimenez. What can she produce to match that 38-meter effort? It's not quite as far. It comes down right on the 35-meter line for Carmen Jimenez. So it's going to be 3 spikes to Helmairova of AK Skoda Pilsen. It's going to be 1 spike for Carmen Jimenez of Playa Castellon. 35-23 it is. So, victory in the first of our Group A matchups goes to the Czech Republic and AK Skoda Pilsen, the powerhouse under-20 club of Czech athletics. 1,100 members, such good coaching structures, and so many champions rising through their ranks. Over to Group B. This is the first matchup of 3 here between Matilda Alferens Amundsen and Camila Urup Kolstrup. That is Kolstrup. Sorry, that is Amundsen of the Frontline region. It is 39-meter thrower at her best. What can she produce here? She's not favoured for this matchup. It's a good opening effort, but 34 meters is red flag though. Steps over the line, so that's no good for Amundsen. We do know it was around 35, but it counts for nothing. Step beyond that arc. Now, Camila Urup-Kolstrup has a very simple task ahead of her. She just has to not foul, and she will take victory in this matchup. Be interesting to see what she does here, Kolstrup. She is a very, very talented thrower. 46.97 is her best. And she takes no real run-up. She still throws it pretty far. 36 meters or so. All she needed to throw was 2 meters. Not even. Make the grass. She would have won this matchup. She does far more. A good warm-up throw there. And a low 5 to her team leader at Sparta Athletic. Let's see what she has thrown. Having that close stroke. 36-27. Technique there. You can see her whole body is just already turned. Just the arm following behind on relief. Creates a great anchor for that arm to follow through at such rapid speed. These javelin throwers, they know their exit speed. The faster that javelin is going, and it leaves your arm. As long as it's at the right angle, the further it will go out there on the track, or on the infield, I should say. So, victory in the first matchup for Camila Kolstrup. 3 points. Sparta Athletic. Back to Group A. And from Playa Castellon, it's Carmen Jimenez. 38 meters at her best, 35 meters coming off second best in that first matchup. Can she lay down the gauntlet here to her Italian rival? It doesn't look like it's shorter distance. Won't be happy with that, given she threw 35 in the last round. Down around the 31, maybe 32 meter region. But again, if it's better than her competitor, that's all that matters. Searching for those 3 spikes. So it's 31-66 for Carmen Jimenez. $31.66. What can Sofia Frigerio produce in response? It's bigger, it gets the white flag, and that's going to be good enough for 3 spikes. for Frigerio with that luminous arm wrap, arm sleeve, I suppose you could call it. It's certainly going to be around 34 something. That would be more than enough for her to take 3 spikes here. 34-72. 34-72 for Frigerio. Takes victory in that matchup. The winner, all right, for Fiammajali Bracco Atletica. And with that, confirmation of that victory for Sofia Frigerio, 34-72. And we're going back to Group B. Because coming up here, can Camila Kostrup keep the good times rolling for Denmark and Sparta Athletic? She took victory in the first matchup, and it was a facile victory. Can she do the same here? 46-97 is her best, but she has a tougher opponent here in Viola Giangirolamali of Rieti. She's a big one, and it is a big one. It's way over 40 meters. 42.75 her rival has thrown at her best. Giangirolamali of Italy, of Rieti, who are really improving along the back end of this competition. Can she produce something better? We're about to find out. Kostrup, what does she lay down there? It looks big, it is. It's 42-41. So, here comes Viola Giangirolamali of Rieti. We'll see what she produces, and then we'll bring in another Irishman for a quick chat after that. He looks very fresh after a long day at the office, but we'll see first what Viola Giangirolamali produces in the end of the second matchup in Group B. 42-41 is the mark she's trying to beat. Will she do it?
Andiamo a seguire, dopo partirà anche il countdown per Viola.
A bit of a delay here because the judges are setting up some umbrellas or taking down some umbrellas. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think because the sun's come out, perhaps. I'm not too sure. Anyway, there's been a slight delay there, but we're almost good to go. The runway is very nearly cleared for takeoff by Viola Giangirolamali of the Andrea Mallardi Club in Rieti. 42-41 is what she's trying to get. 42.75 is her personal best. It needs to be special. This one is not. It looks like, is that a red flag? It is. Gone outside of the sector. So a red flag there. And this is a good time to bring in Mr. Darragh Masterson, who has, I think, run 2 races today, right?
I did, yeah. I was on the mixed 4x4 this morning, and then I was on the hunt as well this evening.
Any energy left in those legs? If any of the other clubs needed a favour for this final hunt?
Who knows, to be honest. Maybe. Say the heat's drained the last bit out of them, to be honest.
Exactly. So I'm sure, Darragh, with Retote AC, you'd have been wanted to be in this A final. Obviously, you fell just short, finishing 4th in your semi-final yesterday. But coming out today, I'm assuming victory was your goal, was it? Over breakfast? Was that what you were talking about?
Yeah, we came out yesterday hoping to be in the A, but it ended up being the B in the end. But being the B, we made the most of it. We said, right, we really think we can give this a go here and win. We went out, did our best. Yeah, we got in the end.
And how's the buzz been? Like, DNA, it's an unusual format, but what do you think of coming to an event like this? Does it differ in terms of the experience from what you'd encounter at a typical individual contest?
Yeah. It's great crack. It's I think it's nearly the way all athletics competition should be run, to be honest. Just really big team element on it, because we made it to the one last year, and it was great crack. And then we just knew, obviously, we had to go for it this year again. You had to make a return.
So you'll be back next year? Are you still underage?
Oh no, I won't be under 20 anymore. So sadly, this is my last one. I have to say goodbye to after this.
It's been a great way to go out. And what are you planning? I know you fly home, I think, the same time as me back to Ireland tomorrow evening. So you have maybe a day or so in Rome. Are you going to try and get out there and see the sights, or what's in the plans?
Too sure. I think we have to check out early enough in the morning, so we'll have a good bit of free time, so might be nice to go and see it. After coming out. So,
Good stuff. Well, we wish you best of luck. Firstly, congratulations on both of your runs today and the overall victory in that
thanks very
first
much.
final for Ratot AC. Enjoy the next 24 hours in Rome and enjoy the end of this A final. Thanks for coming and joining us.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks.
So we saw some excellent throwing there. 42-13 for Magdalena Helmairova. Takes victory with ease. Brilliant throwing from the young Czech athlete. As I said, mentored by Barbara Spotakova. And doesn't it show in her technique there, the left-handed thrower. 2 victories in her matchups in the group stages. And those who've been following DNA for any length of time will know what that means. That means she has 6 spikes in total, 3 spikes for each win. And if you top the standings in your group, that means you go ahead and meet the winner from the other group in the battle for overall first place. The loser of that next final will, of course, still have the reward of second place overall with 10 points for their team, but they'll want 12, and Magdalena Helmairova will certainly want 12. This is Viola Giangirolami, of Rieti. That is a good effort. Gets the white flag this time around. Comes down around the 30-meter mark. She's up against a tough athlete here in Matilda Alferens Amundsen. But having fouled the previous mark, it was really crucial not to foul this one. And Gian Girolami has not done so. It's going to be a valid mark. It's being measured. But how far is it? It's 30-10. So for a 42-meter thrower, she's not going to be doing too many celebration dances about that, but it is crucially on the board for her club. And if Matilda Alferens Amundsen happens to foul or not surpass 30 meters, then she could go on and contest some good points for her club. Amundsen, that javelin, starts skyward and then just turns late. Not her best effort either, but it's around 34 meters, and that will certainly be good enough to take victory in this matchup over Gian Girolami. So Matilda Alferens Amundsen, she fouled in her first matchup, but no such mistakes here. 33-94. She takes the win. So Camila Kolstrup will top Group B. Confirmation there, that victory for Amundsen. Camila Kolstrup has 6 points, won both of her matchups. And then it'll be interesting to see what happens between the other two. Confirmation from that first group there, that Magdalena Helmairova, with 2 wins, 6 points, will be topping that one. And isn't that a mouth-watering clash to look forward to? Magdalena Helmairova and Camila Kolstrup both throwing 42 meters in the group stages. Just 20-30 centimeters or so between them in what they've thrown in the group stages. And the 2 champions of Group A and Group B are going to be meeting in the final, battling for first place and 12 points in a matter of minutes. That will be the last bit of action before the final hunt. But as we see it, check in on the group standings with Fiamme Jale at 72, ahead of Playas Castillon on 70. It's all to play for. We're going to switch back to the track for our final individual track event, men's 200 meters. So crucial to build those points for your team in the hunt. And on the outside, Arnaud Gorman of Playa Castillon will be trying to do that. He's a 21.92 performer at his best. In lane 5, Emil Gundersen from the Hordaland region in Norway. 21.96 is his best. In lane 4, representing Sparta Athletic, it's Hans Christian Korland. 21.89 is the Danish teenager's personal best. In lane 3, from Rieti, the local club here in Italy, who is teed up for this, isn't he? That's Jacopo Capasto. Points to his head. Does he have the mind and the mettle to come through? and take 12 points, just as he did in the semi-final. From AK Skoda Pilsen, it's Kajetan Moshtistka. And on the inside, from Fiamme, it's Christian Paris, 23.06 is his listed personal best. But the athlete to watch, certainly based on personal bests, will be the man who flew home to 12 points and victory for Rieti yesterday. He'll go in lane 3, Jacopo Capasso, 21.49 at his best. He ran a good bend yesterday, but he ran an absolutely brilliant home straight. Look out for Capasso in the red and white of Rieti. Away they go. And it's a good start from Capasso. Very low driving coming out of that blocks. Emil Gundersen going well from Norway. And now starting to come through from lane 2. It's Kajetan Moshtika of AK Skoda Pilsen. But as they turn for home, Rieti's in line. It's Capasso just about. Hans Christian Corlin trying to go with him. But Capasso's going to hold on to this. 12 points to Rieti. Jacopo Capasso once again reigns supreme for the Italians. And Rieti are charging up the standings. Another 12 points. Courtesy of Mr. Capasso. What a race that was. Hans Christian Corlin pushed him all the way. And you'd expect that, given he is a 21.8 athlete, but this man is a 21.4 athlete. And that class, that speed, and all the composure he carries with it showed. He pointed to his head on the start line and he needed to stay relaxed, he needed to stay composed as they turned for home. Down that last 100, that last 80, he came under all kinds of pressure from the athletes outside him. And Christian Corlin and Emil Gundersen. You can see it here. Capasso definitely takes a meter or two maybe out of Hans Christian Corlin in that first 50. Smaller in stature, but it was at this point that Hans Christian Corlin really came back into it. And what a bend that was by Emil Gundersen of Norway. But Jacopo Capasso, look at him, he's a real high-stepping athlete. He's almost going over those little hurdles sprinters like to use for their drill, their technique. Jacopo Capasso, high-stepping his way to victory at high speed here in Rieti, or here in Rome, I should say. Rieti is a little bit down the road from us, but not too far. Number 1, again, as it was in the semi-final, Jacopo Capasso reigns supreme. And you can chuck another 12 points on that tally for Rieti. They're up to 74. As the competition, as day has worn on, Rieti are really coming into it more and more. Will one of the home clubs take glory? Rieti over Fiamme Atletico Bracco Atletico. Let me just say that once more. So the scores are quickly being updated, and here they are. Sparta Athletic on 78. Saya Castellon just behind them. And then just behind them, Fiamme Bracco Athletica on 74. And as we saw, those 12 points have helped the Andrea Millardi club in Rieti up to 71 points, but there is so little between these 6 teams. Look at that. It's going to build are on 16, just 18 points behind the leaders. Sparta Athletic, and that converts that 18-point lead converts to 6 seconds on the track, which in a 2,000-meter race take a little under 5 minutes. It's not very much at all, so we are poised perfectly for an amazing finale to DNA Athletics Under 20 here in Rome. But back to the Javelin, because this is the final thing, the final event that can influence the standings before the hunt. This is a Rieti athlete. This is Viola Girolami. She was not happy with her throws in the group stages. But she's happy here. She's got the white flag, crucially. And Gian Girolami has registered a valid throw. She said she's a 42-meter thrower, so you can see there talking to her coach. Body language will tell you everything. She's not going to be too happy with a throw that's probably down around the 30-meter mark. But whether she wins 4 points for her club or 2 points will all depend on what Carmen Jimenez does to follow her. So it's 28.93 for Jan Girolami. Carmen Jimenez has the opportunity to beat that and to add 2 points to the tally of Playa Castellon. Can she do so? Incidentally, Playa Castellon are in second place right now, 2 points behind the lead, and I think she's done it. I think that is good enough. It's going to be very close here, but I think that's just over 30 meters from Carmen Jimenez. I think she has earned Playa Castellon 5th place finish here in the women's javelin. Let's wait for it to flash up. 28.93 is what she needs. It's on the left of your shot there, that scoreboard. There it is, 30.83. And she's done it. She's beaten Jan Girolami, and she takes 5th place overall. That is 4 points added to the tally for Playa Castellon. They will not be starting the lead, given the Sparta Athletics will outperform them in the javelin. They will not be starting in first place in the hunt, but they will be starting very close behind Playa Castellon with a big, big chance to take glory here at the DNA Athletics Under-20 competition. Second matchup in the women's javelin final. And it's Norway first to the runway, and this is Matilda Alferens Amundsen. Out it goes beyond 35 meters. How big is it? We're about to find out. Looks to be around 35 high, maybe 36. Has Amundsen done enough? We'll have to wait regardless, but it's 35.73 for Amundsen. And now over to the athlete from AK It is in fact Sofia Figueiredo of Yamajali Blackpool Atletica. 34 meters in the group stages. 35.73 is what she has to beat here to get third place. Can she do it? It could not be closer. That javelin landed pretty much within a number of centimeters of where Amundsen's javelin landed. 35.73. I think it's in the high 35s. A nervous wait. It is over 36. Roy Amidali, Bracco Atletica, they have taken third place, and that means 8 points instead of 6 points. So their cause ahead of the hunt. And Sofia Figueiredo is suitably delighted with that effort. Goes over, maybe that's her mum, maybe that's her coach. But a big loving hug, regardless, for Sofia Figueiredo. Fantastic effort, that 36-meter throw. When she needed it most, she looked over and saw 35.73 on the board, and then she produced what she needed to. But now it's time for the final, and it's going to be the Czech thrower up first. It's going to be Magdalena Helmajerova up against a very similar rival in Kamila Kolstrup. Confirmation there of that victory for Sofia Figueiredo. She takes third place. Yamajali Bracco Atletica. This should be quite the matchup for first place. Here is Magdalena Helmajerova, a left-handed thrower who's mentored by Barbara Smotakova. Heaves it out there so far beyond the 35-meter line. It's well over 40 for Helmajerova. How big is it? 41.59. There's our answer. And that is exactly what needs to be surpassed if Norway is to take 12 points in the hurdle and reach from Matilda Alferens Amundsen. She threw. She fouled, and then Amundsen is a 39-meter thrower. Oh, sorry, Holmstrom, not Hamilton, of course. And she looks to have done it. She looks to have done it, to my eye. Gets the white flag. Does she? Because it's being measured. Camila Kolstrom has a very nervous wait here. The Sparta Athletic athlete who threw 42.41 in the group stages. This has gone way beyond that. Way beyond it. It's 44 meters. She needs to be 41.59. And Camila Kolstrom has done it. 44.09. And she is loving that. 48-meter thrower at her best. A big hug for her team leader, Camila Kolstrom, has taken overall victory in the women's javelin, and Sparta Athletic will be saying thank you very much, Camila, because they've given her 12 points. They will soon be added to the tallies, and we're going to give you those tallies of the points momentarily. Confirmation of that victory for Camila Kolstrom of Sparta Athletic. So there are the standings. Sparta Athletic up the top on 90 points. It's so close. 23 points from first to sixth. It's going to be less than 8 seconds between them. So this is perfectly poised as we come down to the hunt. A 5-lap, 4 athletes on each team, 2 men, 2 women, 2,000 meters, and everything on the line. Athletes are out there on track, the athletes are there, and all their clubmates are being called down. And before we get to that, it's a good moment to just bring in a colleague here who I know has been working very hard behind the scenes along with a lot of other people. It is Michele Esposito, and I know, Michele, this event is very special. People may or may not have noticed, but can you tell us about basically the sustainability drive that is taking place and why this event is different from so many others?
Oh, well, hello everyone. I'm the community manager of the event, and my job is to actually spread and raise awareness of sustainability among all the participants. And actually, we have read the Sustainable Development Goals report published this very year by the United Nations, and that report actually says that we are not doing enough for sustainability, and so we try to organize a sustainable event, doing many things, just like the claim of the event, that is, hurry up for a better world, we need our personal best to save it. And then, of course, we are doing waste sorting, and then we are reducing plastic reduction by giving all the participants plastic bottles. We have eco volunteers that are trying to teach people about sustainability, and we really build an identity among our events and the Sustainable Development Goals. So we think that will help us reduce our events' environmental impact, and then possibly make a better world for everyone.
Awesome, Michele, grazie mille to you. It's a very special event and all the sustainability drive, and I think everyone knows just how important that is in the modern world, that all sporting events go the same direction, and no better place to do it on so much impressionable youth here. And it's a message I'm sure we'll all be carrying forward in our lives. So thank you for coming up to talk to us a bit about it, and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much for listening. Bye.
We are ready. We are ready to the final order. We are ready to the final.
And then there was one event, and as you see a summary of the hunt there, this is going to be so exciting to follow. Sparta Athletic are going to set off in front with an 8-point lead, but that equates to 2.64 seconds over Fiamme Gialle Bracco Atletica. Playas Castillon are going to start 3.3 seconds behind Sparta Athletic due to that 10-point deficit. Atletica Studentesca and Dremelardi of Rieti in that white and red strip are going to start 5.6 seconds behind Sparta. AK Skoda Pilsen are going to start 6.6 seconds behind. And the Hordaland region in Norway are going to start 7.59 seconds behind the leaders. The format is simple. It may not seem it on first glance, but it is 600 meters for women, 400 meters for men, 200 meters for women, and then 800 meters, really the key leg for men. The three leading athletes, lead-off athletes can put you in the right position. Maybe it'll just be a time trial, but I suspect not. I expect these teams may well come back together. Highly likely. So, from the outside, the Hordaland region of Norway, Andrea Nygaard, Sindre Stronstad Lusset, Anna Kolstad Silset, and Philip Morken. 7.5 seconds the Norwegians will start behind the leaders. And you'll know it's time to go, and they will, because they have to be called to their marks and wait for their club name to be illuminated green on the scoreboards that are set up just beside the start here. AK Skoda Pilsen, carrying the Czech colours with pride on the international stage. What can they produce here? The Andrea Milardi club from Rieti. 5 seconds behind, they will start the leaders. Playa Castellon, they want to be on the podium. They brought a better team here. And in Ronaldo Olivo, their anchor runner, they could have the smoking gun that leads to victory. But look out for Fiamme Gialle, Racco Atletica. They will certainly be in contention, starting only 2.64 seconds behind this athlete, Lerke Thigesen. We saw her in action earlier on in the 800 meters. This time it's 600 meters she has to run. Can she get them off to a great start? Lerke Thigesen on the inside. See those scoreboards? Look at the athlete in lane 3. Just behind her, you'll see that first scoreboard. When that turns green, Thigesen can set off, and there she goes. And the athletes following close behind. They're all looking across, waiting for it. And away they go. The hunt is underway, and it is Sparta Athletic out in front in that blue strip we've been following all day. Their athletes have worked so hard to get them into this position, and now they are exactly where they want to be. They're leading it. Will hold on to it. It's a 600-meter leg, remember. There's a lot of running to do here, but Julia Machi has absolutely ripped through the first 200 there for Fiamme Gialle. Racco Atletica in second. There is a long gap then back to third with Playa Castellon running with and then there's AK Skoda Pilsen. They are clustered together in third, fourth, and fifth. But Lerke Thigesen is a very strong 800-meter athlete, and she's very strong at 600 as well. But Julia Machi from the local club can the Italian steal victory here. She's closing her down slowly but surely. And she get up and just get on her shoulder, because the crowd will go wild here. The Italian managed to reign supreme in this concluding hunt race. Remember, points don't mean anything now. They've all been calculated to a stagger, a deficit. The first team across the line takes the glory. We're going to have a new champion here at the DNA Under-20 Club competition. And it is Sparta Athletics still leading the way. But now it's going to be a 400-meter leg. And it's a man we saw in action a lot this weekend. Sofis Olavarius Colon, who has the baton with a 20-meter lead over Emanuela Coloccia of Fiamme Gialle. He's got a 20-meter advantage. There's about another 30-meter deficit back to AK Skoda Pilsen and Playa Castellon. And then there's another 10 meters or so back to Rieti and the Hordaland region. That is your order with 2 laps complete out of 5. And this is a great leg out front by Sparta Athletic. They are really streaking away here, but can he hold it together? Because this could be a long 100 meters if he got it wrong. But he's doing very well. He's going to hand over his teammate, the sprinter. And Aurora Suarez Bostrup will be trying to run the fastest 200-meter leg of her life. to give their anchor runner, Luis Philippe Maillet, the best chance possible on the 800 meter leg. Sparta Athletic, this Titan club from Denmark, they're into the home stretch, and first up looks like she's run a brilliant leg. It is Fiamme Gialle, Bracco Atletica in second, and Maya Castillon, look out for them on the final leg. They have a serious operator in Ronaldo Olivo, but 2 laps to run, and now there are only 6 athletes left on the track, and they're the anchor runners for the hunt. And out front it is Luis Felipe Maillet of Sparta Athletic. In second from Fiamme Gialle, it is David Carbone. And then there is about a 30-meter deficit back to Ronaldo Olivo, who is leading AK Skoda Pilsen and Rieti, but they're all clustered together back there in further 4th, 5th. Out front, it is the Sparta Athletic athlete, Luis Felipe Maillet. Can he hold on? Because he looks like he just eased off the throttle just a little. And I think David Carbone of Fiamme Gialle is starting to sniff blood, as too is Ronaldo Olivo. I highlighted this athlete, look out for him in green from Maya Castillon. He is a 1:45 800-meter runner. He comes to the belt and back of your shot there. He's going to get up to second, and I can assure you Ronaldo Olivo will have his mind on much, much more. But as it stands, Luis Felipe Maillet is out in front for Sparta Athletic. Can he hold on? He's got a 20-meter advantage, but Oliva is the chasing pack. The hunted is out front, and it's Maillet. The hunter is coming, and it's Olivo of Maya Castillon. They want to be on the podium this year. I think they're going to be on top of the podium, because with 200 meters to run, Luis Felipe Maillet looks to be bankrupt. And as I said, the lethal weapon that is Ronaldo Olivo. He was just off the podium at the European Under-20 Championships. He is the Spanish Under-20 800-meter record holder, and he is flying to victory here. The early celebration, cool as you like. Ronaldo shoots, he scores. It's glory. Sweet, sweet glory for Maya Castillon at the DNA Under-20 club competition. Second place goes to Sparta Athletic, did it all they could. And third, it's the hosts, Fiamme Gialle Atletica. What a hunt, what a format, and what a competition. And suitably, Ronaldo Olivo is being hoisted atop his club and being thrown in the air. You see some of the scenes of celebration. There's the Italian anchor runner being thrown in the air. They got up for third and a place on the podium in the yellow Fiamme Gialle. What a competition that was. What a final leg by Ronaldo Olivo. He is a smooth operator. He's a 3:39 1500 runner. He is a 1:45 800-meter runner. He missed the medal by 1 position at the European Under-20s. But he has European glory to remember from this summer, or late summer as it is. Let's take a look back at how that played out. Sparta Athletic off to an early lead. The Danish club led for about 4.5 of the 5 laps. Brilliant leg there by Lerke Sigurdsson, holding off Gurge of Fiamme Gialle. This was Stofus Olivarius Valund of Sparta. Great job on that 400-meter leg. This was the 200-meter leg. A really, really good 200-meter leg it was from Aurora Hustrup. Well, look at that deficit. There is Ronaldo Olivo getting that baton. I mean, it must have been 60 meters? I'm guessing here, but it was about that. And he did what an experienced athlete should do. He didn't do too much. It was still a very, very good anchor leg by the Sparta athlete. That's Luis Felipe Maillet. He didn't go crazy, but when you've got a lethal weapon like Ronaldo Olivo on the anchor leg, it proves fatal to the chances of just about everyone else. And a 145 teenager, Ronaldo Olivo, the fastest Spanish teenager in history at 800 meters. That was all she wrote for the other teams. Great scenes of celebration here, and not just for the winners, for the other teams. Every single team from first to sixth has reason to hold their heads up very high because they have competed with such pride for their club and into this country. It is going to be Spain at the top of the standings. There it is. Hunt, and they go 5 seconds faster than they ran yesterday's Hunt. Sparta go 4 seconds faster. Via Castellon, the champions this year. Brilliant, brilliant Hunt. Cap off a brilliant 2 days of action here at DNA Athletics. And I'm glad to say my voice is starting to go a little, so I should bring in a colleague here, Peter Sanderson, who has been a large part of the operations behind the scenes and does so much for European athletics. What a 2 days. What were your impressions of what we've just witnessed?
Well, yeah, thank you, Cathal. An incredible finish to a beautiful event, really. I think the first event in Group B, the way the Irish, the passion that they showed was just brilliant. They deserved to win it more than anyone. They wanted it more than anyone. You could feel it. And then Spain, like the experts of DNA, showing their experience, their poise, and also the talent that they've got. I mean, to have an 800-meter runner who can run 140, that kind of helps you when you've got a Hunt, right?
Yeah, I mean, DNA, it's a new format. Some people are still getting their head around it, but I think we've seen the evidence here 4 years on from its inception of just how great it can be when it's done well. But like, for you, being with European athletics, what do you see as perhaps the future of DNA? What direction do you think it might take?
Well, I mean, who knows what the future is, but it really, for me, has the feel of what 2020 cricket or all, 3x3 basketball. It's like the short form of athletics. It's never here to replace athletics. It's here to kind of be the addition, the extension to the house, really. And you can see that the youngsters, they love it. Like the team spirit, the way when they finish that Hunt, they're all jumping on top of each other, they're singing around, they're dancing. The big trophy is just, it's part of it, but it's the team spirit of athletics, and athletics deserves that. It's such an isolated sport apart from the relays, and just giving people the opportunity to work for each other. It's not all about being the best, it's about being on the best team and working for each other. And it's great to see that in athletics. You see it in football, soccer, you see it in many other sports, but we don't get the chance to show that.
Very well said, and what a 2 days it has been. And I think anyone who tuned in, whether you're here in Rome or further afield, I think you can look forward to DNA featuring more across the athletics landscape in the years ahead. Who knows, perhaps it'll become not just European, but Europe in a global format in the years ahead for certain competitions, because we've seen the way it builds that tension, I suppose, until the very final event with the outcome unknown. Even when one club may be streaking ahead in the standings, it can all change so quickly when it comes to the Hunt. Yeah, it's been a memorable 2 days, and we see some of the volunteers and some of the local organisers here. And there's been all kinds of projects going on in the last several weeks here with the youngsters from the local clubs, local schools, as part of this drive, as part of the drive towards the European Championships, which of course are being hosted in Rome next year. And that will be a very, very special edition of the European Athletics Championships when the senior stars will be doing their thing there in the Italian capital. We're part of those projects, some of those designs, and a lot of the things you're seeing on those placards. You can read more about them on DNA Athletics, but that's about the environmental goals that are being put together. One of the slogans of this event is "Hurry up for a better world." Even we need to save it, and refers to work around sustainability. Sure, events like this, and indeed in everyone's personal lives, are as sustainable as they can possibly be. So well done to all the hosts. You can see there with the numbers filing through. maybe a couple of us on commentary and a couple of us on camera here and there, but there are hundreds, literally hundreds, who work tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event for the 200 or so athletes a special edition of the DNA Athletics Under 20 competition. And they're very deservedly taking a casual walk down the home straight there. We've got the ceremonies upcoming, so for the fans and the friends and families watching around Europe, from Castellón in Spain to Copenhagen in Denmark, where else it was, to I suppose who's in third? Yeah, it's Fiamme Jale in third. I'm sure there'll be many of them even watching at home who couldn't make it today. And your club mates and your sons and daughters and sisters and brothers and friends have really just left nothing out there on the track. They have truly, I should say, they've left everything out there on the track. They have truly emptied themselves across 2 days of competition. It's been a long 2 days. A lot of them have done multiple events yesterday and then come back and done multiple events today. You saw when Betty Ramsgaard Jensen did that across the sprint, hurdles, and then through the long jump both yesterday and today. High finishes in both, helping her team to the lead. And it all led to that runner-up finish here in the A final in the under 20 competition. So moments away, I think, from the presentation.
Yeah. I think we should also say a big thank you, really, to the host, the Italian host, because 4 weeks ago we didn't even have a track. Originally, this event was meant to be in Rieti. It got changed at the last minute, and the way the Italian LOC have put this together so quickly, an absolute miracle. And that's why it's great to see them performing so well as well. So thanks to all who've been involved with it, and for anyone at home who's just watching it, because all the support is really appreciated. And I think this DNA format has got a really big future in terms of grassroots athletics.
For sure, I will fully agree with that. And you see the athletes are just gathering here. The tunes are pumping here in the stadium, and a beautiful host venue it was. Really ideal for this kind of event. As Peter alluded to, it was due to be in Rieti, but just due to some delays in the track being ready there, off extremely short notice, the organisers have stepped up, found a new venue here in Rome. We're just south of the city, maybe a 20-minute drive from the centre of Rome. It is a serene, simply stunning setting to host this competition at the Centro Sportivo Olimpico Esercito. My Italian is improving rapidly across these couple of days in Rome, the Italian capital. It's still at about 4 words, however. But it's presentation time, so stand by if you're watching from Sparta, if you're watching from Fiamme Jale, and especially if you're watching from Playa Castellón, because the Spanish Armada is going to be riding high here today. They're going to be atop the podium as champions of Europe in this clash of the clubs. And McNew Athletics, and out they come. Sparta Athletic, they have performed so well. They are a huge club, Chance their team leaders. Count the road runners in their club, which is a lot of athletes. I think there's 5,000 members of Sparta Athletic, but they have an incredibly strong athletics division as well, an incredibly strong under 20 division, and they will be very proudly taking their place on that podium as runner-up finishers here, second out of 12 teams. And remember, before these teams got to this level, they had to beat so many other teams within their own nations to earn the right to be here. The Sparta Athletic have done that and finished second. Brilliant performance. There we are, there's the close-up shot. So it's Sparta on the right in second. It's going to be Fiamme Jale on the left. Fiamme Jale Bracco Atletico, giving its full title in third. And in the middle, in those purple t-shirts, is the second, the lesser green. It will be Playa Castellón. Let's hear it for the mascots first. Key job do they do. And I think anyone who has finished their competition and sitting in the stands will attest to what good fun this event is. especially at under 20 level. Athletics does not need to be that serious a business. And we saw some great early celebrations. We saw some great camaraderie over the last 2 days. And this injected a wonderful bit of life and soul into the sport of athletics. Your third place finishers at the 2023 DNA Clubs competition are Fiamme Gialle, Macro Atletica. What a performance it was by them. A brilliant effort. Across the 2 days, the semi-final to the final, they were so strong. And it was great that we had two Italian clubs in the final. They proved the stronger in the end. Their close rivals Rieti, and smiles all round. The yellow are the Fiamme Gialle singlets. The blue you're seeing, that's Polacco Atletica. Much like TYG Eagles from Germany, they have come together and united this weekend. And they are now on the European podium. Well done to all of them. Runner-up finish on the right is Sky Blue of Sparta Athletic. What a showing it was from their athletes. 18 in total, 9 men, 9 women, and 18 very bright futures ahead. And well done. I'm sure there's a lot of Javelin substitutes, reserves, and both hosts and team staff as well. And all these team leaders, they're just as teed up out of shot. Put them on with that music. Delighted with their second place finish. And Black, hope he doesn't drop it. But he's sitting pretty high there. You can say thanks, well done to Sparta Athletic, runner-up finishers this year's edition. As we are the champions, start the play here at the Centro Sportivo Esercito in Rome. It is the Spanish who will ride and fly highest of all. They have risen to the top of Europe this year, and that is one hefty trophy. It looks a lot like the Champions League trophy. The Ronaldos in football have lifted it many times over the years, and one of the lifters of this year's trophy will be the man who won it for them on the anchor leg, Ronaldo Olivo. He helped his club become champions of Europe via Castillon. Up it goes. They are the champions of DNA Under 20 Clubs competition for 2023. Well done to all of them, well done to the reserves, well done to the travelling team staff, and most importantly, well done to all of those back home. I'm sure there's a host of team staff and coaches and officials who do probably a lot of unpaid volunteer work, so these athletes can have a fighting chance to progress their careers and experience a competition as special as this here in the DNA Under 20 Clubs. But this year it is Spain up top, it is Denmark in second, and it is Italy in third. And there's a very prized piece of excess baggage that Playa Castillon will be taking home to Spain after this victory. And I think very suitably it is Ronaldo Olivo who holds that trophy. And of course, being the gracious teammate he is, he immediately hands it off to one of the others because everyone has played their part. Olivo might have been the star, but remember, there were 17 other athletes who came together to get him that baton on the last leg in contention, close enough to Fiamme Gialle, close enough to Sparta Athletic, ready to strike and bring glory not just to himself, but to all the team. Whew. Well, 5 hours today, 5 hours yesterday. It's been a roller coaster from start to finish, and it's been absolutely captivating, building as all good drama should to a fitting, electrifying finale. And team staff have a giant silver trophy handed off now again to the athletes. There have been thousands of pictures going across Instagrams of the TikToks of those athletes, I'm sure, as they bring that home, I'm sure, sit in the clubhouse of Playa Castillon. Felicidades, los campeones. Spain and Playa Castillon have reigned supreme, and well done to all 12 teams who made the trip here to home for this year. The dancing, I'm sure, will continue long into the night. I think it's time for me to go off and find a cup of tea. I will sign off. It's been memorable. Thank you to all of those who joined us over the last 2 days. We'll be back once again, I'm sure, next year for more dynamic new athletics. But from me, Carl Dennehy, for now, it's goodbye.
And for every glory there is pain. Praying for the sun, God gives you rain. But if you never dare, you'll never find the hero deep inside. I've always had a dream, now I believe, like never before. And now I found a place that set me free, like never before. I'm chasing down the stars tonight. I'm praying that I see the sky turn gold, like never I've always had a dream, now I believe. And now I found this place that set me free. I'm chasing down the stars tonight, praying that I see the sky turn gold, like never before. I've always had a dream, now I believe, like never before. And now I found a place that set me free, like never before. I'm chasing down the stars tonight. I'm praying that I see the sky turn gold, like never before. 'Cause now I'm fighting for who I am. There's nobody who wants to die, like never before. Standing on the edge, I see the light. Waited for this moment all my life. I always had a dream, now I believe it all comes down to me. And now I'm in the place where dreamers run. I feel it in my bones, my time.